Welcome back to the channel. This is Freddy Storm, and you are watching What If Naruto Was Blessed by Arceus. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no more time, let's start the story.
People were chasing an orange-clad boy who was running around town. Why? He was being pursued by the best of the best, the Anbu, after pulling a practical joke on the village chief, the Hokage. And they were still struggling to apprehend him. 8-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, known as the Demon King of Pranks, is a ramen maniac. He resorts to pranking to exact revenge on his village after being shunned for a burden he doesn't understand. He had no idea that things would soon become much more difficult for him. Naruto had just entered the woods after arriving at the village's northern edge. For some reason, he always felt safer in the woods. He was never able to understand why. He fell into a pit, which instantly covered itself up, just out of earshot of his assailants. Unaware of the pitfall he had fallen into, the Anbu searched for hours afterward. In contrast, Naruto discovered that he was floating in midair. Everywhere was dark. Where am I? You are an Uzumaki, correct? A voice from out of nowhere said. All he could see when he looked around was darkness. Who are you? Where am I? The voice was not malicious, but it did sound irritated. Just answer the question. At first a little loud, Naruto lowered his voice as he said, My name is Naruto Uzumaki, but I don't have any family. Never did. Naruto was perplexed when he heard, your blood. It is that of the Uzumaki clan. However, that is not the issue here. I sense your confusion. Do you not know of your clan? Naruto checked the area he believed to be down. I don't even know the name of my parents. If I did, would that make things easier? Somehow, I doubt it. The scene shifted to what appeared to be a mountaintop temple. Quite a tall one. Where is this place? Naruto saw a giant white Mount Coronet. More specifically, the Spear Pillar, my home, and the birthplace of 3 of my children. He was at a loss for words, but the ring around its body seemed to be a defining characteristic of the dog. My name is Arceus. And you, young Naruto, are destined for great things. I can already tell. Naruto tilted his head and said, Arceus, what kind of name is that? Don't ask. It's mainly because I'm not of your world that my name seems strange to you. Well, okay. Truth be told, it's a little strange to the people of my realm as well, so I can't really say that. The Arceus replied. Naruto followed the Arceus as it floated towards the edge, saying, All you need to know is that I am considered the god of Pokemon, which I will explain, as there are none in your home. Look and tell me what you see. Naruto peered over the rim. At this point, his eyes squinted. A lot of lights. Many people. He pointed in a direction that Arceus was looking at and said, And what the hell is that bird all the way over there? It looks like it's making a rainbow of sorts. Did not expect him to come this close to Sinnoh. Not for another week or so, at least. That, Naruto, was a a Pokemon of legendary status. Known to many as the Rainbow or Phoenix Pokemon, it is very rare to see, and if you actually do see one, human legend says that you will be lucky for 10 years, at the least. He normally doesn't hang around Sinnoh, though, and only comes within viewing distance when he's coming to visit. Naruto asked with a sudden sense of joy, Does this mean I could talk to him? Not quite. I called you here to offer you some help. I am familiar with the Uzumaki clan, and I can help you in that regard, but I have not seen or heard from them in 20, almost 30 years now. They probably got caught up in a war, and were nearly wiped out. Glad at least one survived. However, this begs the question of your parents, which would be stupid to ask about, as you already stated you didn't know of them. I will ask Giratina, one of my children, to watch over you. He watches the distortion world, and is the only reason I know of your harsh life. He has a slight connection with your world, so you can visit him, if he allows it. Naruto questioned, Is he another one of these, Pokemon? Yes, and he has legendary status as well. If you see something strange in any mirror, of something you can see yourself in, a reflective surface, then it's likely he's watching you from his realm, and if you wish to talk to him, look for one, and he may allow you to come to his realm. I'm sure he won't mind, being alone most of the time, himself. He also has a complete history of the Uzumaki clan, as he is my son, after all. Naruto questioned, Okay, how do I know what he looks like? When I send you back, and know I don't have much of a choice, you will find a book nearby. Take all the information in it to heart. Also, know that it is nowhere near your home village, but the ruins of your clan's old home. Learn as much as you can from there, and then head back. By the time you do, you will have a few Pokemon of your own. The Uzumaki seemed to favor Riolu and Lucario over others. but some also liked 9 tails. Not many did go that route. Well, there was a 9-tailed fox that attacked my village the day I was born, or around that time. Maybe that's why. Oh. The Biju. Yes, that would explain it. Those few probably liked being around the Kyuubi no Yoko for a while, or its Jinchuriki. Of which, I only know of one. Now 2, but before we met, there was only one that I knew of. What do you mean? Naruto shook his head and asked, do you not know what a Jinchuriki is? A Jinchuriki is known as the power of human sacrifice. You, my boy, are a Jinchuriki, presumably of the same fox that attacked your village. So they were right. I am a monster. Arceus said softly but sternly, listen Naruto. If there is any monster out there, it is paperwork in the councils of any leader. Seriously, I have not seen or heard of anyone more corrupt than them. If anything, they are the true monsters. I have been told you wish to be Hokage, is that correct? Naruto grinned and nodded. Then you will need to be able to deal with both of them, as those are the 2 main evils of any leader. Even I am disgusted by paperwork, but it must be done. Naruto was simply looking perplexed. Hey, I may not have any hands, but that's why I love the move Psychic. It allows a lot more freedom. Anyway, what is your answer? Do you wish to have my gift? What is this gift? Naruto said, nodding, curious, aren't you? Well, the first one is actually 2 in 1. I will be giving you 2 Pokemon, both of which were big choices among the Uzumaki clan. 1 Vulpix, and 1 Riolu. They will likely follow you without question, and unless you treat them harshly, they will likely be highly loyal to you. Okay. That's good. I think it is. The second gift is an ability to communicate with any animal, Pokemon or not. You will be able to understand their language as if it were your own, and they are likely to understand you as well. The third one goes along with this. It's the empathy ability. You can basically feel the emotions of others, and it will help you quite a bit, if trained properly. You will likely know who is after you, and who would rather ignore you, be around you, or just don't care either way. I get it. So, I'd be able to know what anybody is feeling, replied Naruto. Correct. Raise your Pokemon with care, Naruto. They will be in red and white Pokeballs, which you will see. The book I told you about will tell you how to activate them, and let your Pokemon out. Being as there are no other Pokemon in your world, aside from the legendaries which go between both, you will be the only one that has any Pokemon, whatsoever. Be sure to keep it that way. They will not listen to anyone but an Uzumaki, so you have an excuse as to why you can't give them up. Don't worry, I can think up a few good excuses. Still, how will I know where to go to get back? Replied Naruto. You will know when the time comes, Naruto. For now, learn what you can, and then worry about the trip. Arceus replied. And by learn, I don't mean skim over everything that isn't interesting. Regardless of how boring it is required to know. I will be checking in with Giratina every now and then as he has decided to watch your progress. I'll be entering your dreams every now and then myself. Even if only to say hi. I've gotten bored as of late and figured I should do something. Helping you out is what I chose to do, and by the looks of it, you need it more than most. Naruto gave a nod. Thanks Arceus, I won't let you down. I know you won't, Naruto. Take care and don't lose your temper. It will only get worse as time goes on. It's an Uzumaki thing, and being a Jinchuriki makes the threat even worse. Advice with a warning. Naruto gave a nod. He glowed and walked out of the room, asking, how do I get back? I probably should have told him I was going to send him back myself. Oh well. O is coming, so I can't say much else on the matter. Time for business. Ruins in an island jungle. When Naruto awoke, he was in the center of what he believed to be a library. He perceived what appeared to be 2 spheres, one half white and the other half red. Believing they were Pokeballs, he discovered a book beside them. He began reading the book after opening it. As instructed by Arceus, he absorbed everything and made an effort to comprehend it all. It was difficult at first, but eventually he understood. It would appear to be useless information to anyone else. Not to Naruto, though. It served as a connection to his history, his household. He believed he had lost something. He still didn't know if it was his mother or father, but at least he had one side to work with. 3 weeks passed before he completed half of the library. Around this time, someone started to worry a little. Konohagakure. It was only Sarutobi who needed to be concerned. It had been almost a month since Naruto vanished. After pulling a practical joke, he vanished. He initially believed it was to let it go, but now he was beginning to have second thoughts. Where is he? If it were to blow over, he wouldn't be gone this long and would most likely be discovered sooner rather than later. Was he able to flee? Was the primary idea running through his mind. He was approaching his crystal ballroom, where he typically kept an eye on people and found objects. He reasoned that he could look for Naruto. He would find him if he were still alive. He began to look for him. After some time, he finally discovered his exact location. Furthermore, it wasn't where he expected it to be. Is that Uzumaki? How did he get to that place? Is he reading, too? This is excessive. Either he ran away and located the village where his mother was born, or this is some sort of complex prank. I must know if he will come back, and if not, so I won't make him. Sarutobi pondered. Inu. A man with silver, gravity, defying hair and a dog. Light Mask said. Sir, do you remember the Uzumaki ruins? The one where your Genin team went and found one Kushina Uzumaki? The Inu answered, yes sir. I have a special mission for you, then. It is a top-secret mission that no one is allowed to know of. Sarutobi said. It will not even go on record. Details, sir? Inu inquired, a little taken aback. Head to the Uzumaki ruins. Find Naruto Uzumaki. If he has any wish to return, then bring him back. If not, leave him there. I thought he'd only be in hiding after his last prank, Inu responded. I did as well, until yesterday. He would have either been found by someone else, and definitely not that far out, or come out of hiding a week ago. This led me here, and I found him reading in those same ruins. Inu inquired, there are still readable scrolls there? It was 10 or 15 years ago that I was last there. I doubt anything would still be readable. According to Sarutobi, it stands to reason that there just might be some. This will not be considered an Anbu mission, so you are to remove your mask, and go by your true name here. After all, you asked to get a team of Genin after you found out he had joined the academy. He said, that is true. Then he removed his mask, showing a headband over his left eye and a slack-eyed expression in his right. He is the reason I was planning on leaving the Anbu to take a team. I believe you would rather apprentice him. That right was reserved for someone else by his father. The individual replied. I have no right to do so. Very well. Head to Uzumaki. Find Naruto Uzumaki. If he wishes to return, though whether now or later, follow his wish to return. You will be paid accordingly. This is a possible long-term mission. If he asks, help him out, but only on what he asks about. Yes sir. Sarutobi said, you are dismissed. After giving a nod, the man went off to go there. I'm hoping you'll come back, Naruto. After all, I'm worried about you. Uzumaki ruins a voice reached Naruto's ears. He nodded in agreement, saying, Naruto, I hope you will return. I worry for you after all. Old man, if you are actually watching me right now, I will return, but only when I'm ready to come back. The Uzumaki clan will be reborn, if nothing else. Arceus will be happy for the return of the Uzumaki clan, but there are some things I will need to know about my parents. The only place I figure they would be are in Konohagakure, so I'd have to go back sooner or later. He then raised his head. Ain't that right, Riolu? A voice approaching him said, Riolu. Yeah, I know, little guy. The only knowledge I have of my family is what I found here. Family is something I've wanted to have for as long as I can remember, and now I have something to base it off of. I want to at least find out what they were like. I know, and I want to play too, but I promised Arceus that I would learn as much as I can about my clan. Have I broken a promise to you yet? Naruto responded. Naruto smiled at the blue and black dog. Like Pokemon, saying, I don't mean to break a promise. Besides, I was going to spend some time with you and Vulpix after I finish this chapter. You kind of deserve it, with me in here most of the morning, every day. Riolu glomped down on him. Okay, I'll hurry it up. This is also the last book on the history of the clan, and then all that's left are the clan jutsu, which I'd want you and Vulpix there for so you can help out if you want. Naruto laughed. Also, remind me to go look for some more Oran berries. We're somewhat low on them. Riolu gave a nod and took off. Riolu, Naruto grinned and said, got it. Before going back to his book. Sometimes, I wonder what it would be like, had I not gotten those gifts from Arceus. It's a good thing they won't listen to anyone that isn't an Uzumaki. That would make it easier for people to realize that they can't do anything with them. Forcing them won't work, and I should know. It's a good thing Vulpix told me of a few genjutsu, and even helped me with them. He turned the page and continued to read, hoping that Sarutobi was still paying attention. Old man, if you can hear me, know that I'm fine and have some powerful friends backing me, wanting to help me out in any way they can. I won't explain who they are, or where they live, but they are out there, and they wish to help. I'm not going to explain unless absolutely necessary, so good luck trying. You won't find anything out in that regard. I know you'd be worried, but there is no need to be worried. Of that, I can almost guarantee you," Naruto said before turning the page. Sarutobi returned to his office with a smile on his face. 3 days later, ahead on the island of Uzumaki was Kakashi Hitaki. The ruins of Uzumaki were supposed to be on this island. I know where it should be, at least. I followed the same route to assist Kushina in leaving. Fortunately, it's still largely intact. He began sprinting through the trees, occasionally leaping into the branches to gain momentum. The search for the ruins took no more than an hour. He landed at the edge and began to move around, his senses keenly alert, reasoning that since it didn't appear to have changed recently, he must have found another way to get here. He was alert and drew his kunai as soon as he spotted what appeared to be a six-tailed fox. The fox said, perplexing Kakashi, "Vul." Even though the Vulpix heard him, he asked himself, "What the hell is this?" It leapt to Kakashi's feet and examined him. Uncertain of what it was, Kakashi was cautious. It said, "Vul Vulpix Vul." "What are you? And where is the young boy that I was told was here? Blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker. Like marks on his cheeks." The Vulpix nodded after giving him a look. He looked around. Vulpix. A black and blue dog. Like creature approached the Vulpix, and they began exchanging words. The Riolu gave Kakashi a curious glance. "Can you hear me, human?" Kakashi thought he heard someone using a jutsu and asked, "What is that?" Kakashi saw the Riolu lift its paw and say, "Calm down, it's just me." "Telepathy?" It gave a nod. "Then maybe you can answer my question. I'm looking for a 7-year-old boy. The Hokage wants to know if he's coming back." "Do you have his name?" "Yes." "Then what is the name of who you seek?" "Naruto." "Naruto Uzumaki." Both animals stiffened. "Why do you wish to find him?" Kakashi didn't say anything. "I want an answer, and if we don't find it a good one, then you might as well leave." The Hokage was worried about him. After he found out where he was, and this was 3 days ago, he sent me to find out whether or not he will return. If he will, I am to guide him back. If not, I am to leave him here. And if he will, but not until later, then I am to help where he asks for it, and lead him back when he is ready. Why were you chosen to do this? I am one of the only ones that the Hokage can trust blindly with him. I helped protect him when he was younger, and was happy to do so, Kakashi stated to them. And why is that? You wouldn't if you didn't have any relation to him. Both Pokemon were shocked when the speaker said, I know of his parents. I'm one of the few that know, and anyone that does know is not allowed to speak of it under penalty of death. And why is this? It is because of who his father is. If he is here, then he found out about his mother's roots. I was also a part of the team sent to help out here, but we were only in time to save his mother. I take it is a law that prevents it. A smile. What are the exact words of it? We can probably figure out how to get around it, so you can let him know who they are and not break it. Kakashi's eye appeared to widen. No secret of that rank, SS. Rank can be spoken of. Penalty is death for all parties, regardless of health or status. Riolu merely gave a nod. Write it down, and when he understands, burn the paper. Simple fix. Kakashi grimaced. If it was that simple, then why didn't anyone else think about it? Beats the heck out of us. Most humans are idiots, Nuff said. Can't argue with that. I'll keep that loophole on the down low, though. Kakashi replied. If you know where he is, can I at least see if he's okay? My sensei was his father, so I can give him a full personality report on his father, if he asks. Mother, I can be more open about, especially if he's here. Riolu gave a nod. I'm a Riolu. This is a Vulpix. We're still new to the world, and Naruto is the only one we are going to listen to when it comes to orders. The three of us are family. He's mainly here to find out about his family. Naruto's been thinking of a name for us for a while now, but hasn't come up with anything yet. A smile. He should be back after a few hours. He's in the distortion world with Giratina right now, and we can't enter it ourselves, unless Giratina allows it, and it's probably playing around with Naruto. Kakashi let out a sigh. Well then. I guess I'm sticking around. I'll write up what he should know. Even the burden that his mother held, before she died. Riolu said, Kyuubi no Yoko, and Kakashi's eyes widened. How did you? He's already in the know about it, and we're fine with it. Vulpix evolves into something similar. All Jinchuriki of that same Kyuubi had Uzumaki blood, but we weren't sure of its origins. It would seem to have at least a somewhat good relationship with the Uzumaki clan, if history is anything to go by. We weren't aware that his mother held it, though. Well, I was only in the know, because I saw her when she was pissed. I pity the Iwa ninja that pissed her off, even after 9 years. Kakashi acknowledged. It was 2.5 years before he was born that I saw that. He'd be happy to know that someone else has relation to him. Also, no one knows that I know of his heritage, not even the Hokage knows that I know. He just knows that I'm a little protective over him, and, even when off duty, I'd still protect him unless I'm out of the village on a mission. Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Hokage, myself, and one of the Uchiha are the only ones that know for sure. The Ichirakus at least suspect a connection, but can't ask to prove it. The Ryolu closed its eyes and felt something. I see. Well, at least we can do something about that. He spoke a few words as he turned to face the Vulpix. Vulpix became ecstatic. Come on, Kakashi. Naruto's back. Already? I thought you said it would be a few hours? Don't question it. Just come on. After they all leapt off, they came to rest close to a lake, from which Naruto emerged. Then he saw Kakashi and said, Vulpix. Ryolu. Who is this? His name is Kakashi. He said he has ties to your father, but a law would prevent him from talking about it. We even showed him the idiocy of humans by giving him the loophole of that law. No one was to speak of your heritage. Didn't mean you couldn't write it down. Ryolu explained to him, not through telepathy. A series of yips, rees, loos, and a few Ryolus were all that Kakashi could hear. He turned to Kakashi and said, I see. I take it the old man sent you to bring me back? Only when you willing to come back. If that's not now, but you plan on returning someday, I'm to help you when you ask. Kakashi acknowledged. Otherwise, I'm supposed to stay back, and watch over you. Protect you, if need be. Naruto felt a great deal of self-pity and a glimmer of hope when he looked at him. Aimed at him. He was surprised to hear the question, why pity yourself, then? What do you mean? Kakashi attempted to maintain a neutral expression, but the question prevented it. You may be able to hide your emotions from others, but you can't hide them from me. I'm a bit empathic. You see, I can tell what others are feeling. The other thing that I'm wondering about is why I bring you hope. That makes no sense. Naruto sensed Kakashi's sadness. I lost nearly everyone close to me. Rin, Obito. Your father, too, he was my sensei. Naruto recognized the sadness and truth in his words. Oh no, did he tell you guys anything about my parents? Talk about misery. No, he wasn't allowed to. He said he'd write it down at our advice, after hitting his hand on his face. Vulpix replied. Let me guess. The loophole? Ryolu and Vulpix replied with nods. Naruto gave Kakashi a smile. I look forward to learning what I can about my parents. Kakashi grinned and said, and I look forward to talking to you about them. They spent 4 months in the ruins. He learned about his parents from Kakashi, who also showed him how to manage his chakra. Ryolu helped too, but he sucked at it. It was not surprising, of course, as Ryolu was learning to control his aura. They learned to control it after they mastered access to it. After a while, it became fairly easy, and even Vulpix jumped right in. Ryolu, Naruto, and Vulpix had mastered the skills of climbing trees and walking on water with little effort or hand assistance. Along with some of its advantages, Naruto also learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu. While he, Vulpix, and Ryolu trained, he used them to study. Kakashi was pleased with his development as well. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto was going to have a guest. Naruto woke up this morning eager to learn what he would discover. He discovered a light when he stepped outside, which had never happened before, with Kakashi, Ryolu, and Vulpix at his side. In an instant, Kakashi appeared before him. Kunai prepared. Naruto recognized this voice right away. Calm down, it's just me, Naruto. With hope in his voice, Naruto questioned, Arceus? Is that you? Yes, child. I was originally suspicious of Kakashi. I even had one of my other sons to check out what your Hokage said, just to make sure. It appears you have been going behind his back with a few things, Kakashi. Kakashi said, Naruto, do you know this guy? Yeah, he's a good guy. But what do you mean he's been going behind the old man's back? He's been giving information that no one else was to know, and outright training you in ways he was told not to. Kakashi informed Arceus, I was only helping him because he needs it, more so than anyone else realizes. Arceus then took shape and said, I know. Naruto, he is, by far, the best person to have as a teacher for you. He was willing to disobey his own leader to teach you how you should be taught. As such, I had Dialga and Palkia, my 2 other children, to surround these ruins in a barrier. He won't be able to find you, as long as you are on this island. No one will. Tell me, Kakashi, what kind of animal are you most familiar with? Wait, are you going to give him? Yes, Naruto. He will have to keep it a secret for as long as he can, but other than that, the same rules apply as with your Vulpix. Your Riolu is allowed to be a bit more public, in case you don't remember. Arceus replied. Do you trust him, Naruto? Because I don't see why I should, Kakashi responded. Yeah, I trust him. He's the reason I knew about the Uzumaki clan in the first place, and even dropped me off here. I fell into a pitfall, and after the two of us talked, I was here. It was 3 weeks before I heard anything from Old Man Hokage. Naruto replied. Arceus, if I had to give a suggestion, I think a Shinx, or one of its evolved forms would be a good choice for him. So, he's a lot more familiar with dogs, huh? Yup. And why not Growlithe? His main affinity is lightning. Even I figured that out, said Naruto. Ah, I see. Well then, a Shinx it is. Teach him how to treat it well. I'm counting on you with this, Naruto. Don't worry so much. He's right. Kakashi went on to say. I've seen how he interacts with his Vulpix and his Riolu. He treats them with the utmost respect, as I figure he should. Anything less would denote a failure for them, am I correct? So, you have been paying attention. Good, that makes things easier. You will still have to learn the basics of taking care of them. This Shinx has yet to hatch from its egg. Keep it with you at all times. When it hatches, treat it with care. Kakashi picked up the egg in front of Arceus and said, I understand. Thank you for the opportunity. Also, I heard that Celebi has been jumping dimensions recently. If you see her, tell that I need to talk to her. Again. Arceus seemed irritated. Naruto inquired, has she been making trouble for you again? More than you know. I swear, she's worse than those corrupt humans at times. At least she only annoys me, unlike that damn Cyrus that tried to catch me on several occasions. I remember you telling me about him. Seriously, he's a major idiot, said Naruto. Tell me about it. Although it was more of a chuckle for Kakashi, Naruto, Kakashi, and Arceus all laughed together. When this was finished, Kakashi was carefully holding the egg. Thank you for trusting me, Arceus, he replied. I have given you the benefit of a doubt, Kakashi, don't mess it up. Kakashi stated, I have no intentions on that. Helping Naruto is also helping me out with my own problems. It may seem like I'm using him, but I see it as we're both helping each other out. He still blames himself for living on while everyone close to him died, said Naruto. It's not a good thing to feel. I know it's gone down while he was here, but it's still there. Being around me is good for him, and it goes a little faster when he talks to me about my parents. I see. You're also glad I gave you the empathy ability? Yeah, I am. And have you been working on that anger problem I told you about? Naruto acknowledged, yeah, Riolu helped me there. Meditation works wonders. Good. And I'm guessing that's why the Uzumaki preferred the Riolu and Lucario over most other Pokemon. Yeah. Their meditation is the main reason. It really helps with the whole anger problem. Even met with the Biju, and yeah, it turned out he was aware of the Pokemon. As long as I'm nice to Kitsune, the Vulpix, he won't try to influence me, unlike most. Finally found a name for him, huh? Actually, I just came up with it. Kyuubi did tell me there was a difference between Kitsune and Yoko, though it isn't really physical. Kitsune kind of popped up. Naruto acknowledged. The Vulpix gave him a look. I actually kind of like that name. It helps that a Ninetales, though not a Pokemon, helped you make the decision, Kitsune said. Looking at Naruto, Kitsune said, so, that's good with you. Then Kitsune it is. Alright. I have been checking on your progress, as I said I would. You are already where I hoped you would be before you were done. I had Palkia set up a portal that would lead into the northeast sector of the forest known as the Forest of Death. The wildlife of that area are already in the know, and will be expecting you when you go through. I hope you've planned out a prank for those stuck-up Hyuga. They really need to lighten up. Are you kidding? I had 4 in my head before we met, and I've had a bit of time to improve them a bit. With all the Fuinjutsu here, I've developed a few more seals from them, and I plan on using them to my advantage. Although, nah, I shouldn't ask. Shouldn't ask what? A Sneasel. You know how much good they're for stealth, replied Naruto. Yes, I do. And I take it you want one? Naruto grinned at the Riolu and Kitsune and said, I'm good with these two. I think we should wait for his Shinx to hatch, and wait for them to bond and train together, before we head back, though. While a Sneasel would be useful, it's not really needed. You've grown, Naruto. Has your dream changed? With a determined tone, Naruto stated, only something added. I still wish to be Hokage. I also intend on restoring the Uzumaki clan. Something that I feel would be better off around. Well then, I should let you know that I have heard some reports from Raiko, who has been coming here, mainly in Lightning Country, but he has reported that there are some areas with unknown runes. If you come across any ruins like that, do as the inscription says, as I'm sure you'd be able to translate it. Alright, I'll work on it. It should come naturally, so don't worry too much over it. Naruto gave a wink. Alright, I'm out. Be sure to continue spending time with Giratina every now and then. He enjoys your company. As Arceus gleamed and vanished into thin air, Naruto said, sure thing, Arceus. Well, I think we should take the day off today, instead of training. Before the egg in his hands began to shake, Kakashi said, agreed. The egg had some cracks in it. Before long, it burst open. Shinx. Both Kakashi and Naruto simply grinned at it. Shinx grinned as he glanced at Kakashi. Shinx? Kakashi appeared to comprehend. Are you sure? Shinx. The Shinx yipped joyfully as Kakashi smilingly said, well, if you say so. Come on, let's go. The whole day was spent playing. This time, Kakashi worked on the food with Naruto, who had taught him a lot more about the fundamentals of Pokemon feeding. 2 months later, Riolu and Kitsune had taught Shinx everything they knew about water walking and tree climbing. He also learned Kakashi's fighting style and is now able to fight with him, though it's difficult to keep up on higher levels. As they have been doing for some time, Shinx and Riolu were engaged in a fictitious battle. As usual, Naruto and Kakashi merely observed. Naruto questioned, who do you think will win this time? I'm not making any bets here. As confident as I am in Raito, Riolu has a lot more experience. I'm leaning either way, replied Kakashi. Raito is the Shinx, indeed. After using Spark, Raito attempted to strike Riolu. He was knocked back after missing the dodge. To Raito's surprise, he stood up again. Naruto raised both eyes as Riolu began to glow. What this meant, Kakashi wondered. To Kakashi's confusion, Naruto declared, Raito lost this round. Why? With a slight smirk, Naruto remarked, just watch. Riolu is no longer a Riolu. Riolu appeared much larger and slightly more defined as the glow subsided. Riolu changed to become Lucario, and Naruto was ecstatic. The Lucario gave Naruto a look. Naruto nodded and said, I just evolved. And that means. Alright. Lucario took a single blow and used a force palm to essentially knock Raito unconscious. Man, I love that move. Kakashi and Naruto visited their respective Pokemon. After giving the Lucario a high five, Naruto and the Lucario approached the Shinx. Seeing that he had much more control over his aura than before, Lucario sent some to the Shinx. The Shinx moaned, but remained awake. Kakashi said softly, are you okay, Raito? Raito let out a groan. Kakashi whispered, rest up. You've earned yourself it. Shinx fainted. After returning, they all placed Raito on the cot. The whole time, Kakashi was with him. Kitsune, Lucario, and Naruto entered. They approached Kakashi and Raito. I'll be the first to admit I'm no expert, but I think Raito will be okay. He shouldn't do much for a few days, so he can heal. Kakashi grinned. I feel like it's my fault, though. Naruto urged Kakashi to stop wallowing in his own misery. It won't do you any good, and it will make Raito feel worse than you. I can't help but feel at fault. What if next time? For now, Naruto interrupted him. Just be glad there can be a next time. He'll be fine. Don't worry so much. How can I not? When he wanted to face off with Riolu evolving was not expected. That was a mutual thing. If not for that, Lucario had already said that Raito would have won that one. That spark was on the verge of becoming a Volt Tackle. Naruto stated, you should be proud of him, not sad. And how does that make it any better? Normally, a Shinx can't learn Volt Tackle. The fact that Raito almost did, means he actually can learn it. Something that would normally be impossible. From what I saw, if he increased the voltage and added in a quick attack, which it is possible for him to learn. He already knows quick attack, so if he combined Spark with it, he could use Volt Tackle, unheard of for a Shinx, or its evolved forms. It's a powerful move, but if you're not careful, and he doesn't get used to it, it could hurt him. Naruto stated. That's why I said wait a few days. You shouldn't slack off in your own training while you wait, though. I've been working with Flamethrower recently. I had only recently pulled it off, though. With your affinity being lightning you'd be able to learn a few electric type moves, and it would be pure lightning manipulation. Now, if I had a real fire jutsu to learn, I wonder how I'd do with it. Kakashi gave nod. He looked over at Lucario. Lucario nodded and asked, "Can I trust you to watch over him?" "Thanks, Lucario." Naruto, Kitsune, and Kakashi left. "I caused it. I should make sure he heals." Kakashi had a single thought as he turned to look back. "I hope you recover quickly, Raito." He kept leaving. When they stepped outside, Kakashi was looking grave. Naruto was almost alarmed. That was not anger, and that was the only reason it didn't. It was willpower. "Alright, what's the weakest electric type attack? Better for me to start at the bottom and work my way up." Naruto uttered the words, "Thundershock." Thundershock is the first one, and actually the weakest in a series of 5 electric type attacks. Basically, what you want is a small amount of electricity and you shoot it at your target. After that, it's Thunderbolt. It's about twice as powerful as Thundershock, and Spark is about the same when it comes to voltage. The difference? Thunderbolt is a ranged move. Spark is a close combat move, but they are virtually the same thing, just different range. Naruto clarified. The highest one, and also the next one, is Thunder. If you surround yourself with Thunder, it's similar to a lightning armor. Then you go in for a fast attack, a full body charge, and you got yourself a Volt Tackle. It's about the same speed for tunnel vision, if I'm correct. Kakashi remarked, "Then I have something similar. I have my own jutsu. It's called Chidori, but is also nicknamed the Reikiri. If not for the fact Obito gave me his Sharingan, I wouldn't be able to cope with the tunnel vision it gives." "Think you can do the same with a full body armor? That would give you some good grounds for a Volt Tackle," said Naruto. "I could try, but I think it's better if I work my way up the ladder," replied Kakashi. Naruto glanced at Kitsune and said, "Alright, Kitsune? Yeah, I think we could work on our own version, don't you? Full body electric attack. Not electric. Fire. You've learned extreme speed already. If you cover yourself in a flamethrower, and use it like that, you've got a successful fire version of Volt Tackle." Naruto replied with a thoughtful expression. "Ingenious. I can't believe it could be that simple. In theory, it is. Application, however, isn't. It takes practice to do so properly. No, it would be a lot easier than you probably think. Covering yourself in ember and rolling is a flame wheel. You do the same with a flamethrower and then add in extreme speed. You got yourself a flame tackle. Sweet, alright, let's work on it. The both of us. First, we have to surround ourselves in the flamethrower, and get used to it. Then we go for the next step." While Kakashi worked on Thundershock, the two of them worked on ejecting flames and enclosing themselves with it. "Okay, let's do it." Naruto and Kitsune were still attempting to envelop themselves in flames to avoid getting burned, while Kakashi received a Thundershock 3 hours later. Things were not going well. They went inside since it was getting close to dusk and discovered Lucario still standing beside Raito. "Welcome back, you three." Naruto was asking, "Luke, how is he?" Finally came up with a name. Naruto said, "Spur of the moment. He's asleep right now. Has been for the last hour or so. He is already in the know, and understands the need for rest. He's also glad you decided to keep training yourself. At least that's what he said." Kakashi questioned, "He's not entirely sure, is he?" Luke answered, "Didn't seem like he was. All I know for sure is he said he was happy, that you're not letting his choice bother you much. Could be the training itself he is unsure of. I couldn't tell you to be honest. He'd have to tell you what he was unsure of." "Naruto, we need to let Lucario train as well. Tomorrow, I'll watch over Raito. You train with Lucario," Kitsune replied. "I think that's a good idea, Kitsune. Luke, you and I will be training tomorrow. You'll need to learn and perfect the Aura Sphere move. It should come naturally for you, and I'll be trying that as well." "I understand. If it does come naturally, then I figure I can learn it quickly. Perfecting it is another story." Naruto told him, "I know." Then he nodded and said, "For now, we should get some rest. That means you too, Kakashi." A few days later Raito was moving around, mostly beside Kakashi. Both Kitsune and Naruto's Lucario, Luke, were practicing their attacks. Raito was trying to maintain the spark attacks functionality for long stretches of time. An hour passed before he collapsed to his knees. In contrast, Kakashi was attempting to use chakra as full body armor. It was working better for Kakashi. While working on the Aura Sphere, Naruto was experiencing much greater success. Now that Naruto and Luke could combine to form an Aura Sphere, only Luke could easily throw it. "It seems like you're focusing too much on the formation. Once it is formed, focus more on execution." Naruto gave a nod. At that moment, Kakashi had turned to face Naruto as he reformed the aura sphere. He lost his armor and his focus. Raito took note. Kakashi? What's up? Surprised, Kakashi questioned, Naruto, how the hell does he know the Rasengan? Naruto questioned, this isn't Rasengan, why? Before extending his hand and forming the Rasengan, Kakashi said, that sphere. It looks almost exactly like the Rasengan. It was your father's move, though close combat. No way. Those are too damn similar. Learn this Rasengan, and control it. Then learn to throw it like an aura sphere. Naruto answered, I think that would work. Think you can help? You've got the form down. All you need is the rotation for it, from what I can see. Kakashi stated to him. Kakashi created a Rasengan, while Naruto created an aura sphere. Make one of those, and put it next to mine. The sole distinction is rotation inside. With the rotation, the Rasengan is quicker and has more. Aura sphere is devoid of that. The premise is the same except for that. A ball of aura, or chakra. That's it. For this, I'm using chakra. I can't get it to go far because of this. Naruto smiled. Kakashi inquired anxiously, what's going on in that head of yours? Nothing much. Just figured out why I can't throw it. We use chakra, not aura. Pokemon are using aura. A Hyuga might be able to learn it, but I won't be able to. Let's compare them in close range. Naruto agreed and nodded. They approached one of the trees and pushed it into their own. Compared to Naruto, Kakashi's hit contained more spirals. However, Naruto passed through the tree without any problems, and then it left the hand. Fully stable and capable of striking 2 additional trees prior to exploding. Kakashi, Luke, and Naruto watched it leave. Gazing at his hand, Naruto recalled his actions. He made another one and threw the aura sphere with one hand instead of the customary 2, as if he were thrusting a Rasengan. I wonder, he said, the outcome? It exploded after flying into a rock face. Luke watched in awe. Looks like you can throw an aura sphere with one hand, but not 2. Nice job. Sitting down, Naruto said, thanks. Just repeating an action that I'm not completely used to is hard. Kakashi gave him a look. So, rotation ratio? Rasengan has about 30 times the rotation paths of an aura sphere. Maybe more. Try to tone down the rotations of a Rasengan, and then make the same motion. You might get an aura sphere, and you could throw it. Naruto replied with a bit of disbelief. I think we should all work on this. Kitsune, continue with the whole fire armor thing. My body is somewhat used to it now, as I've been going for slightly hotter temperatures using fire chakra every now and then. Flames aren't appearing, but I'm not going that far just yet. Kitsune gave a nod. I really wish I would evolve soon, though, it might make this easier. Naruto remarked, somehow, I doubt it. Luke only got better at manipulating aura because that's what a Lucario does naturally. They're called aura dogs for a reason, you know. Yeah, but I don't see why it wouldn't work for me. Besides, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure how to get you to evolve, so probably not a good idea to do so. You don't? Couldn't you ask Arceus? I wish. I haven't heard anything from him for a while. I mean, Kakashi got his shinks when I last talked with him, acknowledged Naruto. At this moment, a tiny, pink Pokemon that resembled a mouse emerged. Naruto asked, who are you? Not remembering the name but knowing it was a Pokemon. You're with Pokemon, but you don't know who I am? Your name just escapes me. I know that I should know you and that you are a Pokemon, but that's about it, replied Naruto. Legendary status, maybe? Legendary? Inquired Kakashi. Yes, I do fall under that category. And Arceus was right. You are honest. Just like that last trainer I took a liking to. Well, it would be rude to just call you Legend, Pokemon, or something else when talking to you. And there's the formality. I'm not much for formalities, to be honest. I know, just like Ash. Huh? Kakashi and Naruto nearly gaped like fish. Oh, it's the other trainer that I liked. In fact, he's a friend to all Pokemon. And that Lucario you have? It came from an egg that his Lucario and Ditto had. Ash is a legend among all Pokemon, and the only human to have gained every legendary Pokemon's good word. Even my clone, which the humans made long ago. Naruto's gaze expanded. Now I remember, your name is Mew, isn't it? Finally caught on. Naruto acknowledged, it was the clone comment. You're the only Pokemon, legendary status or not, to be cloned. The clone was called Mewtwo, and turned his back on humanity. I heard about Ash from Giratina, and how he saved multiple Pokemon and humans. The only human to live among Pokemon, and still have a heart of gold, and a silvery spirit. And you were pretty close in personality to him, as well. At least, that's what I've been hearing from Arceus. Kakashi questioned, is there any reason you came, Mew? I mean, I think you'd have something else to do elsewhere, don't you? I would. If there was something that needed my presence. Mewtwo has volunteered for some of my duties, and is happy for it. We both are off, so he's checking out other things while I came here to check out Arceus' new chosen. He hasn't chosen anyone since Ash, and there's the matter with your Vulpix. What do you mean? If you want him to evolve, you'll need a Firestone. Before Mew could finish, he said, "Aw, man. There's no way I could that without some help from you guys. Wait, can you?" Mew pulled out a stone that radiated heat and said, "Way ahead of you. I heard you had a Vulpix, but we're in a place where there are no Pokemon, so I brought one with me, in case you were going to ask. Here." The stone struck Naruto. "So," Kitsune said, "I know what to do, just set it down." Naruto followed Kitsune's instructions and backed up a little. Kitsune approached it, took a whiff, and then consumed it. "What? Is that supposed to happen?" Kitsune then glowed and changed, saying, "No, I really only need to get close to it, but I was hungry. It was almost time for lunch, and I couldn't wait." The reddish orange fur turned platinum blonde. 6 tails turned into 9. "Congratulations. Your Kitsune has just evolved into a 9-tails," Mew informed them. Naruto questioned, why did you say that?" Mew answered, "Thought it would be fun." Before a Pokemon that looked like a blue and yellow dog emerged from the bushes, someone said, "It was so funny I forgot to laugh." "Mew, you've overstayed your welcome, and Lugia wanted to talk to you. Something about Ash's grandkid." "Not again. What about Zapdos? Fighting with Moltres and Articuno again. Entei? Won't leave Chihiro's family, Suicune? Are you kidding? She'd freeze him, she never liked kids. Damn. Palkia and Dialga are holding the barrier, oh. He and Lugia never truly got along. Mewtwo?" Mew's voice was troubled. "Doesn't fall under the rules you two agreed on. You have got to be kidding me. Wait, what about you?" "Special mission from Arceus. It involves these two. Or rather, it involves the blonde," the dog replied. "Wait, why me? And, if it regards Pokemon, and it is in this realm, it falls under your duty. I'm supposed to accompany you there this time around." He was told by the dog. "And by the way, my name is Raikou." "Okay, that answers that. What's the problem I have to help out with?" Mew gave them a look and HMPHED, "You're no fun." "I got to do something, right? I've been doing nothing but training lately. I'm going to need some real time experience," replied Naruto. "You need to figure out how to balance between playing and duties. It might get a little more fun." Before turning to face Mew, Raikou acknowledged, "Ash always said that too. Are you going to finally take the advice? Or are you going to ignore it like last time?" Mew cast a downward glance. Hearing it from one of them, and then hearing it from someone that could rival his personality. "Okay, I'll go, but I won't like it." Mew looked at Naruto in shock as he said, "And I don't expect you to. What? You think I'd like doing boring duties? Here, look at it this way. The faster you get it done right, the more time you have for fun." He did not say that. He isn't going to have to do menial chores for his chosen profession to start out. "I've been thinking of ways for it to go by faster, so I can do more things with my Pokemon," said Naruto. "It's all about perspective and a reason to figure out how." Mew said, "Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks," and then teleported away. Then Naruto turned to face Raikou. "Think Kitsune and Lucario can follow on foot?" Raikou answered, "Not likely. This is in Lightning Country, in the mountains." Naruto snatched the 2 Pokeballs as he ran inside. "This will be the first time you'll be in your Pokeballs for a while, but we can't really let others see you just yet." Luke said, "I understand. I may not like it, but I get it as well. Arceus doesn't want our existence out as much as possible." Kitsune responded. "That is the reason for Raikou and Luke, but Kitsune, you have another reason. Your evolution turned you into a smaller version of something that is feared as a creature of destruction. They will attack to kill you if they saw you. I'm not about to let that happen." Naruto grumbled. Kitsune gave a nod. Naruto held up the Pokeballs and struck Kitsune and Luke with their red beams, saying, "At least I know you care about me." After taking out a Pokeball, Kakashi turned to face Raikou, who gave him a nod. Considering that he had never been in a Pokeball before, he was struck in the head by the ball. After a few tremors, it calmed down. After taking it, Kakashi placed it in his ninja pouch. In his pockets, Naruto placed his. Get on, you two. I can get us there within minutes. Raiko replied. Naruto walked beside Kakashi as he boarded, and he used an odd 5-point shuriken. Naruto handed it to Kakashi and said, take this, and throw it in the ground right outside the destination. I should know where it is when that happens, and I'll be there. Kakashi remarked, you didn't learn the Hiraishin. Just trust me on this, it's only for transportation as of now. Raiko departed after Kakashi nodded. After a few seconds of waiting and tensing up, Naruto quickly departed. Konohagakure Sarutobi's patience was wearing thin. For several months, he had been unable to see Kakashi and Naruto. What on earth is happening? I can see them there 1 second, and then they're gone. They're no longer in the elemental countries, I'm starting to believe. Sarutobi was drawn to a man who said from the window, hey old man. I got a drop about some unknown ruins, that no one can seem to figure out. Jiraiya. I need someone to go to Whirlpool Island and check on the Uzumaki ruins. Kakashi and Naruto were there, and now it's not even showing the ruins. I need someone to check on them. Unfortunately, I was asked by one of the cryptologists there to help out. The thing is, Kumo asked me to help out. They were willing to give up one of their Jinchuriki for this. Konohagakure would get the Nibi, and Naruto would have someone to stick around the village for. Well, we haven't truly lost Naruto yet, and Danzo is not aware of his location. If you can get through with this code, check on Naruto and Kakashi. I'm worried about them. Jiraiya assured him, don't worry yourself, old man. I'll take care of it. I'll send a toad with a message stating if they're okay or not. Sarutobi said, all right, now get to it. Jiraiya said, wait, there's more I have for you. Orochimaru had just quit the group he was in. Itachi is also in that group. Akatsuki? Inquired Sarutobi. Yeah, how did you know? I made use of Danzu's order for Itachi to kill off all Uchiha. I heard from one of my summons about them, and they could become a threat. I met with Itachi beforehand, and told him that he should become a rogue, and join up with them. At the same time, he'd be feeding us information from the inside. I only asked for him to keep an eye on their movements, but you shouldn't let down your guard with them, either. Jiraiya then departed in a cloud of smoke after saying, agreed. Now, I'm done, and I'm out. A few days later, the ruins of Lightning Country. Jiraiya had just met with the cryptologists. One said, oh, I'm glad you came. We haven't found any clue as to where it came from, or who made them in the first place. A rustle in the bushes at this moment alerted Jiraiya to the situation. Naruto and Kakashi appeared. Jiraiya? Kakashi? You know him? Inquired Naruto. Kakashi answered, the sensei of my sensei. So, you're the one the old man is so worried about, huh? Figured he would be. I told him he didn't have to be. Besides, he wouldn't be able to find the ruins I've been at for the last few months. Not anymore at least, replied Naruto. Oh, and why not? Has he ever tried finding the Yondaime Hokage's personal warehouse? Asked Naruto. He has one. Yup. It's in a pocket dimension of sorts. Only him and his offspring can enter it. Kakashi replied. Anyway, what are you doing here? I was asked to find out what the strange markings mean. These guys can't find any record of them. Jiraiya responded, you? With annoyance, Naruto remarked, my duty. Don't ask. The quicker I get this done, the quicker I can go back to training what I need to be training. Jiraiya inquired, and what would that be? And why is it your duty? Before ascending the stairs to a platform, Naruto remarked, I just said don't ask. For now, just trust me on this. Behind him, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and one of the cryptologists ascended. What the hell has been going on in those ruins? Space. Time barrier, effectively making a pocket dimension. Didn't think you were that good with seals, wasn't me. He can't be that good with seals. Kakashi held up a hand and said, wasn't him, either. It's his choice whether to reveal it or not. I have no say, as per orders of the Hokage. Jiraiya muttered some offensive words. Without looking back, Naruto uttered, I heard that, Jiraiya. My senses are much more fine-tuned than most. Training with Kakashi, and a few animals that can move around in pitch black darkness without making a sound, you tend to learn a few things. The cryptologist ran up to a wall as they approached it. This is where the strange things pop up. He stated, I'm afraid I can't do much in translation, and no one else seems to know of it. Kakashi and Jiraiya both took a look at it. Both of them shook their heads, but Kakashi's motivation was different. Kakashi remarked, now I see. Jiraiya had retreated. With hope, the cryptologist said, what? You can read it. Kakashi gave a headshake. Jiraiya inquired, then what did you figure out? Naruto, it looks like Arceus was right. There are ruins with things from his domain here. Kakashi responded. After reading the inscription, Naruto said, yes, I can see that, and he was right on something else. Don't tell me. Yup. Naruto said, going silent, give me maybe an hour. I should be able to figure out just what this thing is. Kakashi simply leaned against one of the pillars, stood back, and looked up. N. It is essentially a block pyramid with a platform on top, a wall on one side, and 4 obelisks, one on each corner. Think Aztec or Mayan cultures. Naruto ignored all of the questions the cryptologist continued to pose. He gave Kakashi a look. Please tell me you can get him to answer my questions. Kakashi said, sorry, I don't think even I can. He wouldn't listen to me, either. Naruto called their attention to himself and said, actually, I heard every question. The problem is, I'm not going to answer any of them, as they are not important to the situation at hand. Jiraiya inquired, and the inscription translation? That is something best left to me, and me alone. What I have found already is supposed to be kept secret as it is. For someone to build a temple for this? I can't say it was before. More like a forgotten legend. Naruto then moved slightly to the left. What do you mean? Inquired Kakashi. Kakashi widened his eyes when Naruto remarked, Luke, Kitsune, and Raito aren't the first of their kind to come here. To Jiraiya's surprise, Kakashi almost yelled, you're kidding me. Naruto acknowledged, I hope so. This is only a theory, to be honest, but from what I can gather here, I'd say the odds are pretty big for that theory to be the truth. Hold on, yelled Jiraiya. Jiraiya took this strangely seriously. Kakashi, who are the 3 he mentioned? And I won't take classified as an answer, she said. Kakashi pointed to Naruto and remarked, he is the only person permitted to reveal that. He's the only reason they're here in the first place. Jiraiya questioned, do you want me to pull rank? Jiraiya and the cryptologist were taken aback when Kakashi asked, you want to go against a deity's orders? Because if I say anything without Naruto's expressed and written permission, then I can't say a word. It's bigger than the whole Kyuubi incident. At least 10 times bigger. You can't be serious. Jiraiya scowled at Naruto and said, I wish it were otherwise, but I can't say anything as of right now. Naruto uttered without even looking, don't bother with a glare of that magnitude. I've had worse since I was 3. 5 times worse, from multiple people. The cryptologist said, must be rough. I'm actually friends with a Jinchuriki, to be honest. That's why I'm here alone. No one would bother helping me out because I actually want to spend time with her. That's why I offered to send her to Konohagakure if they helped out. Naruto answered, well, then send word for her to pack. I'm like a grandson to the Sandaime Hokage, and I have a distant relation to the Shodai Hokage, and by proxy the Nidaime Hokage. Not to mention, I look similar to the Yondaime Hokage. My allegiance is with Konohagakure, so if you get my help, you're getting Konoha's help. And I still don't know what this whole thing was for. You haven't answered any of my questions. Then Naruto arrived at the end, exhaled, and got to his feet. Naruto turned to face the cryptographer. He finally asked, which way is north from here? What? Naruto shocked them all by saying, I have a complete set of instructions for what this place does. If you want to see, then you need to do as I ask. You mean? Yeah, I translated it. However, none of you can do anything with this place. Uzumaki thing? Inquired Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked when Naruto said, try Giratina thing. No. Naruto answered in a dejected tone, yup. Portal to his realm. Jiraiya, who's this Giratina? Naruto said, I'm afraid I can't tell you. He saw a light appear before him. Naruto. Naruto looked at the light and said, yeah, I checked it out. 2-way ticket to distortion. I believe I'd need permission for these 2 to bring them there. One of them would bring a friend to my home village, while the other was his sensei. I see. Your names. What are they? Who? Inquired Jiraiya. Kakashi let out a sigh. The big one is Jiraiya of the Sannin. Minato's sensei. The other, I never caught a name, but she is friends with a Jinchuriki. I will need a name. That way, I can alert my son to his guests. Naruto acknowledged, he should be expecting me any day now. In fact, I was planning on visiting tomorrow. Haven't been able to the past few weeks, unfortunately. My name is Rei Cortana. My friend, who is the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakaneko, is named Yugito Ni. I'm one of her only friends, as of late. The cryptologist responded. Arceus remarked, "You speak the truth. I approve, on one condition. Information on what you see is not to get out to those Naruto does not deem worthy." "Why an 8-year-old kid?" "Because I chose to help him where he needed it, when no one else would," said Arceus. "Had I not done anything, that Sandaime would be considered a massive idiot in my eyes. I personally think the paperwork has finally gone to his head, and put him on the edge. His counsel just pushed him over, to be honest." Jiraiya answered, "Okay, I swear it." Ray said to him, "As do I. And I believe this will be a good rendezvous point to get Yugito to Konoha." "No, Yugito will not go directly to Konohagakure. She will be going with Naruto for a while. I already have something for her. I have also sent another gift to someone in Sanagakure. He has enjoyed his gift so far." "Which one?" "He's got a trapinch, because of the sand." The light disappeared. "Partially, yes. Also, I will be coming as well. I will see you four there." Jiraiya gave Kakashi a look. "Don't ask me." Naruto let out a sigh. "You guys see the rings on the floor?" Kakashi, Jiraiya. "Stand in the innermost ring, not including the dot. Ray, you get on the next ring going out." Ray said, "What about you?" To the 4 pillars Naruto went. "North?" Ray gestured toward one end. That's where Naruto touched the obelisk. He then made contact with the west, east, and south. Afterward, he proceeded to the central dot. Naruto then demonstrated several hand signs before saying, "Don't bother copying this, as it's a clan jutsu. Uzumaki secret jutsu. Portal to another realm." The marks resembled spiders so much that they looked uncannily like summoning jutsus. Each one glowed and disappeared. Jiraiya, Ray, Kakashi, and Naruto all showed up on what appeared to be a floating platform. Naruto was the only one with a smile on his face. Kakashi inquired, "Where are we, Naruto?" Before noticing the smile. Rather than say anything, Naruto raised a 3-fingered hand. 2 fingers. 1. Everyone except Naruto became alert as he made a noise and his hand turned into a fist. Grew. As they turned to face the source of the sound, they noticed a dragon circling and approaching them. "Head to the usual meeting spot. I'll see you there, and I'll bring the others." The dragon roared, grew, before turning away. Naruto turned to face the others, who were taken aback by his attention. "Follow me, and don't worry about using chakra here, unless it has to deal with water." "What do you mean?" Naruto approached the platform's edge and peered at the vertical one. He leapt in its direction and swiveled slightly to land on it. He looked at the others and remarked, "Gravity shifts here." Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Ray ran up to it and followed suit. "Just follow me, and keep an eye on the platforms. They move from time to time. It takes a while to get used to the shifting gravity." Ray inquired, "Where are we?" Naruto took the lead and made several platform changes. "This is the distortion world. The portal to another realm is an Uzumaki clan jutsu. I'm not sure why it was made in the first place, but I figure that those temples were made for a reason. That temple was made to access the distortion world. There may be others that allow access to other realms as well." Kakashi questioned, "Would this include Arceus realm?" Before leaping to a higher platform with a small town on it, Naruto said, "I can't say for sure. All I know is, Arceus gave me the job of investigating them. Those markings at the temple. They're called unknown runes. They resemble the Pokemon called Unknown. Kakashi isn't aware of them, nor can he translate those kinds of runes. Only I can right now." They came to a ledge. The dragon approached him. Naruto said, "Hey Tina. What's up?" Only Naruto and Kakashi could understand the dragon's question. "I was wondering when you were going to come back. Who are they?" "Well, you've been keeping an eye on me for Arceus, haven't you?" "Yeah, I have. I like it when you come by. You know it gets lonely here." Kakashi questioned, "He didn't tell you we were coming yet? You can understand me. I've got a shinx. I kind of learned how he talks. Other than that, I have no idea why I can." "Oh." Jiraiya and Ray said, perplexed. Jiraiya said, "Kakashi, you can understand that thing?" "If I were you, I wouldn't insult him like that," Kakashi said. "Unfortunately, I have no idea who or what he is. Thing is the closest thing I can come up with. According to Naruto, he's a Giratina. I call him Tina for short. Speaking of which, Tina, did you get that book I asked you to find?" "That I did. I put it in the usual library. I don't see why you asked about it, though. Just a bunch of random guys." "What is he saying?" inquired Jiraiya. Ray let out a sigh. "Don't tell me you asked him to get a bingo book." "What?" inquired Jiraiya. Then Naruto questioned, "How did you know?" You mean? Began Kakashi. Yeah. I figured that I should know who is out of my league, and who I can't take down. Naruto replied. Know your enemy, right? Oh. So that's why you asked me to find one. The guy was dead, and thrown in a river. A couple of rocks on the metal plate, along with a slash through it. Kakashi said, rogue from Iwa. Damn. Naruto replied, okay, I'll check it out later. I really want to see Arceus in person, because all I've ever really seen is mere phantom versions of him. I'm hoping he'd come here in person, so I can actually touch him. Get on. All of you. Naruto, you've got point. Kakashi, Naruto, and Ray leapt on, with Naruto landing on the mandible. Jiraiya was cautious and said, hop on, Jiraiya. Why should I trust him? Jiraiya was startled when Naruto said, because your student's son trusts him. You know? Naruto acknowledged, I've known for a while, just get on. Jiraiya leapt to Ray's back. Hang on. Naruto, I'm taking you directly to that ship. You know, the one I taught you to fly? Naruto questioned, really? You fixed it up? Giratina informed him, yeah. This time, bring out the landing gear before you land. According to Naruto, I know. They approach a pillar that once held an odd car. I really wish Shaman were here. He could help get this thing out of here. Naruto questioned, how else can I fly alongside you, before opening a compartment and stepping inside before it close? What is he doing? Preparing to fly, Kakashi. He is smarter than you think, and he learns quickly. First time flying, and he already had it down. Landing was the problem. Think I can bring out Raito? No need. Besides, Arceus still wants their existence kept secret. Another voice from close by said, that I do. They witnessed the physical manifestation of Arceus. Kakashi, it's been a while. Kakashi said, that it has. You finally the real deal? Upon approaching Giratina, Arceus said, yes, Kakashi. Get on. We should talk without them. Giratina, let them know just what they're getting themselves into here. I may have given the go, but they need to realize the consequences of knowing about this place, and what will happen if they breath a word about it or anything discussed here. Giratina said, sure thing, Pops. Arceus didn't even flinch when Kakashi leapt on top of him. Naruto, come with me. We'll talk for now. A metallic voice that sounded like Naruto's came from the now floating ship, and it followed Arceus as they both took off. Sure thing, Arceus. Alright, you too. I'm going to educate you on the rules you'll need to follow regarding the information about this place, and everything else regarding Pokemon, along with what a Pokemon is. Giratina replied prior to departing. With Arceus, alright you too. What did you find, and why are you here? A way to come here. Only I can open the portal, and my guess is that it has something to do with the old Uzumaki clan. Replied Naruto. Really? The whole reason Jiraiya and Ray are here is because it would allow me to take up to 8 others with me. Replied Naruto. What? Inquired Kakashi. That's what I want to know. The innermost ring can only hold 2 people. The next ring takes up to 6. I guess it's similar to the element oxygen in terms of transportation. Oxygen? Inquired Kakashi, perplexed. How so, Naruto? What is oxygen? Kakashi shook his head and said, oh, you're not aware of those kinds of elements, are you? You see, Kakashi, there are several scientific elements, and then there are chakra elements. Oxygen is a scientific element. At least, where I'm from it is. Okay. As I was saying, Naruto stated, it's the electron system. It does have 8 electrons, and in the same pattern. I'd have to be the nucleus of an oxygen atom, and the passengers would be the electrons. Arceus said, good. You've improved your vocabulary. What else did you find out? There's got to be more, and one of them is likely to be one to your realm. If I find out where it is, then I think I would use it to get a few Pokemon supplies, said Naruto. Other than that, I wouldn't do much. Anyone that gets my trust, and your approval would be brought here to get Tina's approval. Once he or she has that, they should be good for a Pokemon. If it is found that they don't treat them like they should, I would ask Tina to send them back, and they lose any trust I had in them. Suddenly frightened, Kakashi said, you're not going to send Raito back, are you? Why would I do that? Raito is helping you just as much as I am. We're bringing you out of your funk, and it wouldn't do for you to be in that mood, anyway. That was the original reason I would have wanted you to get a Pokemon in the first place. They teach you to be happy, and as you saw, they can take a beating, and only get knocked out. You don't have to worry about them that much in the pain department, especially since no one here would know how to kill them for good. They're like life. long partners, and they can do a lot for you. You suggested the Shinx because of his affinity, but also because he needed the emotional help? Yeah, like I said, he needs it. They tried pushing me over the edge, but they failed. War pushed him over the edge. He needs help to get back up, and Raito is doing just that, replied Naruto. Startled, Kakashi questioned, you suggested giving me the Shinx to help me? Why not? I could tell you needed it. I knew how to help, so I did, replied Naruto. I knew you were nice, but really? What? Nothing. Just know that it could get you killed in your realm. Did you run into Mew earlier? Actually, after I sent Raiko to you and I found that Mew started getting his own duties done. I still don't know why. Naruto answered, I gave him some advice, and a reason. I intend on doing so myself. The sooner I get things done right, the more time I get for what I want to do. Interesting. As they moved around the area, they kept talking. They approached Giratina when they noticed him attempting to approach them. What's the verdict? Inquired Arceus. They're in. Jiraiya gave me more information than I know what to do with, but also said that Sarutobi, his boss and Naruto's surrogate grandfather, has been worried and wanted him to head to Whirlpool Island, where they had been training. He is now aware of the barrier, though not the reasoning for it. Naruto said, you mind if I say something on that? Through the ship? Like what? Inquired Arceus. Arceus nodded in agreement as Naruto stated, what I think could very well be a reason. Jiraiya, when we leave, head to Old Man Hokage, and give him this message. The training Kakashi and I are going through is to be kept as top secret, and no one, not even a cage, or the council, can do anything about that. Anyone that tries to force me to speak, either through genjutsu, mind games, or just plain torture, they will have several beings on par, if not stronger, than the Kyuubi no Kitsune after their life. Unless I give expressed and written permission, no one, not even the Hokage can know. As such, Whirlpool Island itself has been placed in a pocket dimension by two of the ones that will likely kill those who try to force it out of me, for whatever reason. Jiraiya questioned, why is it that secret? It involves everything regarding Giratina, which the Hokage is not allowed to know about, and Arceus, which I think he should know is helping me where no one else will even bother to. Also, I made a deal with the Kyuubi myself. Naruto responded, provoking a WTF expression from Jiraiya. Don't look at me like that. The only reason we agreed to the deal is because of Arceus' intervention in my life, and we are on somewhat good terms. She is currently helping me with history while I'm asleep, and giving me some basic knowledge of jutsu that Kakashi describes, and she knows of, along with advice on how to pull them off. We have decided to wait for Kyuubi's go before we head back. Jiraiya's expression had changed to one of shock. With a further shock to his face, Kakashi said, Jiraiya, stop the look. Also, be warned that I'm taking myself off of your list for Icha Paradise. I have something else to go through, and I can't have myself distracted like that when I have someone else to worry about. Anything else I am actually allowed to let him know? If he sees me around a fox with platinum blonde fur, no matter what, no ninja is to attack it. Jiraiya answered, a platinum blonde fox? That's got to be a joke. You wouldn't say that if you saw it, and if a civilian tries to attack it, they're gonna get themselves burned to a crisp, or have a hole somewhere in their body that is on fire itself, and it has full permission to do so as it is only self-defense. Warned Naruto. This is not a threat, but a warning. If anyone attacks him first, he will attack to kill. He is my friend and ally, and if he doesn't kill them, I will for attacking a friend of mine. The same goes for a blue and black bipedal dog with spikes in several places on its body. If either of them are attacked, all three of us will strike, and kill if necessary. Don't tell me the fox has multiple tails. As Naruto put it, full set of 9. No one is going to like that being anywhere near the village. Here's what you could say about him. Kitsune, my Ninetails, is more of purified version of the Kyuubi no Yoko that attacked. Two sides of the same coin, one good, one bad. Kitsune is the good, and Kyuubi is the bad, even though I know it's not completely true. Wait, what? Inquired Rei. The Kyuubi no Yoko was only doing what he knows how to do that night. And that is survive. She was removed from her previous Jinchuriki, who was my mother, and met a red eye with a strange design. She recognized it as a Sharingan, but not the original, or its upgrade. Next thing she knows, she's being sealed. Unofficial story, but the full truth. Anything in between, she has only the vaguest idea. A bunch of flashes and jutsu, but nothing specific. It's either the genjutsu or the seal itself doing that, but neither of us are completely sure. Also, note that I've also been getting used to the Kyuubi's Yuki, so I can control it better, and use it with less side effects, or less severe side effects. It is possible, as Mito Uzumaki was able to use 7 tails before losing control. Jiraiya questioned, "How do you know you can trust this information?" "As per our deal, she can't do anything regarding my mind, unless I ask her to. In return, I do something I was planning on doing anyway. Treat Kitsune with the respect he deserves, and she will help as needed. She's also helping in the intelligence department. She even gave me what she calls the talk. Not a good thing, in my opinion, and highly perverted. No plans on doing that for a few years." Arceus asked himself, "I am 8 years old and have already experienced sex ed, why am I not surprised?" Jiraiya turned to face Naruto, who said, "Quick question. Is there anything you have that is not considered adult material? Maybe something older, and probably not as popular?" "I only have one like that. Your father liked it, and here, I can say that without worrying about laws breaking. I'm already aware of that law, and who both my parents are. Yet another reason the space-time barrier was placed. Laws in Konohagakure, or the elemental countries in general, have no effect there, as it is now out of the Hokage's jurisdiction. The same applies here for being another dimension itself. The real Whirlpool Island has been replaced with a duplicate, minus the ruins, and then placed in a pocket dimension. Well, that simplifies things. You should know that he chose your name from that same book. You like ramen, right?" "Yeah, I do. It's the only food I could really eat back in the village, because of the Ichiraku family." Jiraiya acknowledged, "Huh. Did not really expect that. Then again, I probably should. After all, I came up with the name for that same character while eating ramen myself." "Jiraiya, I should let you know something. Naruto here has several threats heading his way, but none can locate him. He has the backing of all legendary Pokemon, including myself, and Giratina. If anyone goes after his life, civilian or not, and they succeed in taking it, they have literally angered all of us, and we will not hesitate to destroy everything and kill everyone. The weakest of us is about the level of the Kyuubi your village fears. That one happens to be Zapdos. Moltres and Articuno are just a tad bit stronger, due to less arrogance. The next lowest are Entei, Raikou and Suicune. Another fire, ice and lightning combination. Lugia and Ho-Oh are next in line, then Mew and Mewtwo. Both of them, though Mew rarely acts like it, are more Jubi level, and yes, I have found there is one. The Jubi is only supposed to be a myth. You're saying it's real? Yeah, or the Biju are actually bits and pieces of its chakra. The body itself is sealed in the moon. Kyuubi has maybe 40% of the entire chakra supply of the Jubi. And with all the chakra it has, you can tell the Jubi is more powerful than the Shiki Fujin. If Mew and Mewtwo are just as powerful, what does that tell you about the others?" Everyone's attention was drawn to Rei's statement, "We'd be doomed. What, Jubi is the most powerful Biju? You haven't even mentioned Arceus, or Giratina yet, and you seem to have only gone through the bottom of the list." Arceus acknowledged, "You're right, I have. In fact, I'm going up the list. On par with Mew and Mewtwo are Latios and Latias. They're the 4th and 5th fastest out of all of us but are on par with the Jubi as well. Entei, Raikou and Suicune are the only ones that have them beat in speed without location being involved. If it's an air battle, Latios and Latias are the best I can think of. Underwater, Lugia reigns supreme. Kyogre and Groudon are the beasts of sea and land, respectively. In terms of sea power, Lugia has Kyogre beat, but in raw power, Kyogre wins. Groudon is the beast of land, and would win hands down against anyone but those with a pure heart. The only reason they don't fight anymore is because of Rayquaza, which neutralized their weather-altering abilities. After that is Giratina, my son. He rules this realm, the distortion world." Naruto drew attention to himself by asking, "Wait, what about Deoxys?" "What?" "Deoxys is considered a Pokemon, yes. However, he does not truly have legendary status. He still has your back, and would be placed right beneath Giratina. It's because Giratina is your son, isn't it? Only because of him being a direct son. He has a portion of my power, and rules the distortion world. His power knows little to no bounds. Then Dialga and Palkia. The beings of time and space respectively. They're the ones that placed the barrier around the original Whirlpool Island, at my request. Then there is me, the top of the chain." "Darkrai?" inquired Naruto. "Those that have the potential to be listed under legendary status are Darkrai, Cresselia, Heatran, Deoxys, and Shaman. Darkrai, Shaman, and Cresselia don't wish to be considered legendary, though the humans who know of them think they already are. Heatran has not achieved the level needed to be considered such, and Deoxys also has no wish to be called legendary. And Shaman? Inquired Kakashi. After that one run-in with Ash, he wasn't ever seen again. Any attempt to find him has been fruitless. Celebi? Inquired Naruto. Never considered her as such. She's more of a free spirit, and Jirachi will not bother to even try for legendary status, for the simple fact no one would be able to find any proof of her existence except once every 1,000 years or so. There is much debate on her among humans, but they do not believe what they can't see, and come up with insane ideas on what they think is the truth. Jiraiya said, I can attest to that. Anything that is not proven true or false is considered a rumor, and many mistake rumor for fact. It's highly stupid if you ask me. Then an idea occurred. What should I tell the Hokage about the ruins? That you are not allowed to say anything, under penalty of death. Naruto went on, not death. Massive overkill death. If anyone tries to activate the temple, they will fail, unless they have true Uzumaki blood, and know of the existence of Pokemon. No one but the really old ones will know how to do any of that, and even if they did, without true Uzumaki blood, and a soul transfer will not work like that, as the ability doesn't reside in the blood itself, they can't do a damn thing with it. We especially can't let Orochimaru know of this. Jiraiya said, he'll want to know something. Naruto gave her a contemplative glance. Did you tell the old man about the deal Ray made? Yeah, I did. Then tell him you found a way to translate it, but you couldn't do anything due to a requirement that you didn't meet. In fact, no one could meet it. It's best kept that way for now. Before we head back to training, I'm going to have to give you a few things regarding the unknown runes. Are you familiar with the English language? Yeah, I am. I am a spy master, after all. The unknown runes can be easier to translate to English, and then you can translate them to kanji. That should be enough for you to translate them. Know that that information is not to leave the four of us. Naruto said, and all of them nodded. That's good. Now how about we send you two back via the temple route? Giratina can send us directly to Whirlpool Island, and that's where we've been training. We're not going to head back just yet. Alright. We'll go. Ray, you're going to have to find a way to get Yugito out of Kumo without anyone noticing. Already talked it over with the Raikage. I'll be giving him the same information you're supposed to give the Hokage, and since they help we will make good on the agreement. Officially, the Uzumaki clan was eradicated. There were no survivors, so if I bring up the fact that an Uzumaki is needed for it to activate, he will understand, and make good on his word. The current Raikage is a lot more honorable than the last one, and wants to make amends for his idiotic predecessor. As long as I let him know that it can do something, but we can't find out for sure without a true Uzumaki, which to his knowledge, there are none, he will understand, and since, officially, Jiraiya translated it, Konohagakure did help, and thus held up their end of the bargain. By now, the old man has probably alerted the council, meaning Danzo. He can't find out about the rendezvous point. Jiraiya replied. The Jinchuriki will be staying together, and they will come at the same time, said Naruto. Tell the old farts, old man Hokage included, nothing they say will change that, as you took the Nibi Jinchuriki with you to me, and we hit it off instantly. She was unwilling to leave, and as such, would not go without me. Kakashi said, genius. Just one problem. Ray asked, how do you know she will like that? And Kakashi nodded. You'll see. I'll be sending a clone back with you, and it will meditate while waiting. It will take it from there, when they arrive. Kakashi inquired, what are you planning? Naruto said, you don't want to know. Ray, how bad is her childhood? You mentioned she was a female. Worse than most, but pretty tame for a Jinchuriki. Why? Ray responded. Naruto landed next to the circle and departed the ship after saying, okay, that settles the idea. It will work far beyond anything else. Ray and Jiraiya were also present. Arceus was still where Kakashi was. You getting off soon? With a shrug, Kakashi leapt away. Just as Kyuubi had taught him, Naruto created a shadow clone. He'll handle it. Don't worry too much. As for the transportation, there is a 5-point shuriken near the base of the temple. After she is convinced, which should only take a few seconds, find it, take it out of the ground, and have her throw it into the ground, and wait. You mean? No, it's not Hiraishin. It's not a battle-ready move, merely transportation, and the shuriken is only a marker for me to know points of interest without being there myself. It's like a beacon for me. And with a Pokemon move, I can teleport to that beacon without any of the usual prerequisites. It's like a call and I can answer. Teleport doesn't really work like that. Before the clone moved to the center dot and Ray and Jiraiya boarded the first circle, Naruto acknowledged, well, that's what I use. It's like combination teleport move, with a reverse summoning, but there's a time limit. I can teleport her here, but only myself, and one other at any point in time. After reviewing the hand signs, Naruto performed the jutsu to retrieve them. Kumakor, Lighting Country Ray and the Raikage were meeting. Sir, I have a report on the ruins we found. The man exclaimed, finally. I was wondering when someone could translate it. What did you find? You remember the deal I told you for Konohagakure? Well, they sent someone, and he is the one that translated it. Well, I will make good on my word. The council was not happy when I broke it to them. What did he find out? He inquired. It was stated that the gateway to distortion is located here. Well, the ruins were actually a temple, and possibly a gateway. Unite Uzumaki. After that, there were several hand signs, some of which were just names and therefore impossible to identify. Although we think it was an Uzumaki. Only jutsu, possibly a bloodline, the gate cannot be opened with its full knowledge. Additionally, the Uzumaki was destroyed. We are powerless to change it. Kumo participated in the elimination of Uzumaki. The Raikage retorted, call Yugito and have her pack her things. Since only they knew much about it, we now discover that it was a stupid error. To join them, she is traveling to Konohagakure. It's preferable to her life here. May I offer a suggestion? We had decided that the temple would be the rendezvous point, and she would be brought to their Jinchuriki, who is currently out of the village training, as the village itself was bound to stunt his growth, Ray said, nodding, encouraging her to go on. Are you positive about this? She would be safe there, according to what I was told. Since Genjutsu does not work on Jinchuriki who are in tune with their Biju, I still do not see how he will get her to come along. She will visit the village itself if he is unable to persuade her. I see. And how will they meet up? The Raikage asked. She will be picked up by the Jinchuriki and his current age teacher. In any case, I'm going straight to the village. You know she won't like that. I don't think she would mind if he could persuade her. He is only aware of her arrival because of a message they discovered. To my knowledge, there are only 2 of them. From what I understand, they are in motion right now. I want to get to know this boy. Establish some guidelines. Therefore, he pressed a button and said, get me Karabi. A man in his 20s or 30s showed up and said, what's up, bro? I need you to watch over things while I take Yugito Ni to a rendezvous point for her transfer to another village. How about I accompany her? The man inquired. B. Even though you dislike paperwork, you are the only person I would truly trust in this situation. Yugito is going to permanently leave the village. B glanced down, then back up. All right, Fu. I'll just do that. I didn't expect his rhyming to come out in here. It never does. The man sighed, looking to see where Rei was and discovering that she had already left. The Tower of the Hokage, Konohagakure, a toad materialized in front of Sarutobi as he was moaning over his paperwork. What does Jiraiya report? We were powerless to stop the translation of the ruins. However, Naruto and Kakashi appeared. You mean? They're okay, and they are in the loop. With a nod, Sarutobi turned on privacy seals and asked, what else is there? Don't omit anything. Regretfully, I am not permitted to share most of what was discovered. Jiraiya didn't translate what was there, but nobody should know. Naruto himself was involved. How? How he got there or even why he was there at all was not explained to me. The toad repeated what Rei had said. It was also determined that you should stop trying to search for Naruto, or Whirlpool Island. All I know is that after Jiraiya received his advice on translating it, which I am not aware of what it was, he translated it himself and found out what it said. I can't help but worry about him, you should know that. I've heard that he does too, but it's not necessary. There are currently only friendly people in that area, and there is no chance that hostilities will break out. A barrier will not last long. Have you tried a pocket dimension before? I have a scroll for you to show the council, Sarutobi said, his eyes widening. It came directly from Kakashi and Naruto. It was mentioned that I should attend the meeting so that I can inform Jiraiya of the response, but I am unsure of the contents. Additionally, it was advised to bring a camera. Why? I'm not sure. I was not informed. After reading the scroll, Sarutobi's eyes grew wide and he burst out laughing. Oh, Naruto. How you enjoy stirring up trouble for people who have wronged you. Well, Sarutobi. Avoid worrying excessively. And I understand why the cameras are recommended. The Jinchuriki, too. I'm heading to Naruto. Already, it was decided. It should remain the official narrative that Jiraiya, not Naruto, translated it. All right. Sarutobi said, Neko, Kuma, Tora, before removing the privacy seals, go straight to the council room and set up a few recording cameras. 3 Anbu came in. Mr. Notify the council that there will be a meeting in an hour. Danzo was one of them. Well, sir? Do you think that's a good idea? Danzo has always opposed you, after all, inquired Kuma, the bear. Masked man. With an evil smirk, Sarutobi said, oh, you'll see why during the meeting. The Anbu almost trembled at the sight and went to tell them. Chambers of Council, Konohagakure. The three Anbu were hidden, and Sarutobi entered a toad that was already there. Calmly, Danzo said, Sarutobi, you had better have a good reason for calling us. With an evil gleam in his eyes that Danzo knew would spell trouble for him, Sarutobi said, oh believe me, I do. You are all aware of the deal for the Jinchuriki, correct? Yes, what about it? She won't be traveling straight to the village. She will be brought to Naruto instead. Sarutobi said, hinting at his intention to kill. You idiots can't try to ruin her. An additional demon. Silence. Neither she nor he are demons, Sarutobi yelled. Now, for something else I think you should be aware of. Oh, and what would that be, God willing? Oh, not much. Just a heads up about what would happen if Naruto were killed by someone or if he were coerced in any way, shape, or form into disclosing his training as something that even I am subject to. Oh, get off it. There is no better village than this one, a bystander yelled. A brief inquiry. How many of you are still afraid of the Kyuubi's power when it's not sealed? Show of hands. Everyone except Danzo raised their hands in response to Sarutobi's emotionless question. And why aren't you afraid? Is it because you killed all your feelings and violated the values upon which this village was built? Or is it because you know how to control it? You're not worried about that. You only need to know that, Biju or not, I have no fear of any demon. So tell me, how would you fare if the Kyuubi had less than 40% of the strongest Biju's power and wasn't the strongest? Even though Danzo had a cute little drop of sweat, everyone went pale at that. No matter the odds, I would stand and fight, and I wouldn't be afraid. Because Naruto has the support of 24 beings. The Kyuubi's strength is comparable to that of the weakest three. And anyone who attempts to control him in any way will face their full wrath. 2 of these 24 have been keeping watch over him and have witnessed the hell he has endured. If he passes away in this village, the village as a whole will be gone. All life of people, structures, etc. lost. Kyuubi possesses 40% of the Jubi's chakra levels. While 8 of the 24 fall between Kyuubi and Jubi, they fall short of the Jubi itself. The next weakest are comparable to the Jubi, and after that, they are more than 3 times as strong as the Jubi. Even though we could only defeat 1 Kyuubi, how do you think we'll defeat 24 with strength levels more than 7 times that? We won't even stand a chance of surviving, even with the Yondaime. Root or no root. Everyone, including the Anbu, who were quietly concurring that the video cameras were far superior to the photos, saw that Danzo actually paled at this point. And here's the kicker, the Anbu said. They know everything about us even though they are not from this dimension. If we provoke them by harming Naruto or the Nibi Jinchuriki, I don't know what that is called. Where does that put us? There would be no us. Shikaku Nara said, even I am screwed without knowing their abilities. We'd be dead. No one would survive. The Sandaime Hokage and the Ichiraku family, who were always kind to him in the first place, are the only exceptions that come to mind. Other than that, nobody is mentioned for a list of people they would spare. Since Naruto had left the village for his training, Heishi Hyuga said, I would add Anko on that list, Shikaku. She was reportedly much more aggressive, according to rumors. She must have felt sorry for the boy because nothing else occurred during that period. The news of him also seems to be upsetting to my oldest daughter. I'm having trouble figuring out why. Do you know that she followed him around a lot while he was here? No, I was not, Lord Hokage. And I've been informed that he will probably be at Chunin level, if not Junin level, by the time his training is over. Whose sensory abilities, which are already at the mid Junin level, surpass those of the cage. Don't tell her in advance, but he will know when she is following him. Allow him to inform her and give her the surprise of her life. That will benefit her more than anything else, if anything. She's never been strong enough to be a Hyuga. She would belong to the branch family because of her insecurities. Do you think she would benefit from this? With the strings being pulled by Naruto? It probably wouldn't. Nothing is certain, predestined, fated, or destined with him. For him, the impossible is nothing. Not for one Kunoichi, whose marriage was also kept under wraps. Who told me that the whole, impossible becoming possible, thing is genetic and happened to have a child? Kushina Uzumaki, are you not referring to the Crimson Death? That's right, Heishi, he said, his eyes expanding throughout the room. Do you think I mentioned her, and if so, why? Because he is likely her son, and you wish to let us know about that. Well, I must get you transferred to the Yamanaka clan, Haishi. I will not be interrogated. Who claimed it was for questioning? Sarutobi grinned and opened his eyes wider. It's funny to think that Hitomi told me to keep an eye on him and make sure he was safe for no apparent reason. It all makes sense now, that request on her deathbed. He was her child, she knew that. She, Kushina, and Mikoto Uchiha were the ones who trained under Tsunade Senju, after all. I wonder, though, if he got her temper. She consistently claimed that an enraged Uzumaki is just as dangerous as the Akamichi clan. Shuza Akamichi remarked, now that I think about it, he has never been mad before, and that's good for us. Shikaku shocked everyone by saying, at the same time, bad as hell. If he inherited her temper, and he lost it, there would be no way in hell the one he is pissed off at will survive, unless he is outmatched one-on-one, with his opponent 10 times stronger than him. Everyone else paled at that, the elders and civilians more than the shinobi. Anyone who wronged him, and he lost all sense of himself, they would all be dead. For the sake of all life, whether it is troublesome or not, I say this. Give him the deference he merits, or he may turn against you and completely destroy you. If I notice that he doesn't, I'll take care of it myself. Everyone was taken aback when the Nara clan head threatened them, and they had better not risk upsetting him over something like this. I don't think you want his father's true name to get out, so might I suggest me giving it? Return? Sarutobi inquired, a little perplexed by the strange request. During his time on missions, he told me about an alias he used. Place, after all, he did collaborate with me frequently in that manner. Inoichi said, wait. Shuza went on, you mean? Yes. His father is that. The alias I am aware of is Arashi Kazama, and it is most likely that this is who it is. With the true name in mind, Shikaku said, given how similar they look, it's hard not for me to notice, and make the connection. Inoichi's face went white when he read it, though. Everyone stared at the shaky Yamanaka, wondering what he had discovered. Lord Hokage. That boy. I'll need to speak with you about this later. The council is not supposed to hear it. What? Inoichi, did Shikaku do your wife? A civilian made a joke. No, that is not what he would do. Another said, that would be too much trouble. Laugh out loud. Shikaku acknowledged, by the way, I have considered it numerous times, but I have never followed through on that thought. Should I respond to any more insults? Inoichi acknowledged, she is a looker, so you can't blame her. Your looker is her. Not mine. I'm not foolish enough to pursue such a course of action. Despite my laziness, I'm not a moron. Shuza said, and that's how it should be. Is there anything more to add? Like those whose behavior has changed since Naruto's departure? Tuchi Ichiraku, speaking for the first time, said, I have the list, Lord Hokage. They all know that my stand is Naruto's favorite place to eat, since no one would serve him elsewhere. Like clockwork, they therefore make it a point to visit for a particular meal each week. I can provide you with the list and am aware of who they are. You see, most of them are kunoichi, or people who have done something wrong by this council. Because she prefers dango, Anko has actually visited every 2 weeks. She even told me so directly. She always asks me how Naruto is doing and comes for him, which is the only reason I genuinely like her. I always give the same response. Well, the next time you see her, let her know that he's doing great and training hard as he should. He is being taught by a number of people, some of whom also support him when needed. If I could find him in that way and observe his training, I am not permitted to use any kind of tracking. I therefore only have a vague notion of his present skill set. At this point, he would be prepared to take the Chunin exams, and based on what I know, he might pass. He's at Genin level already. In everything. He'll probably return to the academy and graduate alongside people his own age. Apart from that, Sarutobi acknowledged, I don't know anything about his training or how he manages to complete it with so few resources. I must find a way to turn the Jinchuriki into a weapon, but with those backing him, they will notice immediately. Then there's the fact that I have no idea where he is, as all traces of him have disappeared in the past few months, and with Kakashi training him. That's it. Danzo remained silent, but those who knew him could see that he was thinking. Lord Hokage, would it be possible? Kakashi is not permitted to report his training, Danzo. Sarutobi cut him off with a grunt, saying, I don't understand how Naruto saw that coming. Only his level when they return. As well as Jiraiya. He can't possibly make it there by himself. They're training in a pocket dimension that is only accessible in specific ways and under specific circumstances. I don't even know the location of the alleged entrance. Do you have any more inquiries? Danzo answered, not at the moment. Damn it. It's like he's got a counter for every question that I come up with. His expression was composed, but his mind was anything but. When are they going to inquire about? What about the other Jinchuriki, Lord Hokage? A woman with pink hair, Haruka Haruno, who was unconcerned about Naruto, said, I'm sure that the two of them together could very well become a disaster if provoked. At this point, a bright light appeared in the room, but it had no distinct shape. The Anbu were now in the area, between Sarutobi and the light. And there it is, Sarutobi thought, before he sighed. Two Jinchuriki may be more dangerous if provoked, but if not provoked, they can become a better team than the Ino. Shika. Show trio at their best, as they can perform feats far beyond most. Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his mind, the light said, I have come to make my presence and help known. Sarutobi said, Anbu, stand down, but sir. They followed Sarutobi's instructions and positioned themselves behind him, but they did not lower their guard. It is good that they listened, if only to an extent. The light replied. I am one of those backing Naruto Uzumaki. What? Hold on. Startled, Sarutobi yelled, why have you come here already? His face hardened and his voice grew icy. My sole purpose is to ensure that your foolish counsel receives the warning. Everyone heard this, and everyone except Sarutobi and Inoichi looked around for a while. Along with a few other things, but that's about it. All right, tell me who you are and why you lack a true form. Inoichi inquired or more accurately, demanded. Yamanaka Inoichi. I believe you are aware of Naruto Uzumaki, my charge. Is that correct? So why have you come here? Has this current piece of shit council received our warning? Is that your purpose for being here? The caution? Inoichi said, I don't believe you, and raised an eyebrow. I had another reason, so I didn't think you would. I have direct knowledge of the Jubi's capabilities. Arceus is my name. All right, Arceus. What's the point of bringing up the Jubi? The thing is just a hand interrupted Inoichi. Then Sarutobi turned to the light and said, Inoichi, why do you bring up the Jubi? It is not likely to be a myth. Because someone is attempting to change the Jubi. You should be aware that Naruto will eventually have to make a decision. Either this world will be destroyed or centuries of peace will result from that decision. That is something he must be ready for. We're doing it our way, too. Arceus informed them, take note that by the time he finishes training, he and Nibi Jinchuriki and Kakashi Hitaki will be trained to fight like an Inuzuka or any other ninja and will not rely on either one. How can we be sure you're who you say you are? We might believe you if you tell us the name of the Nibi Jinchuriki, Danzo said. You yourself don't even know, so why should I? You have a mirror in your office, so before you say that I shouldn't know whether you do or not, Arceus retorted. I know because of that, one of my friends, and a little something else. I wonder how a mirror could be such a window of knowledge. According to Danzo, it's not. It isn't for you. On the other hand, it is for my son, who first informed me about Naruto's childhood. And Danzo, you are the first to go. Do not underestimate our power, or you will be destroyed if we do attack, Arceus said. Danzo turned pale and said, you think I'd call you out without knowing who you are and what you're capable of? And don't bother with those Sharingan in your arm, or your right eye. The Warhawk is you. You work it out. Inoichi sensed Arceus' smirk even though no one could see it. You've had enough tormenting him yet? Arceus answered, I wish. Anyway, I'm done here. Keep in mind that the warning is real and that I will be present if it materializes. There is only one person alive who has the ability to defeat me, and only one person has ever done so. The only way he can beat me, Danzo, before you say anything, is not something you would permit if you were the one who trained him. Fuck off, you damn Warhawk. Immediately, the light disappeared. The toad was still there, and everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Sarutobi, he was not kidding at all. Should he be supporting Naruto? Since the Toad Elders are aware of Arceus personally, I believe they would be a better source of that kind of information. Find out about him from your Summon Elders. They ought to be aware. Return. Sarutobi inquired. Later, in any case, I'm out. The Toad said. Smoke, and it disappeared. Everyone turned to face Sarutobi, who had a bewildered expression on his face, and then to Danzo, who also had a bewildered expression. The two stared at each other for a full 30 seconds before getting up and walking away in a shunshin. Sarutobi and Danzo met at an unidentified secret clearing. Danzo's voice was anything but calm as he stated, all right, this is far too dangerous for anyone involved. For once, you and I are in agreement. Sarutobi acknowledged. You could practically see the intent oozing from the light, which I believe wasn't even 1% of his strength. Danzo remarked, you're right, it wasn't. Anyway, What he said before he left. Since emotions are what kill you on the battlefield, they weaken you. And that is where your logic is flawed, Danzo. Sarutobi replied. However, I believe we can come to a compromise. According to Danzo, I'm listening. You claim that shinobi are weak because of their emotions. But there wouldn't be a future without feeling. You think they will be strong if they don't display emotions on the battlefield, right? No, emotions in general are weak. Once again, it's that same mindset that did not earn you the title of Hokage. Sarutobi said, Orochimaru also did not receive the title of Yondaime because of this same mindset. One must be able to express emotion when necessary, which is at home, but not allow it to influence them in combat, where doing so is likely to result in death. The exception to this unwritten rule is the only living person. Return. That's Naruto Uzumaki. A true Uzumaki is capable of more than most people. They can even accomplish the seemingly impossible. One can be normal at home and almost ruthless in combat if they can control their emotions, which Naruto probably can. Another reason I initially became the Sandaime is that I am the same way. As he stood there thinking, Danzo realized that no matter how he looked at it, this simply didn't make sense. Danzo, not everything is as clear-cut as you think. In actuality, there is no such thing as true black or true white in life. Emotions, like everything else, are just a tool that can be deadly if used properly and kept under control, Sarutobi said, interrupting Danzo in his thoughts, adding that everything depends on one's point of view. A Uzumaki can transform their pure anger into chakra for their own use, just like an Akamichi. It's common knowledge that when someone is angry, their adrenaline starts to flow, but with an Uzumaki, things are different. It's a chakra surge rather than adrenaline. Although there are only 3 known Uzumaki Jinchuriki, all of whom held the Kyuubi, their chakra levels tend to triple when they become so enraged. Only the Jinchuriki have a tendency to lose themselves in such a way. Danzo gave Sarutobi a strange look and said, Mito Senju is actually the first known Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and is an Uzumaki by blood. The second is Kushina Uzumaki, who was moved from Mito shortly before she passed away. It was taken from Kushina shortly after birth, at the same time that Naruto received the Kyuubi. Naruto's seal is the most powerful and effective of the 3. And I really need your assistance with one thing. Danzo arched an eyebrow at this. Oh? We work together on improving our newer ninja by these same ideals regarding emotions. Sarutobi added. While in the academy, we will weed out the more useless or those not dedicated, though checkups, so to speak. Assess them at specific intervals of time? Danzo inquired, growing fond of the notion. That is correct. They can be removed from the program with ease if they don't demonstrate enough progress. Additionally, the majority of ninjas spend 3 years in the academy. Let's make it a little longer. 4 or 5 years, with evaluations occurring every 2 or 3 months for the last 2 years. Where do you think the personnel for that could be found? In the end, Danzo inquired. The more experienced shinobi en route can be placed in the academy and teach them how a ninja should be, not by your definition alone, but by the one we at least half agreed upon here, Sarutobi said in an even voice. There is only one place I can think of, and that's why you're being involved in this as well. They will be fired if they don't take their ninja career seriously. Without a doubt, fangirls are out. Fangirls would only remain if they didn't allow it to interfere with their training. They're always the first to die on the battlefield, as you are aware. Danzo said, ain't that the truth? Alright, so here's the thing. I allowed my older, more seasoned shinobi from Ruto, which, as you and I both know, is still activated to impart these values to the students. Standard evaluations are required at the start of each semester, after the first 2 years, and in place of the previous 2 years. They will only get one chance if they don't make enough progress. They leave after that. They will be permitted to enroll in specialized classes, like Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu, beginning in their 3rd year. But no matter how many seals I have in the ranks, I don't have many in Fuinjutsu. Technically, those seals belong to me and me alone. We lack Fuinjutsu because, aside from Jiraiya, there are no real seal masters. Yeah, but you're mistaken there. Danzo nodded when Sarutobi said, if we go to the retired shinobi, I can think of 3 or 4 that can handle the job. However, we need one person here in order to bring in one specialty. Senju Tsunade. She refuses to return. Danzo answered, it doesn't matter how much anyone says otherwise. I know how to get her back. She knew Kushina personally, and only one person would be knowledgeable enough about her to bring her back. No, he must continue his training. Danzo responded with firmness. There is no way anything like that can be good for this. Give him time to consider how. It's best to leave it alone. Additionally, I'm considering doing something that most people would never forgive me for. Danzo, intrigued by an idea that no one wanted him to pursue, said, "Do tell. Have you ever pondered how Naruto is so skilled at pulling practical jokes but so awful at all other aspects of strategy? The impression is that..." Hold on, I retract that. I can understand where you're coming from with this. Give him a prank run through the village and ask him to return with the defensive weaknesses. Bingo. Anyone is clearly good if they can enter the Hyuga compound, set a trap, and escape before anyone notices. However, only I and possibly a few Nara had ever noticed that in him. At random intervals, I would call him into my office, and the following day, I would release him. He will not be pursued by the Anbu because the mission will be classified. I have an improved concept. Let it serve as an Anbu test. The first person to catch him enters. He easily outran Junin on many occasions. Maintain the Anbu in good condition. And increase the security of the village. Sarutobi concluded, talk about using skills to their peak. With the Demon King of Pranks, Sarutobi turned to face Danzo. That's its nickname. Even Rude is aware that his antics should frighten him. He would likely respect the title, and it aligns with their perception of him. They didn't simply label him with that. I know what he is capable of doing in that area. More than just Demon Brat, which I consider to be flawed and foolish, he has earned that one. He may not like it, but that is something he has earned, Sarutobi said, pausing for a moment before nodding. He is the only person in the village to have earned such a title, as his mother could have done if she had used all of her pranking abilities on the community. Every time she took a search and destroy mission during the war, she went it alone and always survived. In every case, the premise is the same. Enter, create a kind of trap, exit, and turn it on. And if he can do that, we can have him do more for the village and then he gets paid for it. Danzo went on. He does what he loves. For him, Sarutobi went on, and loves what he does. I might even have him go through and completely redesign the village defenses. Free reign, provided it poses a risk to anyone who dares to set it off. You think we should let him teach a trap-making class? Danzo said. Agreed? Why not? Sarutobi grinned in response, and Danzo grinned back before extending his hand, which Sarutobi accepted and they shook hands. With smirks on their faces, they all said at once, "We are such geniuses." Danzo said, "Quick question. Do you think we should abandon the entire rival act? Remember the days when we collaborated perfectly? You know it." Danzo responded, "We may not get along that much, but when push comes to shove." As they went for the high five, Sarutobi concluded for him, "We're nearly unstoppable." Why did Arceus bring up the Sharingan, by the way? The procedure itself, which combined some of Orochimaru's work with Kakashi's implant, was intended to be kept a secret. I have 10 Sharingan. 1 is an eye, 9 in the arm. Have you been keeping anything else from everyone? How about a seal that Minato invented that, when released, reduces your age by up to half? That's good enough for you? Sarutobi asked. Danzo answered, "Very much so. I'll keep that seal a secret, and you keep the Sharingan a secret. Deal?" Deal. They trembled once more. Together with the Luxray, Lucario, Ninetales, and a Persian, Naruto, Kakashi, and a young, blonde woman were meditating. A whole year has passed since they all first met and became acquainted. Rewind at the temple, Naruto had made an appearance. When he did, Jiraiya, Rei, and a young blonde girl were all present. The girl gave him a suspicious look when he said, "So, I take it you're the Nibi Jinchuriki? Relax, you don't need to hate me, not yet at least." The girl said, "Why should I trust you?" Her eyes widened as he answered, "Name's Naruto Uzumaki. I happen to be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, so you know." "Why are you here?" Naruto said, "To see if you want to come with me on my training trip. We're like kindred spirits, both being Jinchuriki, after all." The girl asked, staring into his eyes, "Why should I believe this?" A huge error. The girl collapsed to her knees, gasping, as Naruto's eyes changed from their typical blue to a blood red with black slits. She looked back at him after lowering her head. "Now do you see?" "How?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. "How are you even sane?" Naruto answered, "Never truly let it get to me. That's about all I can really say, to be honest." "And the ramen addiction?" Naruto said, "You should be able to answer that from what you saw easily." The girl nodded, stood up, and held out her hand. "Yugito ni Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakaneko." Naruto took hold of the hand. "I knew you were a Jinchuriki. That's why I gave the offer of you coming with me, instead of going directly to the village. And after what you just showed me, the hell I want to go directly there. I'd much rather see how you think myself, before I go there. I need all the help I can get. I'm going with you. With perplexed expressions, Jiraiya and Rei exchanged glances. They conversed silently with one another. Jiraiya. Do you know how he accomplished it? Rei. I have no idea. Do you think he could use other Jinchuriki to accomplish this? Jiraiya. I'm not sure. We also don't want to know, in my opinion. Rei. I concur. Yugito turned to face Rei. I'm going with him. If anything, he needs a friend. A lot more than I did. One that isn't one of his Pokemon. Naruto acknowledged. I figured you'd say that. Yugito's eyes grew wide as he said, why else would I show you my life? You're getting one as well. I am. Yugito grinned at Naruto when he said, yup. Already picked out, too. Should go great with your Biju. Alright, let's go. To the surprise of Jiraiya and Rei, Naruto grabbed her hand and teleported away. Did he just? Rei replied, yes, Jiraiya, I think he did. Before a toad appeared in front of him, he said, well, let's get you to the village. Jiraiya, the toad elders wish to speak to you the first moment you can. Alright, let me get Rei here back to Konohagakure, and then I'll go. Jiraiya responded. No peeking. Please, if Tsunade were around, and I don't have any idea where she is at the moment, then she'd kill me. I may have been considered an idiot, but I'm not stupid enough to go that far. Jiraiya acknowledged. Despite being cautious of her surroundings, Rei never saw him peeking. Flashback end Naruto opened his eyes after Yugito did. After exchanging glances and nodding, they stood up. When Luke realized this, he stood up. What's up, Naruto? And Naruto answered, Kyuubi thinks we're ready. He has watched Yugi-chan's progress as well, and thinks she is ready as well. Yugito said, Nibi doesn't think so. She really thinks I need to do something I'd truly regret before we went back. The girl nodded and blushed when Naruto said, she's being horny again, isn't she? Well, I think that's just who she is. If that's the case, I really wish she didn't get like that on purpose. Yugito acknowledged. It's annoying, and I can't seem to stop her comments like that. Yeah, I don't get anything like that. And Pharaoh doesn't seem to like it either. Tell me about it. Yugito answered. Yes. Kakashi's only eye opened. He opened his eyes, too, the Luxray. So, he thinks you're ready to go back. Naruto gave a nod. Kitsune, the Ninetales, and Pharaoh, the Persian, opened their eyes. Naruto responded, I think if we go back, we should make what I call a big entrance. Yugito gave him a cheeky smile. And Kakashi gave him an imperceptible smirk, but you could see the eye smile. Knowing that this would be a serious blow to their pride, Yugito asked, what do you have in mind? Everyone gave Naruto a questioning look as he said, well, I have a few ideas but I think I've settled on one. Both of them nodded when he finished explaining everything, and even the Pokemon nodded in agreement. Naruto said, think I went a little overboard. Yugito answered, oh no, that's bound to be suitable. I'm in agreement with her, as well. In fact, I think it could be a little better. Kakashi acknowledged. Oh, I know it could be bigger, but that would be harder to hide, said Naruto. Let's just say I could prepare it, and then we head through ourselves. Yugito and Kakashi understood the logic. Kakashi and Yugito were the first to respond, agreed. 30 shadow clones were created by Naruto and sent through the portal. Konohagakure, it was quiet in the village. Then, suddenly, a number of explosions occurred, mostly of smoke. They spread throughout the village and caused panic in everyone. Danzo was summoned to Sarutobi's office. Danzo questioned, you really think he'd do this when he returned? I wouldn't put it past him. He always liked big entrances. Make sure to scramble the Anbu. Their main priority is to calm down the villagers. Kuma, Neko. There were 2 Anbu. Find Naruto Uzumaki, and Kakashi Hitaki. They should be back in the village somewhere. Yes, sir. They discovered what appeared to be Naruto within 20 minutes, but as soon as he was apprehended, he turned out to be a shadow clone. A voice then emerged from behind them. They turned around and he went poof, saying, never underestimate a prankster. Hokage Monument. On top of the monument stood a blonde, perhaps 25 years old, with 2 pigtails and a green jacket. Beside her was another woman, black-haired, dressed in black and white robes, clutching a pig with a pearl necklace. I've never understood why the pig has the pearls. What the devil? The blonde let out a whistle. She said, you know, Shizune, he was right. I am enjoying this immensely. Shizune, the girl with the black hair, said, why is that, Lady Tsunade? Well, it shows how lacking they are in skill. I mean, come on. What kind of kid, who hasn't even been to the academy even, should be able to outrun Anbu? Hell, it seems as if he's making it seem like a joke. Tsunade, a blonde, responded. I'm actually wondering that myself. Especially since he just got back after a few years worth of secret training. Far as I know, people tend to forget things like location after a while. Shizune said. Which begs the question. How does he do it? They were alerted when a voice said directly behind them. I could tell you myself, you know? Naruto was the one. After all, the best person to ask is the one orchestrating it all. Tsunade became more relaxed. And who would have thought you'd look like Minato? No one, apparently. Naruto freely acknowledges this. In any case, I could never forget the streets I was chased. I know this village better than my own mind. Though, for anyone who knows me personally, which there is no one, they'd know the first thing I'd do is play with them a bit, then get into the forest and lose them completely. You won't believe how good I am. Shizune was surprised when Tsunade asked, and what about that strange Vulpix? Last I heard, they were all gone. Shizune questioned, what are you talking about, Lady Tsunade? It was a treasure of the Uzumaki clan. That's why you didn't find any until recently. They've left, only for them to return with my discovery a few years back. It's a... Who knew? Naruto said, situation, you know, to them. Damn, that leaves 12 shadow clones left. Shadow clones. They're actually trying to find out which shadow clone is real. They don't even realize that not even I'm the real Naruto. He stated, shocking both of them. I was basically asked to find you, Tsunade. Make sure you were watching the fireworks. Tsunade informed him, oh, I am. And I'm enjoying it immensely. One question. How did you get a Vulpix to find me? Small description from Jiraiya, personality type, even breast size, which I think you should kick his ass for even knowing, much less bothering to tell. Naruto noticed the tick mark. And now you know why I think you should kick his ass. He shouldn't know that kind of information, in the first place. Tsunade's emotional state frightened Shizune. Then she burst out laughing. Oh my god, you and I are so going to get along. Well, I still need help in control, so if you can help there, I'd appreciate it. Acknowledged Naruto. Other than that, poisons is the only thing I'm likely to use, to be honest. That wouldn't be much of a problem. It is, when you consider the fact I know and have mastered the water walking technique. I actually need it for a place I would go to be alone, or with a friend, said Naruto. Anyway, as for the Vulpix, that was actually a summon, made by Mewtwo. He had made clones of every Pokemon, and with the help of Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, and even Deoxys, I had a summoning contract set. That Vulpix was a summon, even though I have its evolved form, and a Lucario, named Kitsune and Luke respectively. There are only 2 that have signed it, to be honest, and I'm one of them. Hey, probably got nothing on the slugs. As tempting as it is, I'm not going to take on that challenge. Especially since the only ones I can't summon regularly are those that have legendary status, as they don't have clones of them, though Mewtwo is considered the boss of the contract, and that's his main duty when not asked to do something else by Arceus, who is kind of like his boss. Acknowledged Naruto. Mewtwo is about on par with the Jubi in threat level. That's all you truly need to know, aside from the fact his size means nothing for his skill. Please, whatever he could do it pales in comparison to Katsuyu, Tsunade replied. I'm not going to call him for this. Your slugs would fall under the poison type, as they tend to use poison-based attacks, correct? Also, they act similar to bugs? Tsunade sighed and nodded. Hey. I can think of a few that can do just fine against them, and I wouldn't even need to go to the boss. The types work differently for Pokemon than they do for Ninja. For example, with Chakra, Earth beats Water, right? Well, it's the opposite for a Pokemon. Pokemon attacks would correspond with the Chakra types based on their own type advantages. Meaning a Flying-type Pokemon would be useless against someone that could use Lightning or Ice Element Jutsu, as those types are good against Flying types. That's the only reference I'm giving you. Oh, and how does that correspond with this? Poison and Bug are both types, as well. There are 16 types in all, to be honest, and most, if not all, have more than one type, and can cancel out a type advantage. Naruto stated to her. Only myself, and Yugito are fully aware of them, as we are the only ones that need to be. And you can't get her like I could. She knows not everyone is to be trusted, until given due reason to, and even then it's debatable. Kakashi is only aware of the ones that he needs to know of. Before them, an Anbu touched down, and then 10 more. Naruto Uzumaki, he exclaimed as he gasped. What? You thought it was this easy? Naruto raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. Newsflash, your target isn't even in the village yet. He has yet to leave the portal, which I doubt you'd ever find with your normal mindsets. He turned to Tsunade. We'll talk later. I look forward to showing you Luke, though not so much Kitsune. You should know why, if you know of Vulpix and its evolution. He turned to leave. Then one of them had an idea, and Anbu moaned. He proposed, Training Ground 44? Why would you suggest that? It's a place I wouldn't dare go unless I need to, he said. Given that Naruto had plenty of time to leave, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, I think it fits the bill. The Anbu all departed in a shunshin after saying, okay, let's check it out. Tsunade sighed after 2 minutes. Shizune was shocked and said, get out here, Naruto. I know you're there. Lady Tsunade, are you sure? He has a summoning contract with Pokemon. He could have gotten anywhere in 2 minutes from the Forest of Death, which is probably where the portal itself is. Tsunade replied. Though, it's likely closed right now. In one hole, 3 moles emerge. Trio? They asked as they descended, and a sun-kissed blonde with blue eyes and whisker lines emerge. I knew you weren't stupid, and you're right. That is where it's at. With an eyebrow still up, Tsunade questioned, and this is just another shadow clone, isn't it? And nothing seems to get past you. Head to right behind the Hokage Tower. Be there in 5 minutes. The boss will see you there. The replica replied. If I don't want to be found, no one, not even Hunter Ninja could find me. You expect the Anbuta in a place where I can set up something this large without being noticed? Tsunade answered, I see your point, and searching for you is useless. What about Kakashi, and that Yugito you mentioned? With the boss, and 3 other clones. You can't find what you can't see. Our chakra isn't just hidden, it's gone. Almost as if it's erased. We can hide it easily, and we don't keep it restricted to our body itself, but sort of a field. That way it's not easy for even an advanced sensor to pick you up. They still couldn't, unless they realize that a human-shaped blank in the area is the same thing as a highly skilled shinobi. Even then, those that do are dumb. Naruto acknowledged. As you can see, I'm not. Hiding your true chakra, while keeping your real body hidden in a small field. Replied Tsunade. Genius, but one problem. Naruto acknowledged, they'll pick it up sooner or later. And by the way, the time limit started when I stated 5 minutes, so I suggest you get there quickly. To Shizune's surprise, Tsunade shut off. What did you do to convince her to come back? Remember the Vulpix I mentioned? Only people of a certain blood can ask them to do anything for them to listen. She was aware of this, and I made it known that I had one. In fact, I can easily summon several, but I'm limited to summoning 3 of any Pokemon at any given point in time. Meaning no more than 3 Vulpix, or 3 Lucario. Though I can have 2 Vulpix, and 2 Lucario, as that is not against the rules that were set. The clone went up in flames, and Shizune. Hokage's workspace Sarutobi and Danzo were keeping an eye on the windows. Sarutobi questioned, do you really think it's not him? I mean, even after he hasn't been here for years, he still would know a place where he was beaten almost daily. Danzo acknowledged, true as that is, I still have my doubts. Naruto turned to the door and said, you guys talking about me? If Danzo didn't believe I caused this. Well, he's half right. It was 30 shadow clones that did, though they were of me. Shadow clones, asked Sarutobi. Kakashi, why did you teach him that jutsu? To be honest, I wasn't the only teacher, and it happens to have been one known as Celebi. She came to us, not us to her. She was gone the moment he pulled it off. Danzo and Sarutobi nodded. And his abilities? Inquired Sarutobi. I know better than to ask for specifics. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, Hokage. Sama, that, I believe would be best left unsaid, and better to show. That is not to say it will all be revealed at once, as that would be suicide. Especially with at least 20% of my roster. And why is this? He was informed by Naruto that, I am starting this with a clean state, for the Uzumaki clan. I have gone through my clan training, as it could very well be called. Now, I am going for the academy, and will graduate with my class. Danzu's eyebrows were raised, and why would you want that? He produced a red and white ball and said, my skills may or may not be beyond theirs, but I do not plan on showing more than I need to. Although, he threw it up and a red light emerged, revealing a Lucario. Come on out, Luke. Why did you bring me out? Sarutobi and Danzo were taken aback when Naruto said, chaos is nearly over. Yugito. Chan, on the other hand, seems to have gone missing. Think you can find her? Kakashi, however, appeared unconcerned. Luke said, of course. And then he closed his eyes. Luke pointed in the direction where Sarutobi knew Anko would be because of the dango stand. Sarutobi, is there a dango stand in that direction? He asked. Yes, there is. That explains it. Naruto said, yes. Yes it does. Kakashi, remember our deal? With a scratch at his neck, Kakashi answered, when would I possibly forget? That is by far the most insane, yet oddly satisfying deal I've made since Icha Icha. Maybe even before that. Naruto said, I know, but I can't help but make sure you do. It is a symbol of my trust, after all. He then turned blue and vanished into the wind. Kakashi let out a sigh. That kid is a little too much. Sarutobi inquired, what kind of deal did you make with him? Kakashi pointed to Danzo and said, this is not meant for anyone to know, as that was part of the deal. And this includes him. I'm sorry to say, he doesn't trust you one bit, and any information on this deal cannot, and will not be known by you until he does. Calmly, Danzo said, I only have one question before I go. You said, you already knew of the questions a year ago, but would not state how you knew what everyone was going to ask. I will admit I first thought that it was because of your reputation, but after time, I could not see it. Sarutobi went on for him, and I did say that I would tell you once Naruto got back. And by the way, you were outdone by an 8-year-old, not me. You have got to be kidding me. He was informed by Kakashi, I'm afraid not. With what little he knew of you, he wouldn't be able to form any decent questions that you would come up. However, he knew of the questions that are most likely to be asked, and came up with answers that would offset any cage. Or their rivals. You still got the pictures we asked for? According to Sarutobi, they are currently in the Anbu HQ waiting for you. Danzo left the room after saying, thank you, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi then installed the privacy seals. As for the deal, it was something that got me out of my own funk. Oh, and what was this? Kakashi said, if I bring him out, his name is Raito. He is as fast as I am when I am using my rakery, and there is no tunnel vision with him, nor is there any more for me. Sarubi said, lightning sword, E-H-A-N. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's what I meant to say. And you have the rakery, lightning edge, or lightning blade in the dubbed version. In your arsenal. It would seem as though he is more like you than anyone else. Kakashi acknowledged, and you would not be far off, Hokage. Sama. In fact, he is like me, only in another form. We have grown in the time we have been together. I have even quit Icha Icha, and told Jiraiya himself not to worry about me when a new book comes out, he sighed. In any case, knowledge of him is to be more of a familiar for me. Similar to the dog of an Inuzuka, he is with me now, to be honest. Yugito has 1, and Naruto has 2. However, they have more in their stead, for they can summon any of 493 Pokemon, though some of them are off limits unless the situation calls for life or death for them, or a war breaks out, with them as the trophy. Only the 24 backing him are off limits to call unless that kind of situation is called, aside from Mewtwo, which is only for a summoning battle. One more thing. Sarutobi's eyebrow went up. What would that be? The official story with Kitsune is that he is the opposite of the Kyuubi no Yoko. A pure version, while the one that attacked was corrupted. They are not the same, and he can bring out 3 others, along with Kitsune, who is more of a familiar, like Luke. They are platinum blonde foxes with 9 tails each. I have a word of warning. If they are attacked by anyone, regardless of health or status, they will strike to kill. And if Kitsune doesn't, Naruto and Luke will. They are family, Hokage. Sama. It is best left alone. I understand, and will make this known to the council. No, they are only to know not to attack, for their own safety. With Naruto, Yugito and a purple-haired Kunoichi were arguing when Naruto and Luke approached the dango stand. Anko shouted, "You got nothing on me." Naruto and the other 3 girls nearby yelled, "Sis, Yugito," to get their attention. Naruto recognized one of them as an Inuzuka. Another was composed but clearly irritated. Then came Kurenai Yuhi, the Ice Queen of Konoha, and the Genjutsu Mistress. Naruto. To the astonishment of Yugito and Luke, the purple-haired Kunoichi who was arguing with him glomped him. The glomped Naruto then went poof after Luke smirked at what was happening. When Anko realized it wasn't the real him, he looked around. "Where are you, you blonde Gaki?" Doten. Jutsu the headhunter, she was pulled underground by a pair of hands that grabbed her ankles. Directly in front of her, Naruto remarked, "You seem in over your head, sis. Next time, don't do that to me after 2 years of clan training. It won't do you any good," he grinned at her. "Naru, you know her?" Naruto acknowledged, "Yeah, she's an outsider like us. By the way, did you notice the portal in your territory earlier? Anko acknowledged, I was already informed about it a month ago, why couldn't I go through? Only me, Yugi, Chan, and Kakashi can go through. Kakashi? Inquired Kurenai. Why would he be able to? Before Anko left, Naruto said, same reason as Yugi. Chan. I can go through because I have the blood for it. I'm also the last one with said blood. As she exited, Anko inquired, how did you manage to keep me like that for a while? It helps when I've got two tails in my control, and can use it as a barrier. I didn't give off any noticeable chakra spike, as well. Naruto stated, I love pulling off the impossible. It's fun, and I love the reactions when I prove them wrong. They turned to face Luke, who asked, are we going to do something else? Yeah, we just came to get Yugi. Chan. Sorry, sis. We gotta get going. Yugito whimpered, what? But you know I love Dango. Naruto poked Anko with a thumb, saying, and you know that I can make it from scratch. I had to practice with her. She's the resident Dango nut. I'm the resident ramen nut. I can make either one with ease from scratch. With a dangerous tone, Anko said, you never told me that. Do you really think I'd buy the dango I get for you? Replied Naruto. No, any dango you get from me is actually homemade. You never asked where I got it, either. Anko gave her head a very Naruto-esque scratch. Yeah, sorry. No worries. You didn't know. One question. Is it really the best dango you ever tasted? Yeah, it beats out these guys any day. I was wondering why I could never find it anywhere though. Probably should have asked. Acknowledged Anko. Yugito questioned doubtfully, so, she can actually be trusted? Naruto said, to an extent, yeah. Some things are better left unsaid, but for the most part, yeah, she can. As long as you don't get between her and her dango, you're safe. Bringing out the Snover and Sneasel for their ice shard attack have nothing on her with her Senbon, if I remember correctly. Which reminds me. Mind if I go for it again? You really are a stickler for pain, aren't you? Naruto said, just seeing my progress, in addition to other things. Yugito telepathically informed him, yeah, I'm curious as to her aim, as well. One at a time, Yugi. Chan. Don't show off Pharaoh, though, and remember what we were taught. Naruto stated to her. I know, already. Quit bugging me about it. I only bug you about it, because you would forget after a while. That is something we can't forget for any reason. He is right, kitten. Remind me again, why you haven't done anything? Naruto reprimanded, Nibby, you should already know the answer to that question. And not a word on this, Kyuubi. Like I'd actually say anything on it. Not my cup of tea, you know? Oh, come off it. You know you want them to do it as much as I do, Nibby replied. At least I know they don't want to, and we'll leave them alone with that. That is, unless they get to 15, are still together, and haven't done a thing. Then, I'd be worried. Oh, and what about you wanting to mate with me all those years ago? That was fucking joke. At least I know he's not ready mentally for that kind of shit. As much as you hate it, you know she isn't, either. Kyuubi responded. Yugito and Naruto exchanged glances before cutting each other off. They gave a shrug. To Kurenai's and the other two girls' surprise, Naruto said, 44. Southwest. But there was a smile on Anko's face. The three girls were taken aback but followed them as they all leapt off. Fine by me. The owner yelled, wait, you didn't pay for that, before Luke gestured toward the table and displayed the cash. The proprietor examined it. How did they? Before leaping off, Luke telepathically informed him, Naruto has experience with paying and no one noticing. He usually does so at Ichiraku's. If anyone else knows his secret, it's them. Southwest Quadrant, Forest of Death. Kurenai was in the branches around the clearing where Anko, Naruto, and Yugito were. Luke leapt into the clearing and found himself directly beside Naruto. Hey, Luke. About time you joined us. The only reason I stayed behind was because he called out to them for not paying. With a hint of surprise, Naruto said, what? But I could have sworn I paid for them. And I showed him that you did, but not even I know how. That is a secret to me, and me alone. I only use it at Ichiraku's because they're the only place that doesn't care about what I am. Dango stand is open if you want. They know I've been going to Ichiraku's because I'm worried about you. Acknowledged Anko. They openly stated they'd welcome you if you came. Thanks, I guess. Naruto answered back. Oh, did you know I went to Suna and fixed a seal? Seriously, they call that Fuinjutsu? What are you talking about? Yugito acknowledged. I don't see the problem with the lack of skill, only he did. The reason I was so ticked off is because he couldn't sleep because he held the Aikibi. Seriously, they gave him a severely faulty seal for what he had. Naruto clearly felt irritated. They're lucky I fixed it without them knowing. I should raise it to the ground for the amount and severity of the faults. A hand was placed on his shoulder by Yugito. Her voice was soothing as she said, "Calm down. You know what happens when you lose it." Naruto appeared to relax. After a while, Naruto said to her, "Thanks Yugi-chan." He smiled back at Yugito when he said, "Here to help, you know that." Kurenai was taken aback by her ability to soothe him. How did she manage to do that so easily? To which the Inuzuka replied, "I have no idea. What about you, Yugo?" The purple-haired girl answered, "I wouldn't rule out her knowing about his burden. She knows how he thinks. Maybe even what he fears, Hana." "I wouldn't go that far. I mean, we don't even know if he knows about it yet," Hana responded. Naruto gave her a direct look. "You think I can't hear you from down here?" Yugito also gave them a look. "We both can, though he's better than I am, due to his affinity. And yes, I actually do know, as does he." They were all taken aback. How did they hear us? How do you think I managed to outwit Anbu? Even if I knew the village as good as them, I wouldn't do any good if I wasn't able to keep track of them. My hearing is on par with an Inuzuka's nose, without adding chakra to it, or using my affinity. My nose is not as powerful, but I can still sniff them out better than most. Naruto replied. He cocked his head away from a senbon and said, "Of course I could hear you with nothing else going on. Time to start?" Anko shot back, "No, that was to get your attention." She threw several more at him, and he dodged a little languidly, saying, "And now that I have it, I'm not losing it." Luke and Yugito both leapt to the other onlookers. Yugo questioned her, "How did he truly hear us?" "We told you the basic and simplified version. The only reason I could is because I'm a Jinchuriki, like he is." Yugito acknowledged. "We're close, and his life was worse than mine. Being in Kumo, where the Jinchuriki can learn to gain full control over their Biju, I let him know that getting pissed will draw on it unconsciously. The whole Fuinjutsu thing is probably an Uzumaki pride sort of thing. That's probably why I don't see it as big of a problem as he does. He's an Uzumaki," Nuff said. His mother's identity was revealed to the world, but it begs the question of his father. Hana acknowledged. "I mean, I think I know who it is, but no one truly knows. I have a pretty good idea, as I know that Kushina had a boyfriend, but as far as I know, they never married," acknowledged Kurenai. "What's your guess?" Kurenai surprised the others by saying, "Aryandaime." Strangely enough, Yugito was grinning. "What's with that grin?" Yugo, who deduced the underlying message, was surprised when Yugito responded, "Oh, nothing. Just don't say who you think it is in public." Hana and Kurenai gave her a look when she said, "You're kidding me." However, Yugito burst into laughter. "You wish it weren't, don't you?" Yugo let out a sigh. "I can't say I didn't think it was possible. I thought I was deluding myself by thinking that." Kurenai shook her head and said, "You weren't aware she had a boyfriend, did you? Am I the only one among the Cold Queens that knew?" Hana acknowledged. "I think Anko knew. More than any of us. It's either that or she found a kindred spirit in him. We all know that she's an outcast in the village. That's why she likes it here. People don't enter for no reason. Hell, unless they have to, they don't." Yugito acknowledged. "I'm fully aware of this forest. Yet, I'm not scared of it at all. In fact, I'm actually glad to be here, and so is he. We'd live here if we could." As Senbon and Kanai attacked him in unison, Naruto was evading them. Anko was wondering why he hadn't used the shadow clone jutsu yet, even though he already knew that he knew it. "What's wrong, brat? Why aren't you using all your means to escape?" A number of Kanai, Senbon, and Shuriken were approaching him from various directions when Naruto paused, saying, "Mainly because this is more for reflexes than all-out avoiding. You can't avoid them all." "Oh well." He vanished in a flash of light, and in a second, there were several clangs. At that, everyone except Yugito gaped. Anko was taken aback. So much so that it wasn't until the Kanai scraped her cheek that she realized it was approaching. Speaking from a tree branch, Naruto remarked, "Your surprise got to you, sis." "Hey, Naruto. Did you have to pull that?" "With no way out, and I didn't have time for Kawarimi, that was the last option," said Naruto. "And since I could see where I was going, all conditions were met." Yugito let out a sigh. Yeah, I know." Immediately, Naruto was in front of her. "What's the matter? You wondering why I could get teleport down before you did?" The proximity caused Yugito to flush. "No, I'm not. You knew it before I met you. I know that. But in all honesty, that was more of a mixed-up version. I modeled it after my father's jutsu to learn it. After about a month, I got it down with the shuriken, but it's still easier with the shuriken. It's how I learned. Acknowledged Naruto. Seriously though, why do you blush like that? I mean, you've seen parts of me no one else should see. Yugito exclaimed, that was an accident, loudly. Naruto turned his head and blushed, saying, I know, but that resulted in staring, in which your towel fell. That was unexpected. You what? Yelled Kurenai. Yugito's Nibi. Like eyes glared at her. She took a step back and nodded, saying, don't say a word. Then Yugito faced Naruto once more. You know I liked what I saw, and I know you did too. Even now, Naruto refused to look her in the eyes. I know it's just something I shouldn't have seen for a while, even now. That's not something I'm proud of, regardless of whether I liked it or not. She took hold of his chin and drew his face close to hers. And you should realize that I don't care. Besides, what about that original jutsu of yours? Beside them, Anko inquired, what original jutsu? You really think I should show them? I mean, sure it was a good mimic, but still, that's not a good thing around them. It's mainly to use against perverts. Naruto acknowledged. Not that one. Yugito exclaimed, red in the face. I mean the one we could both use without that little detail. Naruto received a nod when he said, oh, the beast mode? That one may have a few problems. Remember the fox isn't really liked around here. And you do realize it won't allow you to take more than you control, right? Replied Yugito. I've got near full control of mine, but you only have up to 2 tails. It won't give you more than that. Naruto let out a sigh. If you're willing to be cuddled to death by Kurenai, Hana, or maybe even Yugo, then you go ahead and do yours. Personally, I'd rather avoid the cute glomp, as I call it. It's worse than Anko's. Long time, no see, glomp. No offense. Anko answered, none taken, and you know I don't do that. Naruto acknowledged, that's why I didn't put your name on those that might. You're not exactly fond of that kind of stuff. And we shouldn't show that off at any given point in time, Yugi-chan. Yugito sighed. Fine, but I'm showing Anko later. Naruto answered, preferably without them around. No offense, girls, but I would not appreciate it if you glomped her to death because of it. I'll admit even I almost fell for the cuteness. Oh really? Yugito's eyebrows went up. Naruto winced when he said, I seem to remember something quite different when I first did it. It was the tone, not the words. For his taste, it was a bit too sensual. What do you mean? He inquired, his tone almost faltering, but only Anko and Yugito could hear it. Yugito cooed, I think you know what I mean. If not, I think I'll have to show you again. Naruto's will was failing him in the fight. Ah, no thanks. Yugito whimpered, threatening to cry, please. As soon as Naruto saw them, he gave in. When she does that, I detest it. A bright light briefly engulfed Naruto before a two-tailed orange fox took his place. You and me both, Kit. Happy? The fox asked Yugito, who, like Naruto, smiled and glowed before changing into a purple-furred cat with a single tail. As she began to cuddle with the fox in the form of a cat, she said, now I am. Naruto cuddled with her because he couldn't resist the sensation. Kurenai was losing the will to squeal like a child at the sight, but she was still fighting it. That is, until Anko showed up beside her, exposing a number of senbon and kunai. Her posture conveyed a single message. She even glared at Kurenai, but Kurenai's fear of the expression she was projecting forced her to stop. Do something, and you will regret it. She was even more frightened because she could practically see Orochimaru floating behind Anko. She was completely unaware that it was a genjutsu. However, Hana also noticed it and made an unsuccessful attempt to get rid of it. Kurenai observed this, and Yugo and Hana made repeated attempts to refute it. They were right, she thought, so she joined in. Perplexed, Anko questioned, why are you trying to dispel a genjutsu when there isn't even one? At this moment, Orochimaru's image began to wane. The only thought that crossed Kurenai's mind caused her to go pale. Another sunset genjutsu version. What time did she get it? Anko saw the expression. Okay, Kurenai. What's up? Why are you pale as a sheet? Was it my glare? She gave a headshake. The weapons? No. My pose? No. Then what? You mean you didn't cause the genjutsu we couldn't dispel? Angry, Anko questioned, what the hell are you talking about? I didn't use a genjutsu. Before Kurenai covered her hand and whispered in her ear, Hana began, Then what about the... Don't mention what it was. It's the equivalent of Guy's sunset genjutsu. I can't even break that one. The less she knows about it, the better. To get their attention, Fox Naruto said, I heard that, you know. What's Guy's sunset genjutsu? And why is it so bad? A broad smile spread across Anko's face. So that's what you were doing, huh? And it looks like I found out, exactly, how to do it my way. Sis. Naruto. I will only say this once. If you see a man in green spandex, giant bushy eyebrows, and a bowl-cut hairstyle, do not, under any circumstances, do anything with him. This includes talking. Anko responded. He has a genjutsu that no one, not even a cage, or a demon, for that matter, could break. Now, I wonder what would happen if he used it against the Kyuubi. I would run at the sight of it, unlike your mother, who'd probably maim him if your father weren't there. Kyuubi stated to Naruto. Naruto turned to Yugito, who was still a cat, and said, I'm not going into that. Let's take our business elsewhere, Yugi-chan. They seized each other's paws and teleported out after saying, agreed. The others merely gazed at their current location. As Kurenai put it, where did they go? Anko acknowledged, in that form. I have no idea. It opens up a wide range of ideas, especially regarding hiding spots. This is a whole new ballgame that frankly, I'm not suited for. Hana pouted while the other three nodded. I didn't get to pet them. Kurenai's face lit up with realization as Anko told them, that was what I didn't want. And that's probably why I managed to pull off a variant of Guy's sunset genjutsu. A man yelled, did someone call youthfulness incarnate? 3 of the girls gave him a disgusted look, and Anko grinned. Anko attracted his attention by saying, good timing, Guy. He looked at her once before becoming sidetracked by Orochimaru's shadowy figure behind her. Guy was startled and tried to break the illusion by opening the second gate right away, but it was unsuccessful. He was no longer afraid after learning that. He actually flashed his bright teeth in a smile. Nice variant of my original genjutsu, Anko. Such youthfulness. Might I ask, how you pulled it off? An action that was bound to piss me off was coming, so I tried to prevent it, didn't realize it until after the fact. Anko laughed. And now that I know how I can do it, I just need to be able to bring it out at will. Guy's head tilted. Unyouthfulness gave you access to one of my prized techniques? I am most confused. Anko crossed her arms and said, I was too. Different way to use them, for different purpose, maybe. Luke was looking on in disbelief. Anko, I saw that illusion of the man behind you, however, I broke out of it easily, and with no effort. Kurenai yelled, you're kidding me, and pressed herself directly against him. How did you do it? It was nothing compared to some of the things I can do, however, I don't use chakra. That could be your problem. What I use is aura, and for you, it is like pure spiritual energy, replied Luke. Kurenai's expression changed to one of bewilderment, and then she realized. Luke appeared to smile and said, damn it, I'll never get out of it, before telepathically speaking to Anko and Guy alone. When Luke noticed that they nodded, he used agility to phase them out. In all honesty, though it wasn't hard to break out of, Kitsune wouldn't be able to. I'm not called an aura dog for no reason, you know? They all blinked as they glanced at Luke's location. According to Anko, he's fast. He stumbled upon seeing Anko's deadly snake bastard genjutsu, saying, Yosh, and I shall top him. And if I can't, I will run 500 laps around the village on my fingers. And if I can't do that I shall. A.N. The new name nearly perfectly captures her version. With a sadistic tone, Anko questioned, you were saying? Guy fled after shaking his head. Anko smirked instead of frowning. And that's how you get rid of the power of youth speech. Hana, Yugo, and Kurenai were all simultaneously awed and terrified, but none of them was able to express it clearly. Instead, they simply exchanged a perplexed glance at their own situation. Kurenai gave a shrug. She shut up, saying, well, I'm out. I think people should know there is someone that scared Guy out of his power of youth speech. Yugo and Hana shrugged. They departed after saying, I suppose we'll help spread the word. Anko grinned and blinked a few times. I love getting the crazy people to stop, even if it's just for a short while. Somewhere. A cat and a fox were making out in a tiny cave with only one entrance. For the 2 animals, the cave appeared to be far too large. They paused for a moment and exchanged glances. I think that's enough for now, Yugi-chan. It whimpered, come on, Naru.kun. We can't do this all the time, so why not enjoy every chance we get? Mainly because we can lose anyone quickly, change, and then teleport. This is always a good hiding spot for a while. People have forgotten there were any foxholes around here. There are at least 70. The fox responded. If it makes you feel any better, I'm not exactly happy to say this. I actually like being alone with you. However. What? What's wrong with me? Yugito the cat appeared to be about to cry. Naruto, the fox, glanced at the entrance and said, "Please, not that, and it's not you." Yugito turned to face the entrance after hearing the statement, "If you're going to spy on us, at least hide your aura, Luke." Luke shot back, "What? I can't spend time with you." Naruto shot back, "That wasn't the problem, Luke, and you know it." He went in and asked, "Then what was it? Were you two making out again?" With great annoyance, Yugito questioned, "What's it to you?" "I get it." Interrupted during, "That is not a good idea. I think it'd be better for me to go back into the Pokeball, if you're going to do that." Luke made the suggestion. After the two Jinchuriki blinked, Naruto transformed into his regular self and produced Luke's Pokeball. Naruto acknowledged, "Thank you for the idea, Luke. She doesn't like anyone interrupting stuff like that." Exasperated, the cat uttered, "Damn right I don't." Before transforming back into a beast, Naruto struck Luke with a red beam while holding out the Pokeball. Naruto questioned, "Now, where were we?" before they resumed their conversation. With Kakashi was enjoying his day. He first witnessed a prank that simultaneously caught the entire village off guard. Second, he didn't even confront Guy when he saw him. Kurenai eventually revealed to him that Guy was genuinely afraid of someone who was able to steal his genjutsu and pass it off as their own. The fact that it was Enko Midarashi added to its allure. She had been brought up a few times by Naruto. From what he understood, they shared a sibling bond. She was clearly capable of making her own, and he was about to ask her when he changed his mind. He was aware that it would be beneficial, but what if she applied it to him? Could I accept it? Do I need to bother? Those were his primary ideas? No, let her frighten him to death. Even looking me in the eye didn't initiate a challenge, so he didn't even bother to do it. I'm not sure what else is worth it if that isn't. He continued walking without much concern. The memorial stone was then in front of him. "Rin, Sensei, and Obito. I can no longer be late for our conversation. I always remember my mistakes, so I'm always late when I come here, regardless of what I'm doing. No longer. I have another reason to live now, for me to take care of myself and for someone else to take care of me. Obito. With your final breath, you gave your Sharingan to me. I will always think of you as a wonderful friend because of that. Rin." His thoughts paused. "I really wish I could have told you how I felt, but I was so stupid and bound to the rules that I couldn't see what it was, or even care. I sincerely hope you will pardon me for disappointing you, Rin, if you are still living somewhere. I'm certain I never will. However, that is no longer significant." Somewhere in the cave, a woman was there, bruised and battered. She and another person were sleeping next to a fire. The girl's dream, it was gloomy. Absolutely no light. "Rin. If you're still alive somewhere, I hope you can forgive me for letting you down." "Kakashi?" inquired the girl, who was now called Rin. "Kakashi, where are you?" "I hope you can forgive me for letting you down." Rin inquired, "What do you mean? I know I never will, but that is of no importance anymore." "What are you talking about?" Rin decided to remain silent and listen to him since she knew he couldn't hear her. "I may not know whether you are truly alive, but I cannot be late anymore. I can't become a second Obito, just because I have his left eye. I remember when we were told Sensei's son didn't survive the sealing. To be honest, I didn't believe it for a second. 2 years ago, my thoughts were proven true. He is alive and well, and knows of his parents. He doesn't hate them for what they did, and even said he'd probably do the same thing in their position. Looks like he's having a good time, while I'm stuck in my mind." Rin was upset. "I still have no idea whether you truly survived all those years ago, but right now, I can't shut myself out. I have a Luxray to take care of, and I'm not planning on disappointing him like I most likely did you, and Obito. I know Sensei wouldn't be happy with who I became after Obito's death, but the time I spent with Raito, my Luxray, is only the second happiest time of my life, whether I knew it at the time or not." "You were always a stick in the mud, not allowing anyone in," Rin acknowledged. "From now on, I'll take Obito's personality, minus the tardiness, unless of course I'm going for the bell test, but that's just to help out for the test." I realized that he wasn't the total fool. I was. Not only was I cold to the only one I could actually feel happy around way back when, I really wanted something else. I will make Sensei proud, by helping his son, if necessary. I've got a lot to make up for, and I've wasted too much time wallowing in self-pity. You? Self-pity? Damn, you're more screwed up right now than I thought? I realize now, that even though you're on the memorial stone, marked as Kia, that you can come back to us should you truly be alive. From now on, all my battles, with or without the Sharingan, are dedicated to you. You have always been there for me, even when I was an idiot. If there's one person I could ever count on, it was you. I was just too stupid to notice. Oh, I wish I could ask you a question. I really need to know if you. I love you, Rin. I always have, and always will. Rin said in a whisper, never mind. Hey. Talking to a stone, and somehow I think you can actually hear what I'm saying. But, if you can, and you're alive, please, come back. Show them the kick-ass girl. No. The kick-ass kunoichi that took shit from no one. Not even the cold bastard I was back then. I may not deserve you right now, and believe me, I would understand if you didn't want to see me again, but the only two reasons I'm actually not pitying myself are because of Raito, my Luxray, and Naruto, who only goes by his mother's surname. I seriously have to get out of here. Naruto needs a family, Rin replied. Until we meet again, Rin. Whether here, at the same time, they concluded, or in the afterlife. At that moment, a light appeared in front of her. Kakashi, I will make it back. If I have to tear apart my own mind just to get out of here, I will. Naruto seriously needs someone to count on. You and I would do just fine for that. Well, I'll be. She entered and opened her eyes to discover that she was in a fire-lit cave. And the man next to you said, about time you woke up. Who are you? The man remained quiet for a while. I am known by several names. For now, call me Genbu. Turtle? Is this man insane? No, I am not. Is he? She was dubious when Genbu told her, no, I don't read minds. May not seem likely, but it's true. I can't read minds. Only auras, which is similar to a combination of empathy and telepathy, though only one way. The strength of it relies in your ability to interpret it. I am able to tell a thought through an aura, but not through the mind itself. Therefore, I do not read minds. I get it. Genbu twitched an eyebrow and said, not completely, but you understand enough. Don't get annoyed or angry, that I can tell. Unless the confusion is for something else, then you were still confused about the aura sense. Rin merely gave a few blinks. She gave a nod. At this point, he posed a question to which she was unsure of how to respond. Who is Kakashi? To her credit, Rin was taken aback. You talk in your sleep, and I was wondering. It's a name, I know, and you said it highly often. I can only imagine it being someone close to you. Someone. Rin concluded on his behalf, I have to get back to. I was stuck in my mind, and his voice reached me. I found my way out after he was done. And I know where he is, too. Or where he should be. I see. Rest up. We're headed for Fire Country tomorrow. Where exactly are we? Genbu grinned. A place known to you as Whirlpool Island, just south of the Uzushiogakure ruins. She grinned. Then I know exactly where to go from here. Not quite. Something happened while you were out of it for the past 3 years. I have only recently found out why. This island is now a pocket dimension. 3 others were here a few days back. One with silver hair, one with golden blonde, and one with platinum blonde. 2 of them were Jinchuriki. Kakashi, Naruto. However, who is the other one? I take it you recognize at least one of them? 2 of them. Silver and golden blonde. Silver hair is Kakashi. No doubt. Golden blonde. That's likely my sensei's son. The last one I have no clue, said Rin. Good thing I can tell when you're lying. I have found the exit they used. I am not sure how long has passed in their time frame, but it has been 3 days since they left here. Rin gave a nod. As usual, Kakashi was strolling through the village. If someone were looking for a mask and slanted headband, they wouldn't recognize him. He was actually wearing a sort of eye patch over his Sharingan. The face mask was gone, and the headband was in its normal position. However, he needed to take care of business. He would never forget the chakra signal that he recognized during the night. He was searching for it and genuinely hoped that this meeting would be fruitful. Near the memorial stone, he spotted the lone individual he had assumed it was. He approached her. He said, come to pay your respects. I wish I could. I let down my sensei, lost one of my teammates, and then left the last one hanging for years while I was unconscious. 6 months in a prison in Water Country and finally getting out, only to fall unconscious until a few days ago, the woman replied. Then Kakashi said, mind if I ask who? The woman said, why would you care? My sensei died protecting this village, and I let him down through his son. Acknowledged Kakashi. You see this eye patch? It covers the eye I got from my dead teammate. And my other teammate was left for dead, because I was too idiotic to do anything about it. He took a breath. I'll admit I wasn't really planning on coming here anymore. I have something to lose, and that's not something I want to happen again. I lost my sensei, I lost my teammate, and I lost the one person that could actually make me feel different, and I actually loved, but was too caught up in my duties to realize it. The woman said, "It sounds like you lead a difficult life." Kakashi sighed and said, "Yes, it was." He concluded with a smirk that was entirely apparent because he was not wearing a mask. "You should know better than anyone, my life is filled with regrets. Isn't that right, Rin Tsukihana?" Rin questioned, "How did you know it was me?" before removing the henge. "First off, I had learned a lot over the past few years. Your chakra signature is ingrained into my memory. And your mask?" Kakashi acknowledged, "To catch you off guard, mainly. There is something I have to tell you, I just..." He nodded and said, "Don't know how to say it." Another nod. "Let me guess. You love me, don't you? How long?" Kakashi acknowledged, "I really have no idea. If I could, I would have gone back and actually showed what I felt instead of suppressing it for God knows how long." Rin smiled and sighed. "Is it true?" Kakashi asked, glancing at her with an open eye. "Sensei's son? Is he truly alive?" "Yeah. I've helped him for the past 2 years. I'm surprised he doesn't." He was surprised when Rin interrupted, asking, "Blame his father for what he did." "How did you?" Rin acknowledged, "I heard a message while I was unconscious. It sounded like you," before discussing what she had heard. "I never took you the type to wallow in self-pity. And the only time I did was after Obito died, and I started emulating him. You know how annoying he got, but I couldn't help but want to see what he did from an inside view." Kakashi acknowledged. As they sat down in the clearing, Rin said, "I see. Why don't you have your mask on? You never took it off since your father passed away." "No one was up at this hour, so I wasn't worried about it. I also wanted you to see my true face." Kakashi said with all honesty, "If it's any consolation, you're the first I'm actually willing to do this for." Then, to his surprise, Rin kissed his cheek. As she withdrew, she remarked, "Perhaps I could give you a reason to hide your face." Like. He was shocked when Rin slapped his face and touched it. When he took out a mirror, Kakashi's eyes widened. "Maybe now you can hide that seal I just gave you. Ample reason to keep your face hidden, am I right?" he asked. Rin was perplexed by this. He had been interested in his reflection since when? Kakashi saw her bewildered. "Oh, you're wondering why I have this? Well, it's not for me, to be honest. I use it to distract Guy from time to time. You'd be surprised at the effectiveness of it." Rin smiled. Guy was a young fool. Nuff said. Then it faded into his skin. "I'm actually glad I have it with me, and I can see that it does something important." "What just happened?" Rin was taken aback. "I don't know. That was supposed to let me keep an eye on your emotional state. I didn't expect it to fade." Kakashi gave her a look. "Why? I don't know, okay. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. After what I heard, I couldn't help but worry you weren't exactly in the best of times. Naruto and the one called Raito. They have helped you, haven't they?" After nodding, he abruptly drew closer to her, startling her. Then he gave her a full mouth kiss. She was taken aback by the action, but she quickly shook it off and put her arms around his neck in return. When they heard coughing close by, they immediately split up to stare at the source, which appeared to be a fox. "You two done? And I thought you weren't exactly over Rin, Kakashi." Rin said, "A talking fox." Unexpectedly, Rin was asked, "Naruto, what are you doing up at this hour?" by Kakashi. "That's Naruto. I mean, I know it's been a while, but I'm positive that Sensei's son isn't a fox," Rin responded. Naruto approached her. "You are Rin Tsukihana, Kakashi's old teammate, whom he thinks he doesn't deserve." Kakashi nodded but remained silent when asked, "You told him too, didn't you?" She glanced at the fox and said, "Figured as much. Why are you a fox, Naruto?" "Beast form. I turn into a fox, and it's a great way for me to know just how much of the Kyuubi's Yuki I can control. I've got 2 tails right now, so that means I can control 2 tails worth of his Yuki. I can change back whenever I want." Naruto responded, before reverting to his human form. "Where exactly were you?" 6 months in a prison in Kiri. Then I escaped, and was unconscious for nearly 3 years. I've been on Whirlpool Island ever since. For the past 2 years, Kakashi and I were on the real Whirlpool Island, which was placed in a pocket dimension. We would have sensed you, Naruto replied. Kakashi acknowledged, "That's something I'm wondering as well. I'm afraid I don't know, The one that was there when I woke up said you were gone for 3 days when I woke up. But something's not right about the time. It should have been morning when I got here, not in the middle of the night," replied Rin. "He told me to rest up and that we were headed to Fire Country the next day. I wasn't sure how he knew, but he knew where you left, and how you did. He called himself Genbu, but something tells me that's not really his name." Before Naruto's eyes widened, Kakashi told her, "I don't recognize the name." "Blue hair, sea blue eyes, probably wearing a sea green cloak," replied Naruto. "You know him?" Silently, Naruto cursed. He was the only other one on Whirlpool Island that I knew of. I hadn't seen or heard from him ever since Kakashi showed up on the island. Now I see why. He was keeping you alive. If Rin hadn't been a kunoichi, she would have gasped. She sighed instead. "I'm not exactly sure what he did, but whatever it was, it worked. I was asleep for a long time, and ate a lot more than I usually do. For some reason, my muscles didn't contract atrophy. I didn't get it, and I still don't. I shouldn't even be able to move, but my body doesn't feel a day weaker than before I was sent to the prison. I'm not sure how he did it, but he did." Naruto acknowledged, "The guy is like a god, if you ask me. He does impossible things. Even for a ninja." Rin acknowledged, "That's what it seemed like. Did you see the cave?" "No, he met me in the ruins a few times, but that was it. I never went to him, because I had my own training to go through." Naruto replied, "I never asked to see where he lived, if he even lived on the island. I just wasn't even curious about it." Rin said, "Quick question. Do you have any kind of sealing expertise?" "More than most. I've gone through everything the Uzumaki clan had way back when. I'll admit that I've been making some explosive notes, and even recreated my father's Hiraishin through other means, though it's only for transportation at this point. As long as I can sense the item, I can teleport there almost instantly. It's the marker for reverse summoning, sure. Still, it's a 5-point shuriken, not a 3-pronged kunai. I got worked up when I visited Sanagakure, only to find the resident Jinchuriki mentally unstable due to an extremely faulty seal." "Don't even." Rin interrupted Kakashi and said, "I see what you mean. That's the Uzumaki sealing pride. When a seal is done bad, they comment on it. When it's a bit too out of whack, they call them out, and fix it themselves. But when a seal is used for the wrong reason, or is far too weak to do what is needed, they tend to get pissed off." Naruto acknowledged, "Yeah, that'd be about right. I mean, he held the Ichibi, yet the seal couldn't hold a squirrel and be stable. How could it possibly hold a demon, much less a Biju?" "You wanted to raise the village to the ground, didn't you?" Naruto gave a nod. "Typical Uzumaki trait. You should train in Kenjutsu. Your mother was pretty damn good at that before she got pregnant. When it came to Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu, Suiden, and Fuden, she was unmatched in the village. Fuden was a close call, with my sensei, but she still beat him." Naruto grinned. "It looks like my mom beat my dad in a lot. Only her specialties, aside from one, which they both had as a specialty," Rin said. "I swear, when those two were together on the battlefield, no one could match them. I'm serious. She was the crazy genius. He was the dense genius. Together, and even alone, they pulled off the impossible. That was the only specialty they shared, and loved every second they got out of it. And it looks like I inherited that specialty. I got old man Hokage and Danzo to get along and actually agree on something." Rin grinned and said, "That's impossible. Damn, you're right. That is one of your specialties." Naruto smirked before saying, "Thank you." He transformed into his beast form and fled, eventually vanishing in a beam of blue light. "Anyway, I should get back to Yugi-chan. She'd freak if I wasn't there when she woke up." Rin inquired, "How does he do that?" Kakashi said, "Teleport. Pokemon move. Don't explore." Rin observed, "You don't want to keep that a secret from me." "I don't, but I have no real choice in the matter. I need his permission to talk about it. Expressed and written, I might add." Kakashi acknowledged. "No one realized it, but I had spoken of things in other dimensions that are forbidden to talk about here. Like his family?" Kakashi went on, "The Kyuubi, and other things. The technicality I can use it that it is not in the area under their jurisdiction, meaning they can't get me with the law. His mother is free to be talked about now, though. He already found out about the Uzumaki clan. They still aren't aware of the Uzumaki chakra, or the Namikaze regeneration. Naruto, however, is." Rin said, drawing a startled glance from Kakashi, "Those were always kept under wraps. But you'll never believe who I found in that prison while I was there." "What do you mean? Who did you find?" "Arashi Namikaze. Sensei's cousin. He admitted openly that he hadn't seen his brother since he was exiled. He wasn't aware that the Namikaze clan has few members left, so when I told him, he was shocked. He asked about Sensei, and I told him that Sensei was dead, and so was his son, but his son was supposed to be a Jinchuriki, and I let him know of the doubts I had at first. He stayed behind, while I managed to escape. Kakashi got a nod when he said, "You want to tell him that Naruto is still alive? I think I can help with that. Or rather, Naruto, Yugito and I can." Rin inquired, "By the way, who is Yugito? I don't remember anyone by that name in the village." "She's only a year older than Naruto, but they're closer than most. If you ask me, it's like they're already married, but they're only 9 and 10. They know of things that they wouldn't usually know about until they're mid-teens, or the academy for Yugito, near as I can figure, anyway." "You mean?" Kakashi acknowledged, "She knows of it, yeah, and for once, I'm not at fault. For Naruto, it's the Kyuubi. For Yugito, it's the Nibi. Nibi, near as I can figure, is more horny than Icha Icha." Rin said, "That's got to suck." They continued taking, mostly catching up for a few hours, saying, "No kidding." With Naruto, Yugito and Naruto stood before a class of students. One that Naruto could simply call Duck. But was the only one that didn't even react. "Alright, class. This is Naruto Uzumaki. He'll be joining our class this year." He remained silent except for a bow. "This is Yugito Ni. She is also joining today, and is likely to excel in other areas as well," the instructor stated. She looked around the class and saw one with a frown on his face and said, "Thanks for the introduction, Sensei, but I'm afraid that's all I really need known." She pointed to the duck.ass. "Like black hair." He muttered something, but Yugito and Naruto both heard it and developed tick marks on their foreheads that resembled each other. Yugito yelled, "Yo, duck butt," to get the boy's attention. "I'm not for the bad boy or emo types like the rest of these idiots. I'm only going to say one thing. Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you." The boy's smile grew. Despite raising an eyebrow, Yugito and Naruto sat down next to each other and said, "Finally, someone safe. Now that that's over, time to begin class. I believe you are all aware of the new system, which is what you will be going by. Your class is the first to actually take up this schedule, and as such will most likely be a better group of candidates. You are in for the long haul, or you're out. Dead weight will be dropped. Standards have been upped. If you are not serious, then quit now. Now then, let's begin with our lessons." Naruto and Yugito didn't entirely ignore their discussion of history, if only to observe how the official narrative differed from the authentic account from an eyewitness. Math arrived later. It was as good as making popcorn, Naruto. It was incredibly simple. Yugito was fine because she had also been learning this for some time. Lunch followed. Naruto and Yugito were perched on a tree limb. A voice called out to them from below, "Hey, you two." Duck. Butt was the name of the creature. With extreme annoyance, Yugito questioned, "What do you want?" A little irritated by the lack of consideration, he answered, "To at least talk." "About what?" inquired Naruto. "Look, are you coming down, or am I coming up?" he inquired. "Get up here like we did. Then we'll talk," Naruto went on to say, meaning, no hands. Duckbutt was taken aback by the declaration. "Impossible." Naruto said, "Nothing's impossible, Duckbutt. Especially not for us. We're beyond you if you can't do that. Climb a tree without using your hands, and then we'll talk. Maybe we'll help train you, if your parents allow it." Duckbutt was furious, but not because he had been turned down. "Say anything about my family, you will regret it." Abruptly, Naruto appeared before him. "Sorry, I didn't hear you." Duck unexpectedly backed up. "Did you just threaten us, when we have no blood relatives?" Duckbutt was taken aback. "What do you mean? Everyone here has family but me. That was before we came along. My parents were dead since the day I was born. No other family is known to be alive." Naruto stated to him, "And what's your excuse?" Astonished, Duckbutt asked, "You're saying you never heard of the Uchiha massacre?" Naruto blinked. After a moment, Naruto said, "So, you're Sasuke Uchiha, huh? I expected more out of you. I can have the council order you to train me. I don't have to do jack shit, and the council has no say over me as of 1 year ago, when a threat was issued to whoever tried forcing me to do anything. 2 years ago, I left the village for clan training. With it, included control. You say you have no family? Well, you're among your own kind with us." Naruto replied with an expressionless face. Sasuke let out a sigh. "What do you mean by control? Well, at least we're finally in agreement somewhere." Chakra is nothing more than a tool. A weapon of any shinobi. As with any weapon, if you can't use it properly, and I don't mean just flat out using it, it's basically useless to use. In a fight, every second counts. For a shinobi, every drop of chakra counts. Each drop wasted cannot be returned until after the fact. Run out of chakra, you die. I had to walk across a raging whirlpool to get my control as high as it is. Trust me when I say, it's not easy. Climbing a tree with chakra and no hands is the easiest out of all of them. Sasuke shot back, we haven't even learned that in class, how come you have? Naruto grinned. Because we didn't learn in an academy. We learned on a deserted island, surrounded by whirlpools. I also managed to get extra training in a place where the gravity shifts direction and intensity at random intervals. Direction is somewhat automatic, but intensity is random. We learned by doing, not by explanation. I'm going to have a lot of fun with this. Yugito said to him from the branch, you won't say that when you get far enough, Uchiha. Naruto then materialized directly beside her, horizontally, saying, meet us in training ground 7 after the academy tomorrow. We'll start your control training then. The faster you get it down, the better off you'll be. From the side, he was observing her while crouching on the trunk. She gave Sasuke a look. Told you it wasn't impossible, and he's only using chakra. Sasuke merely gave a nod. I'll see you then, and no fangirls. Sasuke acknowledged, I tend to ditch them quickly anyway. As Yugito and Naruto cuddled on the branch, Naruto saw some of the girls in the class glare at him. The fangirls are those. It is inevitable that they will eventually be expelled. 2 months later. Despite not paying much attention in class, Naruto and Yugito consistently placed in the top 5 on tests, with Sasuke coming in second. Sasuke has only been receiving control training from Naruto and Yugito. It has irritated him, but they have consistently stated the same thing. If you can't control something, it is useless and will needlessly backfire, causing death on the battlefield. Gain control, and you stay alive. That is an unspoken rule, which many forget. Yugito once turned back the roundhouse into the Hokage monument when Sasuke asked him out. A few days later, he responded, you could have said no. But if I did, you wouldn't have learned. I want nothing of the like, replied Yugito. Since then, he hasn't tried. Others inquired, but were met with a kick to the jaw that typically sent them into the monument, a rock, or, more frequently, the forest of death. The northeast quadrant in particular. It goes without saying that each of them gave Enko a serious workout. For most people, it was the end of their second year. For Yugito and Naruto, it was the end of their first semester. Alright, today is a test for those still around. If your results are not satisfactory, then you will be dropped from the program. Begin. 3 hours later, everyone was free until the results were announced in the afternoon. Given that it was solely academic, Naruto, Yugito, and Sasuke received the highest grades. Sakura Haruno was one of those who was regarded as a fangirl. Surprisingly, she came in at number 4. Yugito remarked, it seems like the pink-haired banshee has something positive about her. From behind her, someone said, laugh it up. You're just jealous because I scored higher than you on the exams. That is where you're wrong. I got second among all classes. You got 4th in our class. Yugito replied. She stepped aside and teleported off with Naruto and Sasuke, saying, see for yourself. Sakura was taken aback. She thought Sasuke would defeat her, but what if Yugito and Naruto defeated him instead? It was an anomaly. It must be. They are not superior to Sasuke-kun in any way. Yugito, Sasuke, and Naruto were positioned in the center of training ground 44. In the northeast quadrant, they were playing around. Wolves and spiders were all over the place, but they didn't bother to attack. Sasuke sighed with relief. Man, I forgot how good it feels to laugh. I've been so uptight recently, and had to act dead to everyone else. And if the cold and dead emo is just an act, what about the whole Avenger business? Yugito inquired. Sasuke acknowledged, that isn't really an act, to be honest. Why do you want to avenge your clan? With a low voice, Sasuke said, he killed them all. Every man, woman, and child. He only spared me. Why else would I need to? Naruto informed him, because that's not good enough of a reason. What did he say was the reason for it? Does it matter? Naruto responded, yes, actually it does. Reasoning is key for anything, and everything has a reason. Whether they know it or not. He said, it was a test of his strength. Then why kill the helpless ones? They wouldn't have posed any threat, Yugito inquired. I don't see what you mean. Think of it this way. What would cause him to kill off everyone in the clan? replied Yugito. I don't know. Naruto nodded and said, your brother was in the Hokage's personal Anbu, right? Was there something your parents may have been hiding from you? Something that would provoke execution? There is always a possibility of foul play. Sasuke didn't say anything. That hadn't occurred to him. I was scared. I didn't see why he did it. But I know what I should look for. My father hid a diary of his actions for the longest time. I know where he hid it. Maybe it was in there. If it isn't, then I could check my mother's. If there's something in there that qualifies, I should abandon it, right? He ultimately asked. If it would warrant the death of the entire clan, that would include you. That means he left you alive for a reason. If they did do something that would require extermination of the clan, then it would be highly likely that he left you alive to either kill him yourself, or do something before you do. Something that would require both of you. Put yourself in his shoes. What would he do? That should give you an answer as to what he wants you to do. Naruto continued. If not, what would he want if the roles were reversed, and you killed off the clan except him? Despite his silence, Sasuke was deep in thought. He didn't enjoy fighting. He did, however, fight. No, he never desired pointless combat. However, why did? Rebellion? No, that's not what Dad would do. Then what? When trying to figure out the truth, something is only false when proven false, the same as when the source confirms it. Naruto stated to him. Think it over, and nothing is out of the question until the proof says so. Don't go off of what your eyes saw back then, because I had put on an act at the academy, as you know. You, Yugito, Kakashi Hitaki, and myself are the only ones that are remotely aware of my full strength. Our spars in here are nowhere close, and you know it. Yugito turned to the wolves after saying, let's think about it later. For now, let's kill off some boredom. You up for another round? They all said, hell yeah, together. Naruto, Yugito, and Sasuke were all immediately on guard. They easily repelled the charge of 15 wolves. They only used taijutsu. Neither genjutsu nor ninjutsu were used. As a Uchiha, Sasuke fought as he usually did. Yugito fought like a cat, kicking, punching, and clawing while on all fours. In contrast, Naruto fought without a specific style. He was simply fighting without thinking. That's how it would appear, anyway. The truth is that his style is centered around no particular pattern or moves, and only Sasuke and Yugito knew this. At best, it is arbitrary, but he is more comfortable with it than most people realize. Based on the haphazard moves that don't seem to lead anywhere, he had dubbed it the roulette style. There is no one way to use this style, just as there is no one path in life or luck. He created it himself, and it's the sheer randomness that enables him to utilize it to its fullest. Yugito had attempted to use it, but was unable to do so. Although Sasuke could perform some of the movements, he was unable to fully utilize the style. After a while, he always followed a pattern. He could, for instance, strike one wolf and knock its head off before pursuing another and using a bare, flat hand to cut off its leg. He could then go for another and give it a little tap, which would cause it to heave up its lunch, breakfast, too, and dinner last night. Simply put, it is a massive chance, and it would no longer be the roulette style if a pattern were added. Every week, they had pursued them, and Sasuke, primarily after losing his fangirls, had a tendency to unwind there. With them, he always felt free to be himself rather than the person he had to be around other people. The 15 wolves paused and rested for a while after they were all either dead or incapacitated. Sasuke had learned the languages of the spider and the wolves rather quickly. In an attempt to strike up a conversation, he asked a spider, so, what's been going on here? Not much. Just a few mishaps, and very little fun. Seriously, though. Why do you come in here, man? Sasuke answered, fangirls are annoying as hell. I'll take something that Naruto once said. I would rather be swallowed by a pink warmadam, trash cloak, than be followed around by them. They never come in here, and probably would never think about it even if they got close. Honestly, I like the quiet here, and you guys are good for sparring against multiple opponents, along with going against the odds. The spider answered, true. Do I even want to know why you'd pick the trash cloak warmadam? Think of the most disgusting thing you could ever think of, and I'd probably rather be there. That would probably make a good comparison. Sasuke acknowledged. I'd rather be in a place I utterly hate than chased by them. I get it. You'd probably kill yourself if you got caught by them, huh? Sasuke shot back, that's an understatement. In the meantime, Yugito and Naruto were making out once more in their beast mode while concealed in another foxhole in the village. In Konohagakure elsewhere before they could start showing Sasuke their love, some young girls were looking for him because he had been going missing virtually every day. Two of them entered the dango shop and took seats close to Anko. One of them remarked, "I don't understand how he can simply vanish into thin air, Amy." The other, Amy, answered, "He didn't. That much I know for sure. He's hiding himself so well, I doubt the Anbu would find him." Anko's attention was drawn to that statement. "Who you girls looking for? I can assure you that only one person can truly hide from Anbu, and is not an Anbu himself. This is only including the males. There is one male, and one female that can do so." "Where would the male be?" "According to Anko, hell if I know, but I doubt you're looking for him. He's not well liked around most of the villagers." "You mean that blonde?" Anko acknowledged. "Well, both are blonde, if it makes it easier. Although, I have a feeling you aren't looking for a blonde." The girls exchanged glances before turning back to face Anko. "We're not. It's Sasuke." "The Uchiha, huh?" wondered Anko. "Sorry, I don't worry myself with that arrogant brat. Find him yourself. He's the best. There's no wa. Listen here and listen good. Naruto Uzumaki could kick his ass sideways if he wanted. He doesn't. Get your facts straight, or lose your place in the academy, which I know you're at." A glare interrupted her as she said, "What are you talking about? He couldn't. The only reason you say that is because you don't bother to see everything. You are not worthy of being a shinobi as you are. You are more interested in a boy than your own duties. It's people like you that get killed on their first C rank. Right now, Naruto could take on a B rank on his own, and not only survive, but complete the mission. He is only in the academy to be among those his age." Anko stated to them, "If I could, I would have killed you where you stand. The only thing holding me back is the law, so consider yourself lucky. Insult him again, and you won't like the consequences." In a shunshin, Anko stood up and walked away. The owner was on the verge of yelling when he noticed that she had paid and it was on the table. The only thing that came to mind was, how she does that is beyond me. Death Forest Anko heard some noise close by as she ventured into the forest. It was Sasuke Uchiha that she found when she went there. "What are you doing in here, Uchiha?" Sasuke answered, "I'm trying to get away from my damn fangirls. Naruto and Yugito are not around. Said they'd be looking for a foxhole somewhere. As to why, I'd give you 3 guesses, but you'd probably only need 1. With a curious tone, Anko said, "Thanks for the info, but why are you here?" "Naruto and Yugito come here because they're outcasts. People don't come here often, if at all. One of the most secluded places, and right now, the only place I can actually be myself and not who people expect me to be." Sasuke exhaled. "It's a nice reprieve, to be perfectly honest. The place is questionable when it comes to safety, but that, along with its reputation, would make others think I'd either never come in here, or they wouldn't bother coming in, unless they knew for a fact I was in here. Even then, the wildlife might kill them. As much as I'd like that, it's only happening if they are stupid enough to try. Well, you got my word to keep this a secret. They'd only get themselves killed if they came in. People die in here all the time. The officials won't be worried if they did die in here, but I'd be responsible for letting them in." Sasuke said, "Unless you weren't aware of them entering. It is obvious that, should they enter, it's because I was in here. You are aware of me being in here, but not anyone else." A yellow mouse materialized in front of him, asking, "Sasuke Uchiha?" "What?" inquired Sasuke. "I have received word from Naruto about something you could use. Note that will be tested before you do. This is not a test of skill, before you ask. The details of the test will be overseen by someone else. Should you fail the test, you will not be able to take it again." Sasuke's response, which caused Anko and the Pikachu to look surprised, was, "If it's to get a Pokemon, I am likely to fail anyway." "What do you mean? Do you not wish to be with a Pokemon?" "That's not the problem. Until I can find out the truth on my clan, which has been messed up in my head so far, I can't bother to worry. After that, I might be willing to try. It all depends on what I find as the truth. And if it is not satisfactory, all I want to know is what the truth is. Depending on what the truth is will determine whether or not I would ask for the test later. My opinion on you guys means little in the decision. Meaning, if the truth would put the clan in shame, or as a disgrace, or even stupid as hell, I might ask, if only to put the clan on the right path. However, that is not a good reason to ask. Not from what I think. If any of those are case, odds are likely I won't ask. I think we can help. Ask Naruto for Dialga's help, and give a date if it's a past event. That could give you a good look at the truth." Sasuke said, "Sorry, but I don't think I should rely on you guys. I will admit the thought is appreciated, but this is supposed to be a family matter, and right now, you guys aren't really family. No offense. It turned out to be a summons, and the Pikachu fled in smoke, saying, "None taken. We will relay your message. No worries." Anko inquired, "Since when were they a summon?" Sasuke said, "I have no idea. I'd ask Naruto when he's available, but I've got things to take care of. When I leave this forest, I'm taking a somewhat safe route to the Uchiha estate. This is so I can find out the truth. And if anyone asks you about my location, please say you don't know. Look, as much as I'm not fond of you Uchiha, the fact that you actually like being in this forest is troubling, at best." Anko replied with a hand raised. "If you're good with Naruto and Yugito, you're good with me." Sasuke made a move toward it but was stopped short. "I'm not sure if I am." Then Anko smirked and took hold of his hand. And that's a good trait in his book. Arrogance, hate due to ignorance, and above all else, perverts. If anyone has those traits, he's not going to like them. Oh, and then there's those that think they're better than everyone, just because of a name. That pisses him off to no end. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and said, "There's only one thing that would piss him off more than that, right? When someone hurts his friends, I think." Anko gave him a smile. "And you said you're not in his good graces yet. For you to know that, either you're in a really bad place with him and he'd have killed you already, or you were good with him. Those are the only two reasons he'd ever tell anyone that. Nothing pisses him off more than that, and when he is pissed, he will strike to kill. Within the hour, I might add. If you knew this for longer than a day. The answer is obvious." Sasuke gave a nod. "I still don't know if I can call him a friend yet, but he's a lot closer than anyone else in this village." "Hey. You managed to make friends with him, you're automatically friends with me and Yugito, as well." Anko stated to him. "Remember that. And find out soon. If they sent a summon to ask you about a test, then it's obvious he'd find out quickly." Sasuke replied with a nod. "I'll hang out here for a while, and leave when it's less likely for them to be out. People don't see that I don't want to be pampered, but when I do, I act like I want it. I don't, as it's demeaning." Anko raised an eyebrow in response. "The way I see it, they say I'm of the best clan, and raise me on a pedestal, but their actions say that I need to be coddled. If anything, there's very few that would understand that much. I'll leave you to it. Naruto's on good terms with the wildlife here." Sasuke responded, "All of us are. Naruto, Yugito, and me. I actually took the time to learn how they talk, to be honest. They're a lot better to talk about things than others, mainly because they can't really tell anyone the secrets that come up. Very few will understand them, so that's kind of why. I can only think of 3. If you can, that would make 4. In response, he nodded. "Then keep it 3. I'm only on good terms with the snakes to be honest, and the rest of them are highly protective of Naruto." After several months, for their evaluation, everyone was waiting in line. The sensei rattled off a few names when it was all over. He didn't even flinch as he usually does when they yelled, "Anyone I just called by name, your transfer papers are ready. Starting next week, you're going into a civilian academy." Yugito, Naruto, and Sasuke also did not flinch. Some of the females did, as did the other males. If your name was called, your progress was not satisfactory, and as such, you were being dropped from the program. Do better in the civilian academy, because that's all you'll be able to do. Civilian jobs. Now leave. He ended the conversation with a huge head. Those who were called departed promptly. Naruto, Yugito, and Sasuke departed using a teleport. Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, Amy Kantuna, you stay here. The rest of you are dismissed until Monday. He remarked, "You 3 got by, but only barely, do you know why?" "We came close, but narrowly avoided the line for termination," asked Sakura. "Shut up forehead." The teacher shouted, "Quiet," and they both stopped talking. "Why are you here?" Amy said nothing. Sakura let out a sigh. "I guess I'll start. At first it was to impress someone, but," he said, raising an eyebrow, "I'm not sure anymore. I'm from a civilian family, and I have no clan jutsu to note. And now finding out I just barely made it. I think I'm going to have to forego any pursuits, or it'll get me kicked out." Amy yelled, "What are you talking about?" Sakura came back, "Quiet, you bitch. At least I'm still wanting to go for this. All I have is my brain and my chakra control. That's it, and my control is actually because of my extremely low levels of chakra. Being a civilian is the reason for that." She glanced at the instructor. "Sensei, is there any way I can really improve? If I have to forego what I wanted in the beginning, I probably will, and focus on him later, when the time actually allows it. I can't let anything hold me back, and the affection of one male in the class is the reason so many girls were terminated. The instructor smiled. Are you sure about this? Sakura gave a headshake. I can't be sure. I don't even know where exactly I would specialize, if I would. Any suggestions right now? I have two. Tsunade came back to the village for the medic program. I'd suggest that one, or Genjutsu. They're the most likely ones for you. She grinned. I have to think of another reason to continue, but until I do, I'm staying until I can actually find it. Is that okay? He gave a nod. Sakura nodded and walked away, saying, you can go. I still have to talk to these two. While Sakura searched for Naruto, the instructor reprimanded the other two. Yugito was sitting next to him when she discovered him sitting beneath a tree. She shrank as they both glared at her and said, I'm glad I found you, Naruto. But she did not move. I'm looking for someone to help increase my chakra reserves. Yugito's ears perked up. Did I just hear what I think I did? What? Is a civilian asking about this impossible? Nah, that's not it. It's just the fact that the fangirl of his rival would come to him for training reserves. Yugito said bluntly. Sakura admitted, I wouldn't be able to ask him. I was a fangirl, but I have to change. In order to do that, I have to increase my reserves. Something that is lost on most fangirls. Naruto cautioned, the training will be grueling. They both heard Sakura gulp. It is neither easy, nor is it safe. The training we'd put you through, and no I'm not doing this alone, would make most Chunin cry in fear. I went through it, and believe me when I say, torture doesn't begin to describe it. Softly, Sakura said, I can try, her determination waning. She was drawn to Yugito's warning, if you are not prepared mentally, you will not survive. I'll be honest and say I haven't gone through it myself. I wasn't really scared of it, I just learned from some of the best. And at this point, he's the only one that went through it with their sanity intact. You're kidding me. According to Yugito, I wish I were. The one that put him through it, I must say, isn't exactly sane, and would easily be written off as crazy. But when it comes to being a ninja, the crazy shit works the best. Naruto said, I can attest to that. Most ninja lose their sanity when they reach a certain level, or have to go through war. They have to find ways to cope. The craziest one happens to be one of the least dangerous ones. Physically, at least. Which one? Tardiness, bloodlust, sex craze. She turned pale when Naruto said, power of youth. You're saying that one is the least dangerous. Do you know how many people have said that he was completely insane? Sakura moved away from the energy she was releasing. With a hint of fear, Naruto answered, of course I know. But recently I've found an unspoken rule. The more strength one has, the less sane they seem. It's mainly a way to cope with the power, and not get drunk off of it. Those that do. Well, you can look at the Uchiha clan for an example. Shit like that happens all the time, though never on a scale like that. Yugito put down the hand he had raised in retortion. Point. If you can tone it down at first, and then bring it up, can you do it? Asked Sakura, please. Yugito and Naruto gazed at her. Yugi-chan, I think she's serious about this. Please don't tell me you're going soft on her, she's a fucking fangirl. If she is, she'll give up before we reach the full training. Chunin are afraid of this training for a reason, you know? If she makes it to the full training, then she will get better, and would not be a fangirl. And if she does quit, then we label her as a fangirl, and unable to change her views. She'll get kicked out of the academy sooner or later, as well. Yugito considered that. Fine. But do everything in your power to get her to quit. Sakura was still there when Naruto said, don't worry too much. I don't have to. No fangirl can take this kind of training. Sakura nodded and said, I will have to set some rules if you accept this. Rule 1. Don't talk about girls or mention any crushes. Rule 2. Don't whine. Rule 3. You must keep up your independent training even after we are finished. Rule 4. The training's secrets must not be revealed. Rule 5. If you decide you can no longer continue, you can quit. If you do, you will never be allowed to speak of the training again, under penalty of death. This is serious. You will be rejected if you do. Is that clear? Inquired Naruto. Sakura nodded after hesitating. Good. Be at training ground 44 tomorrow at 7 a.m. I will not tolerate tardiness. She gave a nod. Good. Let your parents know you've got some private tutors for the academy, and will be gone until the next semester. You are dismissed, Naruto said. Sakura went home after leaving. You think Sasuke will like the fact she's training with us? Replied Yugito. Naruto said, somehow I doubt it. A hound hour suddenly materialized in front of them. What's up? Sasuke has just said he's in. It'll help him and he'll get away from the fangirls. Well, he might have to deal with one, since she actually agreed, even after trying to convince her not to. We gave her our rules. She hesitated, but still went for it, said Naruto. He is not gonna like this. It might help him loosen up, but it'll also keep him on his toes. 0700 tomorrow at the Forest of Death. If he wants to get in some training, make sure he stays out of the northeast quadrant. Thanks. The Houndour leapt away. Right, I'll let him know. Now, Naruto, Yugito, Sakura, and Sasuke were at the base of a temple in Lightning Country. Yugito said, Naruto, is this? He answered, yup. Distortion Temple. But that means Tina isn't the only one that's going to help us. I already talked it over with Arceus. He's fine with it, said Naruto. Sakura, however, was somewhat perplexed. Where are we? As he began climbing the stairs, Naruto remarked, it's an old temple in Lightning Country. I call it Distortion Temple, and yes, I've been here before. So has Yugi-chan. Yugito acknowledged, it's actually where we met up. After she completed this, they all arrived at the summit. Sakura caught sight of the inscription. Don't bother with that, Sakura. What we're going to do here is not mental training. We've got to get you through physical training. Besides, I already know what it says. She gave him a look. Naruto, standing in the middle, uttered the words, Sasuke. Yugito. First ring. Sakura next ring out. I suggest you hold on to your lunch, Sakura. Sasuke is somewhat used to this, but earlier was your first time teleporting, and this one. Well, slight chance of queasiness. She grinned. With a sigh, he effortlessly navigated through the hand signs, and the glyph materialized as before. Sakura was amazed when she saw it. That surprised Sasuke a little, but he kept it to himself because Sakura was close by. Each one glowed and disappeared. World of distortion. Sakura was fine, though she appeared a little nauseous. Naruto let out a sigh. So you know, there are areas here where the gravity shifts, so if you feel yourself being pulled into a different, odds are likely it's the gravity. Garu. Naruto and Yugito searched for Giratina after turning to face the sound. Naruto yelled, I'll be right there, I'll be getting the high plane first. Yugi-chan. Mind taking them to the usual spot here? Why me? Tina has to signal the others that are coming to help out, and I'm going for the high plane. You're the only other one here that knows the area. Make sure you let them know about everything here, and Sakura. What you see here does not get out. She nodded. Naruto was soon on his way. Yugito walked to an edge and leapt to another area, twisting slightly to land on a vertical surface. This way you too. And be careful. The platforms tend to shift every now and then. What are you waiting for? Come on. Sakura was shocked at how easily she was handling this. Sasuke let out a sigh. He took Yugito's lead and leapt to it without attempting to use chakra to stick, saying, let's go. If there's anyone in our class that can do this, it's them. He ran after Yugito when he realized he didn't need it, and Sakura followed suit, albeit much more reluctantly. They discovered that Giratina had materialized in front of a ledge. Sasuke said something almost instantly. He nodded and said, you're the one they call Tina, right? Well, it's official. They have definitely done the impossible. Yugito said, years ago, actually. We were away from the village for 2 years, 1 year for me. I've known Tina for the entire year, and Naru-kun knew him for a lot longer. Personally, I think Tina is somewhat bad name, since Giratina is either male, as Arceus calls him his son, or no gender at all. It's the latter, Yugito, and I actually like the fact he came up with a nickname for me. Quick question, why isn't Pharaoh out? Sasuke may be partially in the loop, but Sakura isn't. That's basically the only reason why. We brought Sasuke for 2 reasons, one of which he isn't completely aware of. Yugito said in surprise to Sasuke. What are you talking about? We've found you like it when Naruto or myself summon a Houndour, or its evolved form Houndoom. Yugito stated to him. You've already proven yourself to us. It's Giratina's call, now. That's the other reason. Sasuke blinked as he glanced at her. He smiled slightly, which Sakura thought was strangely inappropriate. Thanks. Yugito answered, don't mention it. She turned to the pink-haired Banshee and said, remember what happened after you asked me out, and don't do so again. And Sakura. You have to prove yourself to me, Naruto, Giratina, and one other before you would ever get any. You'd need acceptance from all of them, or you fail, and if you fail any piece, you can't try again. It's one and you're done. No second chances. Sasuke only needs 2 beings to approve of him. Tina is one of them. He's already good in my book, Yugito. I have seen how he interacts with you, and especially when Naruto summons the Houndour. I have discussed it with Pops, and he's decided to come as well. Quick question. Are you really going to put them both through Naruto's old training regiment? They already agreed with it, even though she was scared a bit, she still went for it. Yugito acknowledged. If she gives up, she will not be able to say anything under penalty of death, and I know Sasuke won't want to give up on it. A metallic voice that sounded like Naruto's said, "Hey guys. I thought you should know that Arceus is on his way with 5 others." Yugito glanced at the airplane nearby. You know who's coming. A Weavile, Mismagus, Deoxys, Ninetales, and Shaman are coming. Replied Naruto. Tina, I've been working on a way to get the high plane between dimensions, and I think I can use Shaman's visit to my advantage for this. Seed Flare could open a big enough portal for you, so if I can replicate it, I could use it to go in and out of Distortion World with the high plane, and travel a hell of a lot faster in the elemental countries. You're planning on using Fuinjutsu for that? It's our best bet, and just think of what could happen if I did pull it off, said Naruto. Yugito told him, good idea. Fuinjutsu is one of your best skills after all. I know, that's why I think recreating the effect of Seed Flare would work wonders for us, replied Naruto. Who is Shaman? Inquired Sakura. There was a being flying down that said, I'm right here, you know? Shaman was in his sky form, but it was still him. Shaman? It's been a while, you know? Thought I'd see how Arceus's chosen is doing. I take it it's Blondie in the high plane that the bastard brought here. The guy was a bastard, but I think Naruto could use some help from you. He wants to implement the Seed Flare attack into it to allow him to go to and from here with ease. It'll help quite a bit, you know? Shaman answered, don't I know it. Anyway, how are you? It's been a while since I said anything to any of the others. I'm doing fine, Shaman. Tina's been a little lonely from time to time, so I've been coming, and so has Yugito. With the other 4 on his back, Arceus said, that's good to hear. Any particular reason the Haruno is here? Her choice, even after I tried to convince her not to. Sasuke also needs your approval. He's got it, and the Houndour will be waiting for him when you head back to Konohagakure. I checked with Dialga and Palkia, and they both replied that he has suffered a bit more than Kakashi, though it's only because it was his brother that was the cause. He's good as long as it doesn't consume him. We have checked it out, though Mewtwo has told us he wanted to find out himself. Ask him whether he found out, and when he has, tell him that he's good, as long as the hatred doesn't consume him. Already found out. All that's left is for him to know whether he's good. He's found out, and now he's only waiting for confirmation. He wants to prove himself worthy of this, and he thinks the training would help. He's still not aware that he's already accepted. I see. Well, he's got final confirmation. He's actually had it, and as it's ready for when he finds out. As they approached Giratina and the others, Naruto said, thanks Arceus. After landing the high plane close by, Naruto exited and approached Sasuke. You found out, right? Yeah, I already told you that, though. I still don't think I'm worthy enough of it, acknowledged Sasuke. Then Naruto gave him a smile. He'll be there when we return. With wide eyes, Sasuke said, wait, you mean? Yup. Final confirmation has been released. They've known, and think you deserve it, but there is only one condition. You don't let your hatred rule you. No need for that. Any hatred I have right now is focused on a dead man, who was too damn foolish and arrogant. He also happens to be my father, and the reason the coup was going to happen in the first place. Sasuke said. I don't blame the Hokage for sending my brother, seeing where he's coming from. Gigi isn't the reason Itachi did so, it was a man named Danzo, and the village elders. Naruto said. Gigi wanted to come to an agreement. Danzo wanted full elimination of the clan, and we've found out the reason. He's got 9 Sharingan in his right arm, which is also enhanced by the Shodem's Mokuton element. Then he's got Shisui Uchiha's right eye as his own. I always saw that he and Gigi never truly got along, until after I left. In fact, it's the whole situation with me and the Pokemon that did it. Turns out they made an act that fooled me, when I've been making an act that fools everyone. I still have yet to fully release my skills. Sasuke bowed and gave him a look. Thank you. Sasuke was going to respond, don't mention it. Ever. If people found out that you and I are close, they will not like it. I have no apartment, and the orphanage has no hold over me, since I was kicked out at 5. I'm fine in the forests, and Yugito is as well. Although, we've got a home in the Hitaki estate if we want some cover. Sasuke let out a sigh. I'd much rather you stick with me in the Uchiha estate, to be honest. People will not like it at first, but I would deal with them. You are more like me than anyone else can comprehend. Anyone who doesn't see that can kiss my ass. Naruto gave him a look. Kakashi, myself, Yugito, one other, and now you, are the only ones that will have a Pokemon as a familiar, and I am the only one of us that has two. Sasuke gave a nod. I don't care how many I have. In fact, I still don't think I deserve it yet. Naruto said, and that's exactly why you do. It's because you think you don't deserve it. That's what prompted my approval. I knew you weren't exactly like you seem when you're around others. That was proven to be a fact the more we met up elsewhere. You are worthy, whether you see it or not. Sasuke questioned, why does that make me worth it? I don't get it. It's because you realize that you are, or at least were, wrong. This means you aren't the arrogant bastard that everyone thinks you are, as it's only a front. Just like me being a bit of an idiot. Being a prankster. Well, that's kind of in my blood, to be honest. Mom was a prankster, Dad was a prankster, and I have the king of one of the prank species sealed within, which you already know about. With all that, no one can say that pranking would not have come at all. If you think I would give up on pranking completely, you're dead wrong. With a sigh, Sasuke nodded. I just hope I don't mess this up. That same doubt will prevent him from doing so, Naruto reflected. For that reason alone, he is far more than he believes. He will continue in this manner. Through telepathy, Luke said, I agree, Naruto. I am also glad he truly had no arrogance, something we both hate. Kyuubi said, count me in with that one. Yugito finally said, hey, Naru, what you thinking about? Nothing much. Just what I've been thinking about Sasuke during the whole testing phase. Luke and Kyuubi agree with me on it. You still planning on giving him a Houndour? Yeah, I am. I mean, he always got along with Houndour when I summoned one. Yugito and Naruto exchanged glances and nodded. Yugi-chan, when he's done for the day, take him to the library. Sasuke, you're going to need to know everything you can about how to take care of a Pokemon. Yugito will be able to help you in application, but the experience can only be acquired by you. There is no substitute. Naruto then turns to Shaman. We should go elsewhere for what I'm working on. It can be a little dangerous if used around others. Shaman and Naruto take off, with Naruto in the high plane, saying, sure thing. Yugito glances at Sasuke, who appears to be a little proud of himself but still a little perplexed, and Sakura, who witnessed everything. Yugito questioned, what's got you confused, Sasuke? Two things. How I passed without even realizing it, and why she didn't say anything about my denial. Sakura let out a sigh. I wanted to, I'll admit, but right now, it won't help me progress, so I held it back. Sasuke and Yugito exchanged glances before turning to face her. She was surprised when Yugito said, you're learning quickly. Learn to think for yourself. Phase 1, complete. Now the real training can begin. Sakura didn't see it coming, but she instinctively leapt to the side when the Weavile threw a few ice shards in their direction. How did I? Yugito said, your body is doing what it needs to in a situation. She channeled chakra to her fingernails to grow claws before launching a Pokeball. It knew the ice shard was coming, even if your mind didn't. You also knew it would hurt if it hit, so your body acted on its own to avoid it. Now to get you aware of your surroundings. Come on out, Pharaoh. Yugito knelt down and confronted the Persian. You up for a spar? Always. 3, 2, 1. They both yelled, begin. But only Yugito was aware of it. In order to avoid a flaming stream, Sasuke forgot that it was a literal catfight, even though he was aware of it. Sakura had to avoid the shards of ice, A-N. Ice shard, and a number of colorful leaves that followed her around, A-N. Magical leaf. They were a bit too distracted to notice that Deoxys was not taking part yet. When he finally realized that Deoxys was present, he turned to face Sasuke and hurled a few aura spheres at him, which he avoided. Somewhere, the high plane landed and remained close to the island where Naruto and Shaman were together. You needed to see the seed flare, right? Basically, what I actually need from it is the effects, and possibly some of the elements used in it. I'm trying to recreate it with Fuinjutsu, after all. Replied Naruto. It'll help out in the long run. May I just ask why? Well, for starters, it would help get the high plane out of here. It kind of irritates Tina to have to keep it here all the time. Plus it would give Tina a way to come with me to the elemental nations, should you want to. The possibilities are nearly endless. I tend to like endless possibilities. If nothing else, to say that I did it, and be done with it. Naruto elaborated. But the high plane and Tina happen to be the two main reasons. Flying up a little, Shaman said, "Good enough for me." Seed flare. A huge flare erupted in the sky close to Shaman's location. Naruto was absorbing as much information as he could and recording it. Shaman reappeared after it vanished. "Did you get everything?" Finally wondering where he got the notepad, Naruto looked at it and said, "I think so. It would be a good idea to see it again. Mainly to see if I missed anything." Shaman stood up and did it once more. Naruto realized he had overlooked two things the previous time. He jotted them down. "I missed two things the first time that I saw it." Shaman acknowledged, "I can only use it once more. After that, I have to rest." Naruto gave a nod. Naruto spoke just as Shaman was ready to rise once more. Naruto put down his scroll, brush, and ink and said, "Then rest up. I'll try out what I've got now, and make something out of it." He began marking it in a number of seemingly pointless ways. Curious, Shaman watched. Naruto glanced at him after he finished and paused. "Let's see if it works." "Why did you make it twice? One for testing, the other for seeing what could have been wrong with the structure if it didn't work," replied Naruto. He removed the second from the first and gave it a try. Seed flare, Kai. After 10 seconds, the red and green blast it produced vanished. "That was close to what we need, I think." "Yeah, that was close. How you got that in one shot, I have no idea." Before looking at the extra copy, Naruto acknowledged, "Sometimes, I wonder that myself." He made use of the seal, every component that worked, and his analysis of the first attempt and what it ought to look like. Naruto's gaze expanded. "It's worth a try." He created a second one that was comparable to the first but had one addition. That's how he located the teleport shuriken. He prepared another one and made it. "Get back, time to see if it works." Shaman hid behind one of the trees. Seed flare. Kai. An explosion followed by a release. Naruto was able to determine that it led to Whirlpool Island during the 30 seconds it remained there. Naruto grinned at his small victory. Naruto created it once more and prepared it using a shadow clone. "One more time, Shaman. This is the final test." With Shaman perched atop Naruto's head and the clone poised to leap out and into the tree, Naruto positioned himself behind it. Seed flare. Kai. Snapped the clone through it. Naruto stood there for a long time. What good was that going to do? Before information rushed him, Naruto acknowledged, "That was a shadow clone. If it made it through, I'll know." His grin transformed into his fox grin, which was half patented. His fist was pumped into the air. "Yeah. It worked?" Naruto almost kissed Shaman after removing him from his head, but he was content with the cheek. "Thank you. I have a safe version for this, and now we can even use it for other things." "You're welcome. I think." Naruto, "Why are there repeated seed flares over here?" Arceus responded. "I just recreated seed flare through Fuinjutsu. I used it to send a shadow clone to Whirlpool Island. It wasn't reinforced, so I could know if it held any danger with it. It didn't, and he made it without anything being wrong with him," Naruto stated. "I see. Think you can finally get that high plane out of here?" Arceus responded. "When I can get a good spot to keep it without others being able to take it, yeah," said Naruto. "Have you found a way to get it to somewhere other than Whirlpool Island?" Naruto blinked. He acknowledged, "Have not tried that." "Then try it out. Send one to Sanagakure. You know where that is?" Naruto conceded, "Only a general location." The light blue glow in Arceus's eyes faded. Naruto, being aware of what and who to search for. With a smile, he launched another seed flare. While the original was carried out, a shadow clone was created to remain behind. Sanagakure Naruto found himself in Sanagakure's northern park. He surveyed the area. "Dear. I succeeded. Hold on. Isn't Gaara present?" Naruto discovered the redhead close by, but this time it was different. Naruto approached him while he was a fox. "Gaara?" With a few tears in his eyes, Gaara questioned, "Kit? What's wrong?" "It's father. He found out about Sandy, and took her. She's my only friend in the area." Naruto questioned, "Am I not one of your friends?" "That's not it. You're not here all the time, and Sandy's the only one that keeps me company. He's not doing us any good, and will probably try to kill her. I have to stop him." Naruto snarled, then transformed into a human with 2 Pokeballs in hand, saying, "You're not the only one." Although Gaara was a little taken aback by the change, she handled it well. "Get out here, we've got a friend to rescue." Kitsune and Luke showed up. Naruto transformed back into the fox. "Gaara, where is Sandy? We have to get her out of danger." Gaara wiped the tears from his eyes and nodded. He sighed and closed his eyes. He looked around. This way. Kitsune, Naruto, and Luke followed him as he ran off. Before realizing what he was seeing, a Junin saw him dash past, somewhat taken aback by his group. After that, he shunned the Cage. Lord Cage, Gaara seems to have found more of those creatures, but... Speak up. The Cage's eyes widened as he said, one of them looks like the Kyuubi no Yoko, but with platinum blonde fur. Stop them from getting the experiment loose. Gaara, Naruto, and the two Pokemon blasted into a building in another location. Luke repeatedly used Aura Sphere on the approaching ninja, while Naruto combined Flamethrower, Aura Sphere, and Rasengan. Kitsune used Fire Blast, Flamethrower, and a new one, Flame Tackle. Naruto smiled as he noticed it. Gaara, let's go. Right. Kitsune. Luke. Right. After that, they went into a room with a trapinch in a container. Gaara throws sand at it, but it doesn't get scratched. But Naruto was dissecting it. Gaara, can that sand pierce a human body instead of just crushing it? Never tried. A few Junin and Anbu burst through the door to enter the room. Naruto yelled, then try it on them, but don't kill them. Naruto then charged up two Rasengan, one on each tail tip, and struck the container, causing it to burst apart, saying, I've got an idea. Got it. Gaara. Gaara gave her a hug. Gaara's anger was evident from the retraction of the sand. His eyes turned gold as he glared at the Junin, with 4 dots encircling a black star in the center. They realized they were in trouble when they saw this. Did they hurt you, Sandy? A bit, but not much. With a demonic tone, Gaara answered, then they will suffer. Their limbs were all caught in the sand, which crushed them rather easily. They all let out agonized screams. One of them was then impaled by a spear fashioned from the sand. Naruto glanced at Gaara, who remained somewhat irate. I'm glad to know you're protective of Sandy, but you didn't really need to end their career. Gaara's voice lost its demonic edge as he responded, it's a fate worse than death here. When the Cage saw this, he came out, and who might you be, Fox? Naruto turned to face Cage and said, that is none of your business, Cage. You never want a pissed off or unstable Jinchuriki, and killing them off will only make things worse. Oh, and what would there be? For starters, ask one of your allies for an expert on Fuinjutsu. Your villages sucks ass in that department. Wait, no, it's worse. I had half a mind to raise this village to the ground for the faulty seal. He would only be unstable due to a faulty seal, which he had. You're lucky I fixed it. Where do you come from? If you're trying to buy time for other reinforcements to arrive, it won't help. Be glad I don't kill you where you stand, because right now, you deserve worse. An unstable Jinchuriki can only have one person at fault, and that is the one that sealed the Biju in the first place. Be glad I fixed it a year ago, otherwise Gaara would still be mentally unstable. He was in a half-controlled rage just then. Touch Sandy, and it will only get worse for you. Do you think you can threaten me? He can, and he will deliver. Arceus was revealed by a glow. Be glad he is sparing you this time. He could have killed you by now, but he is giving you one more chance. Betray it, and he won't hesitate to carry out your execution. Arceus, what are you doing here? Wondering why you brought these two out? You probably already know the answer to that. True enough. Gaara, take care of her, and this also goes for Shukaku. Gaara's voice turned demonic as he said, I failed her once. I'm not going to do it again. If anyone tries to harm her, I will kill them without remorse. That includes you. For some reason, the Cage became suddenly terrified. Be glad that I don't kill you now. Next time, you won't be so lucky. He left. Kitsune and Luke nodded as they hurried outside after Naruto glanced at them. Before the Cage could pursue them, Arceus moved in front of him. A poorly treated Jinchuriki means one who could turn on their home easily. Remember this, as it could be your undoing. Arceus left because Naruto had already returned to Distortion by that point. World of Distortion. Naruto made his way swiftly back to Shaman. So how'd it go? Found Gaara. His trapinch was taken by his village leader. The two of us, along with Luke and Kitsune, charged in, somewhat recklessly, taking out nearly everyone that tried to stop us. I was pissed that they would experiment on her, and would have killed the Cage the moment I saw him. He's lucky I didn't. He what? Yes, he did. And while I wanted to kill him, if he tries it again, and I find out, he's as good as dead. And that's if Gaara doesn't kill him. Naruto said with an emotionless voice. Damn. You really wanted to kill him. Naruto answered, more than a Magikarp would like water. I'm glad I went because I still kicked ass. I see. Well, At least we know it works. After giving a nod, Naruto looked at the scroll he used. The seal was usable in addition to being recognizable. This seal. I can use it again. I need further testing, but I could probably make more and use the first as a signal, and this one for transportation. Shaman said, good idea. Well, I think we're done here. Naruto answered, as do I. Let's go see the others. That fucking Cage had better keep his nose out of trouble. If he doesn't, he'll regret it. True. And I'd love to tear him limb from limb. Fox, you and I both. Both you and I. After having a cunning idea, Naruto returned to the high plane and flew back to the others. Pulling out a targeting system, he used a seed flare signal. A-N. The first one, to fire a scroll that attracted everyone's attention and caused the Pokemon to retreat. They knew Shaman had a reason for doing that, even though they couldn't see it. They were mistaken about one thing. Shaman wasn't the one. The Pokemon was startled and instantly hid when a few chakra lasers burst through the flare in a matter of seconds. Sasuke saw it was the high plane. Isn't it Naruto? Hold on. He's attacking us, but why? They had to unconsciously channel chakra to stay rooted after he avoided another one and the high plane passed over them. Yugito, Sakura, and Sasuke gazed at him. Any idea why he's doing that to us? Sasuke inquired. Yugito gave a headshake. Yugito's eyes widened as he heard, word from Kyuubi. Testing for Phase 2 has begun. Sakura and Sasuke didn't need to be reminded twice to avoid the lasers as the high plane rounded for another pass. A little taken aback by his increasing accuracy, they managed to avoid another volley and nearly killed Sakura twice. Sasuke and Yugito both dodged with ease. It flew off after that pass, only to turn back. Sasuke yelled at Yugito, I thought you knew how he thought. Before more lasers approached them, Yugito retorted, I didn't see why he would at first. He's not even supposed to be aware we're nearing the end of Phase 2. I'm still confused, but not for his actions. More like why he's doing it now. Much less why he's doing it like that. They all ducked another pass much more easily than they had previously. Sakura inquired, when will he let up? For the first time, Sasuke unconsciously activated his Sharingan and said, my guess is when he runs out of chakra. Then we'll be doing this for hours. I'm a bit of a censor, and he hasn't even scratched the surface of his chakra levels yet. Yugito said. Then the high plane turned and touched down. I see you're confused as to why I did this. The test for Phase 2. Naruto said, actually, that was just an excuse Q made up. The reason is so you know never to let your guard down, even while training. Anything can happen anywhere. It's a lot more likely for deadly attacks to come to you when you're on a mission, than inside the village, but that's not the point. Anything can happen anywhere. Learn to expect the unexpected. Plan for the worst, and hope for the best. Yugito gave a nod. Sasuke let out a sigh. Panting, Sakura collapsed onto her butt. I thought you were going to kill us. Kind of the point. Naruto made the statement. If you encounter an enemy ninja on a C rank, which isn't likely but is possible, then you need to be able to handle surprises like that, and people far above your own strength, or even of an unknown level. Yugito inquired, and the aerial attack? Part of the reason you couldn't hit me in there without the use of a long-range jutsu. There are very few ninja that can fight aerial battles, but they are out there, and you need to be ready in case they come for you, or a teammate. Naruto reached for the black book. As that? Began Yugito. Naruto finished for her, saying, a bingo book. He opened it to a specific page and said, one in particular that fits an aerial battle is considered S-class in here, not to mention he's gone rogue. Deidara the Mad Bomber of Iwa. Raiko has been running across the main continent of the elemental nations, and has found a few things out that may or may not prove harmful to Yugito and myself. Sakura questioned, a little hesitant about this idea, why you two and not us? I'm curious as well. Naruto gave Sasuke a look. Sasuke nodded and said, you're aware of my condition, right? Yugito and I have that condition, and there is a group after those with the same condition. I recently found out that Raiko has found out a few of the members. Deidara is one of them, though he is still new. Yugito questioned, what about the island nations? Naruto acknowledged, Suikun's got that covered. I've also found out that there's another Jinchuriki in Kumo. Knew that. After that, Naruto added, 2 in Kiri. 2 in Iwa, though one of them actually roams. 1 in Suna, who I helped out just now. Sakura said, wait, you left for Suna? Why? At first, it was to test out the seed flare portal. It's the Ichibi Jinchuriki, and he's already got a Trapinch. Said Trapinch had been captured and was about to be experimented on. Yugito yelled, her eyes narrowing like a cat's. They what? Don't worry, I already kicked their asses, and they know not to doing anything like that again. If they're stupid enough to try that again, they're getting killed by him, and if he doesn't, I will. His tone ended up being demonic. Yugito shuddered with anticipation. There was a faint demonic undertone in her voice, and I'll help. Sakura and Sasuke glanced at each other and decided it would be best to remain silent. They exchanged glances and gave each other a small nod. 1 week later, the day in Konohagakure was calm. The sun shone. The children were having fun. The store owners were making sales. Why, then, were people displaying a faint hint of fear? The reason for this was that Naruto had been silent for a whole week. Sakura, Sasuke, Yugito, and him had all gone unnoticed. Sakura wasn't involved in what was going to happen because her parents were happy she was gone, but the academy is resuming today. She promised to return today, so they wanted to know where she was. Her mother inquired, "Where is she?" Her father said, "I have no idea." Green and red flashes appeared in the far north sky at this precise moment. The Anbu was alerted by an aerial object that appeared through that flash. To learn more about what was happening and who was riding the odd bird, a patrolling Hyuga activates the Byakugan. He wasn't prepared for what he saw. He yelled, "Stand down, but stay on your guard." Why? 3 academy students here, Yugito Ni, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno are on top of that thing. It doesn't even have eyes. But there isn't a human. Like chakra network inside of it, making a 4th being. His pupils widened and then narrowed. It's Naruto Uzumaki that's inside of it. They all gaped at him, asking, "What?" It approached the academy, where all of the people were outside, including the teachers, who were watching over the pupils. Sasuke, Sakura, and Yugito all leapt to their feet and landed perfectly on the stage in front of the new students. They knelt down and faced the Hokage, who was directly in front of them. He demanded, "What is going on here?" Sakura said, "Just getting back from personal training, Hokage-sama." He asked, "And that strange bird?" With a slight smirk, Yugito remarked, "That isn't a bird." It then turned around, opened up slightly at the front, ejecting Naruto before encircling himself in flames before flipping and landing directly on top of the stage with a half-ram seal, no longer covered in flames. Seed flare portal. The high plane vanished completely after entering another red and green flash. He spoke, "What's up, Gigi?" After spotting the Hokage. Due to the casual tone and mild disrespect, everyone in the crowd as well as some employees were criticized. Sarutobi laughed while the others, including Sakura, Sasuke, and Yugito, sighed. "I'm glad to see you made it on time." Naruto inquired, "Has Kakashi started being late again?" "Only once, and when he finally did show up, he was unnaturally tired," Sarutobi said. That caused Yugito and Naruto's eyes to widen. Naruto fired a shot. "Let me guess. Rin Tsukihana was also the same way that day?" He asked. "Yes, actually, she was." "How did you know?" Naruto simply glanced at Yugito, who nodded and blushed in agreement. He concluded, "Well, it's about time." This led to several confused looks. Naruto gave Sarutobi a look. Icha reference. A look of realization was on the faces of everyone wearing a headband and vest or who was male and at least 18 years old. "They didn't," Naruto said. "I was wondering when they would, to be honest." According to Yugito, "So was I, let them have their fun." Sarutobi continued to perplex those who were unable to comprehend the Icha reference statement by asking, "How do you know if that's what they did?" "Please. He gave up Icha during my clan training, and even told Jiraiya when we saw him once. Rin came back soon after we did, and since they were on a team when they were little, not to mention the last 2 living from said team, no one knows if there was something behind the scenes then, or if they were just starting out now. Where else would he go for it?" Naruto ultimately asked. Sarutobi gave him a quick glance and blinked several times. Then he gave a nod. "You have a point there, one question." Naruto gestured toward his abdomen. Yugito pointed to her own stomach and asked, "And her?" "I see, and would that mean?" Both of them gave a nod. "Have you?" They both grinned and shook their heads. "No, good." A nearby Anbu landed beside him and spoke softly into his ear. "Again?" he inquired, and the Anbu nodded. He shook his head and asked, "Did you check his estate?" He nodded and walked away, saying, "Take a picture of him in it, and show it to me. Let's find out what they were doing, nay?" Both Yugito and Naruto shrugged. Naruto followed Sarutobi as he went to the others, made a few announcements, and then entered. "Naruto, I would like to ask a favor of you." It would be counted as an A rank mission on your record for when you graduate. Making sure they were by themselves, Naruto questioned, why an A rank? Naruto shook his head and asked, are you aware that the teachers here get a long-term A rank pay? Well, they do. And I think you would be good at teaching a class during a certain class period, in which you will have no other classes. Naruto said, I don't think I'll be good to teach anything, much less qualified for it. If you aren't qualified for trap-making classes, with which, this is not better than you in the village, then I'd be surprised, Sarutobi replied. Naruto's gaze expanded. He paused and pointed to himself, saying, you want me? Sarutobi gave a nod. To teach trap-making? If you want to. As I said, it would go on your report as a long-term A rank mission, Sarutobi replied. Naruto regarded it thoughtfully. Hours? 1400.1600. Rules and regulations? Based on classes, meaning you have full reign. Class size? Depends on how many wish to take the class, but rarely more than 30. Naruto paused to reflect. You got a deal. I wasn't planning on going for trap making, but anyone who even has a hint of my abilities knows that I can prank anyone. He looked at Sarutobi. And that's why you're asking me to teach it, aren't you? Sarutobi replied with a nod. If you put it on my schedule as a class for me, then I can give out a few surprises for it. Before you go, what was that weird bird that you came out of? Naruto answered, that wasn't a bird, it's called the High Plane. And the flash it emitted? Seed Flare Portal. A seal of my own creation. I placed it in several places on the High Plane, and I activate one master seal, which activates the ones that make the portal. It sends it back to the hangar I have hidden, ready for the next use. I will not reveal the location of the hangar, as there is no need to know at this point in time. Sarutobi gave a nod. Anything else I should know? Sakura is actually wanting to train after one session with me as the trainer. That same session had Sasuke on his knees, still wanting more. Yugito could go on for a little longer, but was running low on fumes fast. I enjoyed the training immensely. You could almost say I got a little high off of it, almost. Also, I recently heard word about a glow being emitted in Sanagakure. It was eerily similar to Arceus, and yes, he was there. Yes, I was there. Yes, I was pissed. No, he didn't die. Yes, I wanted to kill him. More than that, I wanted to raze the village to the ground during the training trip for the inadequate sealing that was done for his youngest son. Does that answer all your questions? All but one. What did he do this time? Naruto's calm tone was largely forced as he stated, he was about to experiment on a Pokemon. I've been deemed the protector of Pokemon. He's lucky to be alive, much less have his sanity intact. I see. And you don't expect him to come here to find you? Before a hawk landed on Naruto's shoulder, Naruto remarked, if he knew what I looked like as a human, or my name, he would. However, he has neither and has most likely written me off as one of Gaara's animal friends, of which he would probably think Sandy, his trapinch, is. Why did it land on your shoulder instead of the messaging office? Sarutobi inquired. Naruto didn't respond because he saw that it had something on it in addition to the message on its leg. The Azure Flute. Gaara. Other than Yugito and me, he is the only one who would be aware of it. Not even Kakashi is aware of it. Naruto read the message after removing it from the leg. What are you? Gigi, this message is for me. There is one indicator, and that's only because Yugito and I are the only ones that I know of it. Naruto interrupted him. Kid, I'm happy to hear that you share my concern for Sandy. What they say must be true. Together, birds of a feather flock. In any case, I appreciate your assistance, and he hasn't attempted to harm Sandy since. He has attempted to persuade me to show him the origins of you, Luke, and Kitsune, but he is ignorant and I only know this. I'm sure you're wondering how I found out about the Azure Flute. The solution is very straightforward. Ever since Sandy approached me, I've had one. Furthermore, although the bird I sent you appears to be real, it is actually just sand held together by Shukaku's Yuki. It was her idea, not mine. Sandy would like to invite you back for another visit. Furthermore, the bird could only locate you because Shukaku, whom I occasionally refer to as mother, saw that you had Yuki and was able to locate you with ease. I asked her why she had Yuki, but she didn't respond. She simply stated that you were kin and didn't elaborate. Once again, thank you. Gaara the bird caught Naruto's attention. Shukaku, if you can hear me through this bird, then let him know exactly who and what I am, why I am kin, and exactly where I am. He'll need to know. Oh, and if he comes within the next few years, tell him to look for all the crazy shit happening if he's looking for me. Odds are likely that I'll be in the center of it, or the cause of it. He stopped. Or both. After giving a nod, the bird took off. Sarutobi gave him a look. What did it say? With a sigh, Naruto turned to face him. Sarutobi nodded and Naruto teleported out, saying, "Personal business, along with partial duty. If you'll excuse me, I have to get to my class." Later that day, Sakura, Sasuke, and Yugito attended the trap making class. Although they were a little taken aback that Naruto wasn't present, they had hoped he would since class hadn't begun yet. Naruto entered through the open door just before class started. He was expected to do exceptionally well in the class. How foolish they were, oh. Naruto observed and examined every student in the class. There, he saw Yugito, Sakura, and Sasuke. Though none of them understood why, they all saw what he was doing. Until Yugito made the decision to ask in his head. "Why are you analyzing the class itself? Seeing what I have to work with. You'll see why I have to see the potential for this class in a moment. And no telepathy during this class. That means Nibi, as well," Naruto mentally stated. Yugito's eyebrow went up. They all nodded except for Sasuke and Yugito. "Welcome to trap making. You're probably wondering where the sensei for this class is, am I right?" In realization, those two's eyes widened. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and Yugito and realized that they had figured it out. "I see two of you caught the meaning of that statement." Then it struck her, and her eyes grew wide. "And there's another one. For those of you who haven't figured it out, you're looking at your instructor for this class right now." This caused everyone's eyes to widen. Naruto laughed in his head. "I'm going to love it so much. In this class, normally, you'd only learn how to make, set, and activate traps. However, this isn't a trap sensing class, or a trap avoiding class. For this reason, you're going to be learning more than the original curriculum. Along with making, setting, and activating traps, you will also learn to detect traps, how to avoid them, and even ways to counter them. You'll have this class for an entire year, instead of a semester like the other electives. If you find yourself wanting to quit, or you have any doubts about this class, head to the registrar right here and now, and get out of my class, for I will have no quitters in this class." A few of them appeared frightened, and two even stood up and walked away after saying he was sorry for wasting his time. "Looks like some people know when to quit while they're ahead. Those were two of the weakest in potential from what I saw among you," Naruto stated as they left. One student yelled, "How would know what our potential is?" When Naruto turned to face him, he recognized Kiba Inuzuka. "I know your potential in this subject for a reason. The Hokage himself had asked for me to teach this class, and for good reason." He shouted back, "Oh yeah? And why is that?" Naruto gave him a blank stare. Some of them nodded in agreement. "I'm sure some of you have heard about the Demon King of Pranks, correct? Are any of you sure of who it is, or why he is called such?" One held up his hand. "He has scared Anbu, and even the Hokage himself when in a pranking mood. As to who he is, no one knows." "And why is it that no one knows?" "He never truly reveals himself, only enough for him to do what needs to be done," he responded. "Why are you even asking this?" With the exception of those who had previously trained under Naruto, everyone was taken aback when he said, "This is a little-known fact. The Demon King of Pranks happens to be in this room." They all looked at each other in fear. They could see his words. Everyone flinched in his direction when Naruto added, "And he happens to be the teacher of this class as well." "That's right. I happen to be the Demon King of Pranks. Why else would someone in the academy themselves be allowed to teach a class? Not to brag or anything, there isn't anyone else in the village, maybe even the entire elemental nations, that could make traps better than I could, as I have trapped Anbu several times during escapes. The elemental nation's status. That's up for debate, as I have not seen or compared myself to anyone outside of the village, but how many can you say have scared an Anbu with a simple prank?" Nobody was able to deny that possibility. "Alright, now let's get one thing clear. The rules of this class will be different from most. If you try the first day, you will not be able to skip out on any day, short of a bedridden injury that keeps you in the hospital. If you find this class to be too hard, or you cannot agree to this rule, then get out right now and transfer out. This is for everyone in the classroom, and that includes me. And if you quit, you will not be taught under me again." He responded when a student asked why. "If someone quits once things get out of hand, they're not a shinobi, but a coward, and I will not teach a coward. Any more questions?" He went on, realizing there were none. "Good. Starting today, we will be going over the traps usually used in a more generalized version of them. The lectures may seem boring, but they are needed. Strength without knowledge is useless." A hand was raised. "What does pranking have anything to do with traps?" Naruto said, "I was wondering if someone was going to ask that, Here's a scenario. You have mission. It's the middle of a war, and you are selected to go blow something up. Search and destroy, basically. All you have is a layout, and possible guard duty times. What do you have to do to get to your target? Charge in, duh, exclaimed Kiba. Calmly, Naruto said, wrong, Inuzuka. You're supposed to be a shinobi, and a shinobi must stay hidden when possible. So the first thing you need to do is get in unnoticed. What's the next step? One of the girls said, set the charges. Exactly. In trap making and pranking, what you are doing is setting the charge 3s the moment you set up the prank or trap itself. What do you do next? Set it off. Naruto said, no, because you're still in range of the explosion. He nodded at them after observing one of them raise their hand. In pranking along with search and destroy missions, there are 4 simple steps. Get in, set it up, get out, activate it. Traps are used in both for a reason, and can even tie into both of them. Do you know why? He said. To escape those that would chase you. Naruto questioned, that's one area. Where's the other? Another said, the place where you set the charges. Naruto gave a nod. Those are both places where traps are useful. I'll be completely honest with you here. Some missions go to hell the moment you are discovered. Others fail due to some of the targets not being where they should. People start chasing you. They're all 5 times as fast, 3 times as strong, and has 3 times the experience of a shinobi. Losing them doesn't seem to be an option, as they are better than you in every way, shape and form. How do you shake them off your tail? One of the students said, traps? But it sounded more like a question. That's correct. If you set traps on your way there, you can lead them through your traps and lose them from time to time. When you've got them all trapped, or dead due to said traps, you meet up wherever you're supposed to and then head back to the village. The Hokage himself is the only one that knows of my full skill with traps, but anyone that has seen my pranking in action would have a good idea of my trap skills at 10%. And to think that I did most, if not all, of that in a bright orange jumpsuit in broad daylight at times. After creating a few shadow clones, Naruto divided them up into groups of 4. While the original monitored the lessons to determine each group's position, each group trailed a shadow clone outside. Naruto had gathered them back in the classroom near the end of the lesson. Alright, there's one thing you should know before we're done here. I may be new to teaching, but I do not appreciate slackers when regarding this field, and if you slack off, I will have you go through a gauntlet of my own creation. A few of them were a little alarmed, but Kiba spoke up once more. How bad can it be? Silently challenging him, Naruto said, would you like to find out? Bring it on. Half an hour later, over Naruto's shoulder, Kiba emerged from a maze. He put Kiba down and used some basic medical ninjutsu that he had learned from Pokemon moves. This long, and he didn't even reach the first marker. Add the fact that he's this injured. Well, you get the idea. He added that the markers were spaced 5% of the way along the path. He awoke rather rapidly. How did you make that? That thing. Simple. The Hyuga clan pranks I play are about 12.15%. That one was made at 50% to start, and steadily increase as you go on, meaning more dangerous. The last 10% of the gauntlet is my full skill, which I have not shown anywhere, and if you have ever heard of Anko Midarashi, Orochimaru of the Sannin, and Ibiki Morino, you could combine their skills of intimidation, torture, and outright craziness, into one being, and they'd still be scared shitless out of this. Naruto replied. Now that I think about it, this might be included in the graduation exam. Especially for those who are still in my class, he concluded. I ought to inform Gigi of this. Naruto jumped up, covered in red and green flames, and said, okay, class is dismissed. Kiba, head to the nurse before heading to your next class. You'll need it. Everyone discovered that Yugito had also vanished. Only Sasuke was aware of what had just transpired. In another foxhole, Yugito and Naruto were making out while in beast mode.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.